You have to be joking.
Chu-Kai's eyes were wide, and the color had drained from his face as if Lin Yi's words had struck him like a physical blow.
Listen to me before you start panicking. There's a method to the madness.
Lin Yi spoke calmly. He knew exactly why his friend was reacting this way. Hijacking a bus in a city crawling with predators was essentially a suicide pact. But his decision wasn't born from desperation. It was a cold, calculated move based on the hand they had been dealt.
I've ruled out the high-speed rail. The staff and security guards are all monsters in human skin. If we make a scene there, we'll be surrounded and slaughtered in seconds. We simply can't win that fight. Furthermore, there is no way to force a high-speed train to an emergency halt while it's in motion. That means we'd have to use the stations, which are crawling with monsters. We wouldn't even make it past the turnstiles. A long-distance bus, however, that's a different beast entirely.
Lin Yi let his voice trail off, pausing to allow Chu-Kai to process the logic behind the terrifying proposal. Chu-Kai remained frozen for several long heartbeats, but the frantic confusion in his eyes was slowly being replaced by a grim understanding.
I get that a bus is easier to stop, but it won't be empty. There will still be monsters on board.
Of course there will be. But how many? Think about it. Those outbound coaches seat 51 people max. Even if half of them are predators, that's only 25 or 26. Compare that to the hundreds we'd face on a train. The odds are infinitely better. And remember, these vehicles aren't for the monsters to commute. They're for shipping livestock, high-quality humans. So who do you think will outnumber the other on that bus?
The humans will!
Lu Linhai interjected from the side, a glimmer of hope finding its way into his voice.
Correct. And with your ability, Chu-Kai, we can identify every monster on that bus. We stop the vehicle, lure the predators out, and take the wheel. We drive until the city is nothing but a bad memory.
Chu-Kai didn't answer immediately. He was silent, his mind racing through the variables. It was insane, yes, but it was the only plan that didn't end in immediate annihilation. And Cheng Dao, however, didn't share the group's optimism. His eyes remained hard, fixed on Lin Yi as the weight of practicality bore down on them.
Your logic is sound, but the plan itself is a suicide mission. There's one massive variable you're ignoring. How on earth do you plan to make that bus stop in the first place?
We just stand in the road. Block it. They'll have to stop.
If you stand in that road, I promise you the driver won't even touch the brakes. He'll flatten you where you stand and keep driving without a second thought. Remember who we're dealing with. Those drivers aren't human. They have no concept of mercy or hesitation. Even if by some miracle the bus does stop, the moment they see our faces, every creature within miles will be alerted. 1 or 2, I can kill them before they blink. But if 10 of those things come out of that coach at once, that is a battle we won't survive. The longer the struggle lasts, the closer we are to our graves.
Lin Yi had already foreseen the problem. He looked back at Cheng Dao, his expression calm.
What if the bus stops without us ever showing our faces to the driver? If the bus is forced to stop for another reason while we stay hidden, the monsters won't be as guarded. Wouldn't that increase our chances of success?
What reason could there be? Can Uncle An use his ability to pop the tires? But if we do that, we won't be able to use the bus anyway.
Lin Yi thought for a moment before speaking 2 words clearly.
An inside agent.
An inside agent? Where would we get an inside agent from? Most of the monsters in the city know about us by now. There is no need to mention Uncle An's situation. As for the 3 of us, we didn't take the exam or go to the graduation dinner. The monsters in our class definitely noticed something was wrong. The orphanage will have realized Xiao Yun and I are gone too. None of us can sneak onto that bus and act as a mole.
We can't, but that doesn't mean someone else couldn't. Don't forget, there are other humans in this city besides us.
Who are you planning to find? Even if they believed our story, not many people can just walk onto an outbound coach.
We just need one high-quality human. Take this year's top scholar of the college entrance exam, for instance.
It's been 3 weeks since the exams. The The rankings should be public by now. But how do you know if the top student is even human, or if there's someone the monsters actually want to move?
I'm making an educated guess. The predators prioritize intelligence and physical health. They've even mentioned that stressed, fearful prey tastes worse. And if the top scholar isn't right, we simply find someone else who fits the profile. My ability isn't perfect, but it's enough to verify our targets. If we can't find a mole now, I'll use a loop to pick someone off a bus that's already departed and then go back to meet them before they ever leave. Once we peel back the veil and show them the truth, they'll be our eyes on the inside. They cause a distraction. The driver hits the brakes and then we strike. We take the bus and we don't look back. Everyone, listen. This is our only shot. It's now or never.
Lin Yi knew the plan was riddled with risks, but they were out of time. Hiding in the mountains was just a slow way to rot. He'd rather gamble everything on a move that actually offered a way out. If it failed, he would just have to die and start the loop over. He refused to be just another piece of livestock.
Fine. We've got nothing left to lose. Let's give it a shot.
With the decision made, the group didn't waste another second. They gathered their meager belongings and set off, heading back toward the city they had spent days trying to escape. The journey back was grueling. What had taken 5 days of cautious advancement now had to be retraced in another 5, but this time every step forward was fueled by the cold resolve to finally break free. 5 sunless days passed before Sifang Mountain finally loomed ahead. They were back where their desperate flight began. The plan was simple. Wait for the cover of night, descend into the valley, and vanish into the city's maze once again. But as they prepared to move, Chu Kai suddenly froze. His face went ghostly white, his body tensing like a coiled spring.
Stay down. Something is coming, and it's coming fast, right up the mountain toward us.
Lu Linhai's face contorted as he scanned the tree line, his eyes searching for any sign of movement.
Monsters? You mean those freaks actually tracked us all the way up here?
Beside him, Chu Yun's fingers dug into her brother's palm, her silent terror radiating through her trembling frame.
They haven't spotted us. Not yet. From where they are now, they're still spread out, combing through the brush.
Chu Kai's eyes narrowed, tracking unseen movements in the dark with supernatural focus.
It looks like a full-scale sweep. They're searching the mountains systematically. But every trail is crawling with them. Going down now is just walking straight into a meat grinder. Staying here isn't an option either. It's only a matter of time before they stumble onto this clearing.
Lu Linhai's jaw clenched, the sound of grinding teeth audible in the oppressive silence of the forest.
Hell, I didn't think they'd track us down this fast. They're persistent.
Lin Yi remained calm, his mind racing through the mathematical logic of their movements.
Actually, they're slow. Surprisingly slow. Given their normal pace, they should have reached this area days ago. They're lagging behind their own schedule. They're likely trying to keep a low profile to avoid alerting the humans still in the city. They intentionally chose to move under the cover of night.
He paused, weighing the implications of their enemy's caution before continuing.
And they're being thorough. That's why they're taking their time. They don't want to leave a single inch of this mountain unchecked.
Lu Linhai's patience snapped. His grip on his blade tightened, his eyes flashing with a desperate, animalistic defiance.
Fast, slow, it doesn't matter. If they find us, we just carve our way through them. I'm ready to die taking a few of those bastards with me.
Chu Kai snapped his head toward him, his expression one of pure, incredulous disbelief.
Carve a path? Are you insane? Do you have any idea how many of them are out there? One wrong move and we're the ones being carved into minced meat.
Lu Linhai recoiled, his face crinkling in a look of wounded ego and frustration.
Hey, whose side are you on? Why are you sucking up to them and shitting on us? I'm just trying to keep us motivated.
Lin Yi stepped between them, his voice a cold anchor of reality in the rising panic.
Chu Kai's right, Lin Hai. Look at the facts. It's night. We're on their turf, and they outnumber us 10 to 1. They hold every advantage. A head-on collision is a death sentence. Even with Uncle Anne's help, we wouldn't stand a chance.
A sudden metallic ring echoed as Cheng Dao's cleaver leaped from his pack and into his hand like a living thing.
I'll be the bait. I'll draw them away from the trails, and while they're preoccupied with me, you four take the chance to head down.
Chu Yun's voice was a small, high-pitched tremor that cut through the darkness.
But Uncle Anne, what about you? What will happen if they catch you?
Lu Linhai stepped forward, his stubbornness flaring again, refusing to accept the plan.
No way! We're not leaving you to face that swarm alone. I'm going with you. All that training has to be for something I can help.
Lin Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the dark silhouettes of the trees. The logic of a distraction was sound, but the cost was in weight settle heavily in his stomach. Lin Yi looked up, his expression unreadable as he cut through the rising tension in the group.
We don't need to make this any harder than it already is. I've got a better way.
Chu Kai turned to him, his curiosity momentarily overriding the cold fear in his chest.
What kind of plan? Spout it out, Lin Yi.
Lin Yi's voice remained steady as he outlined the old military tactic like he was reciting a textbook.
A simple diversion. We lure them to one side while we slip out the other. Feint to the east, strike from the west.
Chu Kai blinked, his brow furrowed as he tried to grasp the logic.
Wait, how is that any different from what Uncle Anne just proposed? He's still putting himself out there as bait.
Lin Yi shook his head, a dark, clinical glint appearing in his eyes.
The difference is massive. We don't need a person to lead them away. We're going to set this entire forest ablaze.
Lu Linhai's jaw dropped, his eyes widening at the sheer, terrifying audacity of the suggestion.
You're joking, right? Set the forest on fire? That's insane!
And Cheng Dao considered the proposal for a long moment, his practical mind seeing the brutal logic beneath the madness.
He's right. It's a solid strategy.
The entities Chu Kai could feel were like ink stains spread across the various trails leading away from the peak, watching every exit. A single man, no matter how fast or skilled, couldn't hope to pull every monster from their post at once. Chu Kai's senses were a map of the danger, but maps didn't guarantee safe passage through a minefield of predators. They could pick a path that seemed clear, only to stumble into a group of them coming up from below, hungry and silent. And by then, retreat would be impossible. Others would have closed the gap behind them, sealing their fate. They would be caught in a pincer movement, trapped between two walls of hungry, skin-wearing things. But a wildfire was a different kind of monster altogether. The orange glow of a mountain in flames would be impossible to ignore. Every creature from the peak to the base would be drawn to the light like moths to a flame. Lu Linhai still looked skeptical, his eyes darting between his friends for a sign of hesitation.
But how do you know they'll actually go for it? Why would they even care about a fire?
Lin Yi's answer came without a second's hesitation, his conviction unshakable.
Because they're slaves to habit. They've built a world that looks human to keep the livestock calm. They have to maintain the illusion, even at the cost of their own hunger. A runaway forest fire breaks that illusion. It's a disaster they can't ignore, and it puts their farm at risk. Then, while they're distracted by the smoke, we have Uncle and add some refined chaos to the mix. They'll walk right into the trap.
Lu Linhai's face cleared, replaced by a jittery, nervous energy. He nodded once, sharp and decisive, his previous hesitation burned away by the need for action.
Fine, Lin Yi. Your way it is. Let's just get the hell on with it. Every second we waste is a second they get closer.
The knowledge of the approaching swarm hung over them like a heavy, suffocating shroud, making the very air feel thick and difficult to breathe.
If they're within a click of us, we're officially running out of time. We need to hit them with the distraction before they're on our doorstep.
And Cheng Dao's fingers twitched, and a sudden lethal blur of steel erupted from his heavy leather pack.
Equip yourselves. You'll need these if the worst comes to pass. Don't hesitate to use them.
And Chengdao's gaze was fixed on a specific patch of dense, tinder-dry growth further down the slope, his eyes calculating the fire's path.
A fire of this magnitude requires precision. If you all come, you'll just be extra targets for their scouts. I know this terrain better than any of you. I'll handle the ignition alone.
Lin Yi reached out, the protest already dying in his throat as he met the older man's steely, unwavering gaze.
Uncle Anne, please. You can't just go out there by yourself. It's too much for one person.
And Chengdao cut him off with a sharp, dismissive gesture that left no room for sentimentality.
Save your breath. You're not trained for this kind of extraction. Out there, you'd be a liability that would only get me killed sooner. Don't worry, I'm going to follow your plan to the letter. I'm not going for glory. I'll avoid direct contact and maximize the chaos. Find a place to hide. Stay low and stay silent. Once the fire starts and they swarm toward it, look for an opening to head down the mountain. I'll catch up with you at the base. I might not be able to sense your location, but these knives are an extension of my will. They'll lead me straight back to you.
Lu Linhai stepped forward, his knuckles white as he gripped the dark handle of his new blade with a desperate intensity.
Let me back you up. I can't just sit in a hole while you're out there being the rabbit. I've been training for this.
And Chengdao's voice dropped an octave, radiating a command that felt as heavy as lead in the small clearing.
This isn't a negotiation, Lin Hai. This is a direct order. You're staying put, and that's the end of it. You've seen how troublesome those things are. You're only strong as a group. Separate now, and you're just easy snacks for their scouts. If anything finds you, hit it with everything you have. Protect Chu Yun. That is your priority above all else. Do you understand?
Lin Yi's frown deepened, the weight of the moment pressing down on him, but he finally gave a single, somber nod of acceptance.
Understood. But watch your back, Uncle Anne. They don't play fair, and they don't value mercy.
Chu Kai pulled his sister closer to his side, his silent, protective stance speaking louder than any verbal plea could. Lu Linhai's voice cracked slightly, his previous bravado slipping for a brief, vulnerable fraction of a second.
We'll be at the rendezvous point at the bottom. Don't make us wait too long, okay? You have to come back.
Without another word, An Chengdao turned and dissolved into the lightless void of the forest, his silhouette swallowed by the trees in a matter of seconds. The group scrambled into the narrow stone cleft, the jagged, moisture-slicked granite walls closing in around them like the cold maw of a predator. Thanks to Chu Kai's supernatural perception, they managed to slip deep into the shadows just seconds before a heavy-footed patrol swept through the clearing above. The silence of their hideout was suddenly broken by a violent orange glare that pulsed against the horizon, painting the jagged rocks in hues of blood and fire. The inferno gorged itself on the dry mountain thickets, growing into a roaring, primeval beast that demanded the immediate attention of every monster on the slope. True to Lin Yi's clinical prediction, the crushing presence of the entities began to fade from their immediate vicinity, drawn toward the chaotic beacon at the peak. Chu Kai exhaled slowly, a ragged, shuddering sound of relief that seemed to shake his entire hollowed-out frame.
They're gone. The path is clear, for now. We have to move quickly while they're distracted.
Move now! We have to get off this mountain before the fire burns out.
The four of them bolted from their cramped refuge, their feet pounding a frantic, desperate rhythm against the treacherous shale of the lower trail. They were so close, the cold neon lights of the city flickering just over the final ridge when Chu Kai suddenly skidded to a violent halt. Every trace of color drained from his face, leaving his skin the shade of cold ash as he whipped his head back toward the darkness above. Lin Yi pulled up beside him, his eyes already narrowing as he searched the pitch-black tree line for whatever had paralyzed his friend.
Chu Kai, what is it? What do you hear?
A monster. I can feel it, and it's coming straight for us.
The air grew thick with dread the moment Chukai finished speaking.
It might just be a stray heading down the slopes. Maybe it is not even after us.
Lin Yi suggested, his brow furrowed with worry.
Let's find a spot to lie low. We can move once it is gone.
There is no time.
Chukai cut in, his face hardening as he glanced over his shoulder.
It is closing in fast, and
what is it?
Lin Yi pressed.
it is a face we have seen before.
Chukai whispered. Before the words could fully settle, a frantic rustling erupted from the shadows ahead. A silhouette bounded through the high canopy, shrinking the distance between it and the survivors with a predatory grace. Bathed in the cold, clinical glow of the moonlight, the group stood paralyzed as the figure finally emerged from the dark.
Wait! Is that Teacher Yao?
Lin Yi's voice cracked with shock.
What's the plan? Do we stand our ground?
Chukai asked, his knuckles white around the handle of his boning knife.
Run! It'll stay behind and give you a window.
Lin Yi said, taking a step into the open.
If there are more of them out there, we can't risk being cornered together.
Lin Yi watched the approaching figure, a sudden, cold clarity washing over him.
No, we can take him.
Lin Yi said through ragged breaths, forcing his heart rate to steady.
These creatures are defined by their avarice. If one thinks it can claim a kill for itself, it wants signal the rest of the pack. This isn't an ambush, it is just him. 3 of us against 1 of him. We finish this here.
Escape was no longer an option. The second Chukai had sounded the alarm, the thing wearing Teacher Yao's skin had already fixed its predatory gaze on them. He was using the trees as an aerial vantage point, tracking their every move from above. Flight would only lead to a hunt they could not win. Retreating toward the city would be even worse. The urban labyrinth was a graveyard for the unprepared. One wrong turn could lead them straight into a nest of monsters. It was better to take advantage of the chaos of the mountain fire. They would make their stand right here. With a heavy, singular thud, Teacher Yao dropped from the branches and landed in the clearing. He approached them with a broad, practiced smile, his voice dripping with an artificial sweetness that made Lin Yi's skin crawl.
Where have you all been hiding? I've been looking everywhere for you.
Teacher Yao said, his tone perfectly mimicking a concerned educator.
I was genuinely sick with worry.
To anyone else, he looked exactly like the man who had taught them in the classroom. Same face, same gentle cadence. But in the reflection of his eyes, Lin Yi saw only the bottomless hunger of a beast studying its plate.
Teacher Yao, what brings you all the way out here?
Lin Yi asked, his hands hidden behind his back as he sharply signaled his companions.
I came to find you, of course.
Teacher Yao replied, his voice spiking with a manic sort of urgency.
The authorities told me you had been taken by a dangerous criminal. I could not rest knowing my students were in such peril. A teacher's place is by his student's side when the world turns dark. I could not just stand by. The moment I received word, I volunteered to lead the search. I've been scouring these slopes for hours. It seems my prayers were answered. I've finally found you.
He extended his arms in a gesture of paternal warmth, moving toward them as if to offer a comforting embrace.
Come now, let me take a look at you. Are any of you injured?
Despite the facade, Lin Yi could see the truth beneath the skin. The tentacles on Yao's midsection were writhing in a sickening, rhythmic dance, desperate to break free.
Now.
Lin Yi's roar shattered the false calm, just as Teacher Yao reached for him. Chu Yun scrambled out of the path of danger, while Chu Kai and Lin Yi executed their flanking maneuver from opposite sides. They lunged as one, their bodies slamming into the teacher to pin him down. Lin Yi's focus was absolute. He gripped his boning knife, the blade aimed directly for the monster's exposed eyes. He swung with every ounce of his strength. But just as the steel began to descend toward Yao's left eye, the monster's body underwent a grotesque, sudden expansion. His skin split with a sickening rip, and long scythe-like forearms erupted from his torso, violently throwing Chu Kai and Lu Linhai backward. A cluster of tentacles, each lined with jagged, reverse-facing barbs, burst from his abdomen and lashed out toward Lin Yi's weapon hand. Thanks to the grueling training of the past 15 days, Lin Yi's instincts were razor-sharp. He kicked off the dirt and threw himself into a backward roll, putting vital distance between himself and the mass of writhing limbs.
Such a naughty, disrespectful student.
Teacher Yao's voice had warped into a wet, multitonal sneer. Clusters of serrated suckers pushed through his skin while massive, faceted compound eyes bulged from his skull.
It is remarkably rude to raise a hand against your mentor.
Mentor?
Lin Yi let out a sharp, breathless laugh. The nightmare standing before him bore no resemblance to anything human.
I'm not sure if we are bad students, but you have certainly failed as a teacher.
Lin Yi countered, dropping into a low, predatory stance.
Did that killer fill your head with these ideas? A pity. You could have died so much more quietly if you had remained ignorant.
6 spindly insectoid legs burst from the monster's sides, digging into the soft earth. He skittered forward with a horrific, clicking speed, charging straight for Lin Yi. As the monster raised a massive right forearm to strike, Chu Kai's voice cut through the chaos like a whip.
Lin Yi, strike the left, break right.
Lin Yi did not hesitate for a second, throwing his weight to the right side instantly. The scythe-like limb crashed into the dirt, burying itself exactly where Lin Yi's left shoulder had been a heartbeat prior.
What?
Teacher Yao's monster form jerked in confusion, his movements stalling for a fraction of a second. He could not comprehend how a mere student had anticipated his attack with such precision. Throughout their 15 days of isolation, they had not just honed their physical limits, they had forged themselves into a single cohesive unit. Using Chu Kai's ability to glimpse into the immediate future, they had developed a shared tactical language.
Attack left.
And
Dodge right.
were not just directions. They were the codes that translated Chu Kai's visions into action. In the split second the monster spent recoiling from his failed strike, Lu Linhai seized the opening. He vaulted through the air, his boots catching the monster's chitinous back as he hauled himself up.
Teacher Yao, didn't you always tell us that focus is key in the classroom? I suppose that rule applies to a life or death struggle too.
Lu Linhai drove his boning knife deep into the monster's vulnerable left compound eye.
Arr.
A horrific, vibrating scream tore from the monster's warped throat as his tentacles lashed back toward his spine. Lu Linhai did not wait to be caught. He wrenched the blade free and threw himself away, disappearing back into the moonlit shadows. The monster's flailing limbs struck nothing but empty air. This victory was not just luck or a fluke of training. It was the result of the monster's own arrogance. Yao had viewed their disappearance as an act of cowardice, a desperate flight by children who were nothing more than prey. He never suspected that the students he had once looked down upon were now refined into weapons.
Now is our chance.
Lin Yi's signal cut through the monster's agonized howling. Acting with perfect synchronicity, the three of them surged forward again. They had learned the anatomy of their enemies from Cheng Dao, a man who knew exactly where a monster's strength was anchored. They focused their final coordinated strike on the creature's support structure. Their 3 blades sank into the joints of the insectoid legs with clinical accuracy. Lin Yi gripped the handle of his boning knife, his knuckles white. With a grunt of effort, he twisted the blade deep into the joint, aiming for the core of the muscle. He had to sever the connection to turn that predatory limb into dead weight. It wasn't clean. He lacked the surgical precision of Chu Kai and the brute, explosive power that Lu Linhai possessed. Every millimeter the steel ground through felt like he was fighting against an iron vice. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yi abandoned finesse. He threw his entire weight against the hilt, using his body as a hammer. The blade sank deeper, the resistance finally giving way as the muscle fibers began to shred under the pressure.
Fall back, now.
Chu Kai's voice cut through the adrenaline. Lin Yi didn't question it. He yanked the red-slicked knife free and scrambled backward, his boots kicking up dust and loose gravel. A split second later, a thick barbed tentacle lashed across the spot where he'd just been standing. It whipped through the air with a sickening crack, missing his chest by a hair's breadth.
You miserable, filthy insects.
The serrated suckers lining Teacher Yao's throat clicked and ground together with a sound like wet gravel. A guttural, predatory snarl ripped through her teacher's disguise as she vibrated with pure, unadulterated hatred.
I will peel the skin from your bones while you're still screaming. I'll make you beg for a death that won't come.
You know, Teacher Yao, I really expected better from you. Is this the kind of language you teach in the classroom?
Lin Yi kept his voice steady, even as his pulse hammered in his ears. Every word was calculated to fan the flames of her rage. If she was blinded by fury, she'd be predictable, and predictability was the only way they'd survive. The monster-S insectoid legs were a mangled mess. The ones Chu Kai and Lu Linhai had targeted were limp, leaking dark ichor onto the mountain soil. Even the one Lin Yi had struck was barely more than a twitching husk. But the creature wasn't defeated. Teacher Yao's thick tentacles surged forward, coiling around the shattered joints of her own useless limbs like constrictors. Then, with a sickening squelch of tearing muscle and a crunch of chitin, she violently wrenched the crippled legs from her own torso. She didn't drop them. Instead, the tentacles held the severed, pointed limbs tight, brandishing them like massive, jagged spears. The mountain air was thick with the scent of smoke and burnt pine. The fire raged nearby, and a sudden violent gust of wind howled through the trees, making the shadows dance with a frantic energy. Teacher Yao didn't wait. With a horrific screech, she charged, her tentacles lashing out in a chaotic blur as she closed the distance toward Lin Yi.
Lin Yi, move left.
Lin Yi braced to dodge, but the monster was smarter than they'd realized. One of the tentacles suddenly uncoiled, and the severed insectoid leg it held was launched like a massive, jagged bolt. The projectile didn't target Lin Yi. It streaked through the air with lethal velocity, aimed straight for Chu Kai's chest.
Chu Kai, look out!
Teacher Yao had identified the core of their defense. She didn't need to know about Chu Kai's enhanced hearing to realize he was the one guiding the others through the dark. Her flailing tentacles weren't just a sign of rage, they were a smokescreen. By stirring the air into a chaotic frenzy, she was trying to blind the very senses Chu Kai relied on to survive. The plan worked. The turbulent winds masked the sound of the approaching projectile. Chu Kai was standing blind until the severed limb was almost upon him. At the last possible second, Chu Kai shut his eyes. He blocked out the visual chaos and centered every ounce of his being on the shift in the air. He remembered the training within Chengdao, the stones being hurled at him in the meat shop. This was no different. It was just another object to avoid. There! He found it! The one real threat amidst the noise. Chu Kai's eyes snapped open as he pivoted his body in a single fluid motion. He brought his boning knife up, bracing the flat of the steel against his ribs. With a deafening metal-on-chitin screech, the projectile glanced off his blade. A fountain of orange sparks illuminated the darkness for a flickering moment as the leg sailed harmlessly into the brush. Chu Kai felt a brief electric surge of triumph. He had survived the strike. He was still in the fight. But that feeling evaporated instantly as Lu Linhai's scream tore through the night. In his absolute focus on the projectile, Chu Kai had momentarily lost track of the broader battlefield. As his senses expanded back out, he realized with a cold dread that Teacher Yao was no longer coming for the three of them. The monster-S attention had shifted to the weakest member of their group. Her massive form was already bearing down on Chu Yun, who was huddled in the shadows.
Xiao Yun, get out of there! Run!
Lin Yi lunged forward, his heart cold. He had been too far away. They all had. Teacher Yao was a seasoned predator. She knew her injuries had made a direct fight against the three unified boys a risk. But she didn't need to win a fair fight. She just needed to break their spirit. By targeting the one person they all prioritized over their own lives, she could shatter their coordination and throw them into a fatal panic. Chu Yun scrambled to her feet, her face pale with terror, but she was nowhere near fast enough. A thick tentacle snaked across the ground, coiling around her ankle with a wet snap. She was yanked off her feet, her hands clawing at the dirt as she was pulled back toward the towering monstrosity. Above her, Teacher Yao raised a massive scythe-like forearm, the blades gleaming with a cruel, predatory light.
No. Leave her alone.
Something inside Lin Yi's chest ignited. It was a searing, burning heat that radiated through his veins, triggered by the raw, frantic desperation to save the girl. The sensation was terrifyingly familiar. It was the same feeling he'd experienced on the peak of Safang Mountain. He looked up, and the world slowed. Then it stopped. The monster-S descending blade hung motionless in the air. Chu Kai and Lu Linhai were frozen mid-stride, their faces locked in expressions of horror. Even the flames on the nearby trees stood still, their flickers turned to solid orange crystalline structures.
This, not again?
Lin Yi's lungs felt like they were being crushed by an invisible weight. Every breath was an agonizing struggle, as if the very air had turned to lead. His heart hammered a frantic, uneven rhythm. He felt like he was drowning in a world without motion. I have to move. I can't stop here. Lin Yi forced his leaden legs to take a step. He dragged himself forward, each movement requiring a monumental effort. As he approached the monster, the crushing pressure on his chest eased, if only slightly. He didn't have time to understand what was happening. He didn't care. All that mattered was the blade hanging over Chu Yun's head. With a trembling hand, Lin Yi raised his boning knife. He guided the point to the thin, vulnerable membrane at the joint of the monster's scythe arm. He drove the steel in with everything he had left. He felt the resistance of the creature's internal structure, and as the blade sank home, he let go, his strength failing. The suffocation was returning, more violent than before. The world was beginning to blur at the edges of his vision. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the cold, metal handle of the bloodletting knife Chu Yun had been holding. He wrenched it free. With a final, agonizing surge of willpower, he thrust the long, thin blade upward, straight into the center of Teacher Yao's remaining compound eye. The effort cost him everything. His limbs turned to water, his consciousness flickering like a dying candle. He felt himself falling, the hard ground rushing up to meet him. As Lin Yi's body hit the dirt, the world suddenly regained its motion. The fire roared, the wind howled, and the frozen figures burst back into life.
Ah!
In the thick, suffocating fog of his fading unconsciousness, Lin Yi heard the raw, agonizing shrieks of Teacher Yao. He fought to claw his way up from the dirty concrete floor, but his thoughts were a tangled, sluggish mess. His limbs felt as if they had been cast in solid lead, and the world before him was nothing but a chaotic, rhythmic blur of dark shapes.
What? What have you done to me?
The creature that had been their teacher was bellowing now, a relentless, maddened sound. A guttural, animalistic snarl ripped through the air, vibrating with a frequency that made Lin Yi's skin crawl, and his very soul shiver with ancient, instinctive terror.
I will slaughter you. I'll tear you to pieces. You pathetic cattle, you wretched, worthless livestock. Why couldn't you just accept it? Why couldn't you just let me devour you? That is the only reason you pathetic things exist in the first place. Why do you insist on fighting, you miserable pieces of meat? I will end you.
Through the wall of sound created by the monster's screams, Lin Yi's flickering vision finally focused enough to see the beast. Its single remaining forearm, shaped like a jagged, cruel scythe, was swinging wildly through the dark air. Massive, slick tentacles burst from the creature's belly, lashing out in a blind, mindless frenzy. They whipped through the shadows, smashing into anything and everything with devastating force. Yet despite the creature's violent thrashing, none of its attacks found their mark on Lin Yi. He remained flattened against the hard floor, just out of reach of the chaotic death strokes.
Brother Lin Yi, are you hurt? Please, say something.
Chu Yun's voice cut through the noise, trembling with a heavy weight of worry. It had worked. He didn't understand how or why the world had momentarily ground to a halt, but the outcome was undeniable. He had pulled Chu Yun back from the brink of a grisly death, and in the process, he had left the nightmare before them truly, completely blind.
Stay with me, Brother Lin Yi. I'm getting you out of this place.
He felt her small, determined hands grabbing his shoulders, straining as she tried to hoist his heavy frame up from the concrete. He could feel the violent tremors racking her body. Whether it was the raw, paralyzing fear of the monster nearby or the sheer physical effort of carrying him, he couldn't tell. The beast was blind, but it was far from helpless. Its sensory organs had shifted, its hearing now finely tuned to the slightest vibration in the workshop. As Chu Yun tightened her grip on Lin Yi, trying to drag him towards safety, the soft scrape of their shoes on the gritty floor echoed like a gunshot. The monster's head snapped toward the sound instantly. Its frantic, sightless flailing came to a sudden, chilling halt. It stood still, deadly and focused, triangulating their exact position with harrowing precision.
Found you.
The creature's remaining scythe arm jackknifed into the air, reaching its apex before hurtling downward with the speed of a falling guillotine. The blade was inches from tearing through them when a sudden shadow blurred across the space. Lu Linhai had made it.
Move now!
With a desperate, bone-jarring shove, Lu Linhai threw Lin Yi and Chu Yun out of the kill zone, but the momentum left him exposed. There was no time for him to escape the downward sweep. The heavy, chitinous forearm collided with Lu Linhai's shoulder with a sickening thud. The impact sent him spinning, reeling across the floor before he collapsed in a heap of dust and agony.
Huh?
The monster paused, emitting a low, confused grunt as it felt its strike hit something unexpected. The creature's hesitation was its undoing. Chu Kai launched himself from the shadows, a streak of pure adrenaline. He plunged his sharp, boning knife deep into the vulnerable joint of the monster's raised forearm.
You absolute piece of filth.
Chu Kai's eyes were twin pits of incandescent rage fixed on the monster that had threatened his family.
You dare lay a hand on my sister? I'll carve you into pieces.
Using the full weight of his falling body to drive the blade home, Chu Kai wrenched the knife downward. With a wet, splintering crack, the monster's last scythe arm was severed completely.
Hang in there, man. Talk to me.
He scrambled back, putting a safe distance between them and the thrashing beast as he knelt by Lu Linhai's side.
I think I'm okay.
Lu Linhai reached back, tentatively touching the spot where the blow had landed. A momentary look of bewilderment flickered over his face, quickly replaced by a wide-eyed shock of disbelief.
Don't give me that. That thing practically smashed you into the floor.
Seriously, I'm all right.
Lu Linhai forced himself to his feet, dusting off his clothes with trembling hands as he struggled to maintain a semblance of calm.
It didn't get a clean hit. Just a graze, honestly. It stings like hell, but I'm fine, really.
Despite his insistence, there was a strange, guarded look in Lu Linhai's eyes. He was hiding something he wasn't ready to share.
Forget about that for a second. Just go see if Lin Yi and Xiao Yun are okay. Lin Yi, can you hear me? Are you still with us?
Even with his vision still swimming in a chaotic haze, Lin Yi immediately identified Lu Linhai's gruff, familiar tone. A wave of relief washed over him. They had actually reached them in time.
Xiao Yun, talk to me. Are you bleeding? Are you hurt anywhere?
Chu Kai's eyes frantically darted over his sister, searching for any sign of injury. It was only after he saw she was physically whole that he allowed himself a single shaky breath of relief. Typical sister complex idiot, Lin Yi thought to himself, a dry internal laugh echoing in his mind. Maybe spare a thought for the guy who almost got turned into mincemeat saving her first? He felt a sharp, bitter retort bubbling up in his throat, but the sheer exhaustion of the moment robbed him of the strength to speak. All he could do was silently grumble in the dark recesses of his own mind.
Xiao Yun, let me take him. You've done enough.
Lin Yi reached out and hoisted Lin Yi into his own arms, and without another word, the four of them scrambled away, putting as much distance as they could between themselves and the blinded, thrashing horror. See, Lin Yi actually has some common sense. Lin Yi mused with a silent, weary sigh as he felt the stability of the other boy's grip.
Xiao Yun, what the hell was that? What happened back there?
Chu Kai shot a wary, sideways glance at the maddened creature behind them before turning his full attention back to his sister.
Why is the blade Uncle An specifically gave to you sticking out of that thing's eye socket?
And look at that! Lin Yi's boning knife is wedged right into the forearm joint.
Lin Yi's eyes were sharp as he pointed out the second weapon still embedded in the beast's mangled biology.
I swear, Lin Yi was right behind me just a second ago. How in the world did he end up in front of that thing in a heartbeat?
The entire logic of the situation escaped them. A moment ago, the monster had been poised as an executioner over Chu Yun. Then, in the blink of an eye, the creature had been crippled and blinded. And somehow, Lin Yi, who should have been the furthest away, had materialized from nowhere, only to collapse at the very feet of the beast.
Was it Uncle An? Did he use some kind of power to interfere?
Lin Yi's head was on a swivel, his eyes searching the dark corners of the workshop for any sign of their mentor's physical presence. He scanned the gloom, hoping to see the familiar silhouette of Chengdao, but there was nothing. The man was nowhere to be found.
Enough talk. The creature is blind for now. This is our only chance to get out of here. Move.
Chu Kai's hand shot out, gripping his sister's wrist with a firm, desperate pull as he prepared to bolt for the exit.
We can't leave. Not yet.
Lin Yi blinked rapidly, fighting through the lingering static in his eyes until the dark, industrial cavern of the workshop finally came into sharp focus.
It's lost its eyes, but its hearing is sharper than ever. If we start running now, we'll just be bells ringing for it to follow. It'll hunt us down before we even reach the yard. And if we make enough noise to draw in the others circling outside, we're as good as dead. We'll be cornered with nowhere to go.
So what's the plan then? We just sit here and wait for it to find us.
Chu Kai's face was etched with deep lines of worry, his brow furrowing as he looked between Lin Yi and the thrashing beast.
We end it, now while it's crippled.
Lin Yi gnashed his teeth against the cold dread in his chest. Shoving aside the support of Lin Yi, he forced himself to stand straight, his legs shaking but holding his weight.
I'm with you. Let's finish this.
Lin Yi's grip tightened around the handle of his boning knife, his expression hardening as he stepped up to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yi. Chu Kai let out a long, weary sigh, the weight of the situation finally settling on him.
Fine. You two are suicidal, I swear. I can't talk any sense into you.
He reached over and gave his sister's head a gentle, reassuring pat, his voice dropping to a barely audible whisper.
Xiao Yun, go hide. Get as far back as you can. Wait until we've dealt with this thing. Then I'm coming to get you. I promise.
Chu Yun gave a small, jerky nod. Without a word, she turned and retreated into the deepest shadows of the workshop, vanishing from sight as she found a safe vantage point. Chu Kai moved to Lin Yi's flank, his posture tense despite the forced mocking edge to his voice.
You sure you're up for this, hero? You look like you're about to fall over.
He's right, Lin Yi. Your weapon is still lodged in that thing's joint, and you're swaying on your feet. Don't be a martyr. If you're at your limit, stay back. Kai and I can take it from here.
Stop the chatter. Focus. We go now.
A ghost of a smile touched Lin Yi's lips for a fraction of a second before his face hardened into a mask of lethal, focused intent. At Lin Yi's command, the trio moved with synchronized efficiency, fanning out across the workshop floor in a tactical formation. The blinded beast was forced to rely entirely on its auditory senses, but Chu Kai and Lu Linhai made themselves impossible targets. They moved incessantly, their footsteps creating a chaotic, shifting web of sound that left the creature disoriented.
Hey, Yao! I'm right here! Come and get me!
Lin Yi planted his feet, his voice booming through the cavernous workshop as he challenged the monster directly. He let out a relentless torrent of insults, his words sharp and jagged, designed to cut through the monster's focus and goad it into a mindless rage. It was a calculated risk. Lin Yi knew that with the other two remaining shadows in the dark, the monster's mounting frustration and his own loud provocations would inevitably draw its full, murderous attention toward him. And that specific moment of hyper-focus on him would leave the beast's flanks wide open for Lu Linhai and Chu Kai to deliver the decisive blows.
Grah, you filthy meat, die!
The creature lunged forward, charging like a maddened bull just as Lin Yi had envisioned. In a heartbeat, Lu Linhai launched himself from the shadows, landing with a heavy thud onto the monster's broad, chitinous back.
Lin Yi, catch!
With a grunt of pure exertion, Lu Linhai ripped the boning knife from the creature's mangled forearm joint and sent it spinning through the air toward Lin Yi. Lu Linhai threw himself clear of the monster's back just as its massive abdominal tentacles whipped upward in a desperate, grappling reflex, their slick surfaces narrowly missing him by inches. Chu Kai was a blur of motion, weaving through the lashing tentacles with the grace of a seasoned fighter. He lunged inward, driving his own blade deep into one of the monster's segmented insectoid leg joints. When the tentacles shifted their focus to swat at Chu Kai, Lu Linhai seized his opening. He dove back into the fray, delivering a mirror image attack on the creature's opposite leg. Now it's my turn, Lin Yi thought, a cold, sharp clarity settling over him. He drew in a single, deep lungful of the dusty air, feeling a final surge of adrenaline-fueled strength coursing through his exhausted limbs. Lin Yi exploded forward, his body low and streamlined as he charged headlong into the danger zone. He performed a desperate, rolling dive to evade a whistling tentacle, coming up just beneath the beast's center of gravity. With a final, guttural shout of effort, he drove his blade home into the monster's last remaining insectoid leg joint. My strength was slowly trickling back, but my muscles screamed with every movement. Cutting through the tough, rubbery fibers of the monster's joints was a nightmare. Every slice felt like I was fighting against steel. As its abdominal tentacles lashed out in a frenzied blind rage, I had no choice. I released my grip on the boning knife, leaving the cold steel lodged deep within the creature's mangled joint. With a final, desperate shove, the three of us scrambled away. We didn't stop until there was a safe distance between us and the twitching, multi-legged horror.
Kill you. I'm going to kill every single one of you. You're nothing but meat, damned livestock.
The creature's shriek was a jagged, discordant wall of sound that scraped against my eardrums. Its rage was palpable, even as it lay crippled. 4 of its insectoid legs had been hacked off by Chu Kai and Lu Linhai, leaving it pinned to the dirt. The 2 legs I had targeted were still attached, but they were useless now, shattered, bent at impossible angles that couldn't possibly support its weight. It was a pathetic sight, really. The monster lay there, twitching like a dying lobster cast out on a hot beach. Only the cluster of tentacles at its center continued to thrash, a final, futile protest against its fate. For the first time, a grim sense of triumph flickered in my chest. We had done it. We had actually taken down one of these predators using nothing but our own strength and coordination. Half a month of Chengdao's brutal, relentless training had finally paid off. We weren't just prey anymore.
Die! I'll tear you apart! You're dead! You're all dead!
The monster's curses rained down on us like a toxic drizzle, but I didn't feel any anger. In fact, those hateful screams were the most beautiful thing I'd heard all year. They were a confirmation of our survival, a sign that the tide was beginning to turn.
Uncle Ann told us how to finish these things. We either have to destroy the heart or sever the neural pathways in the neck.
I stared down at the creature. It was immobilized, but the life still burned in its faceted eyes. This wasn't over until its heart stopped beating or its brain was severed from its body.
Hitting the heart is going to be a problem for us. Uncle Ann has the power to drive a blade through the shell to reach it, but we don't. Besides, those tentacles are still dangerous. If we get too close to its belly, it'll pull us in before we can even blink. Our only real option is to take out the neck.
Let me handle it.
Lin Yi handed his boning knife to me and reached down, his fingers digging into the dirt as he hoisted a heavy, jagged rock from the ground. He raised the stone high above his head, his muscles bulging with the effort. With a grunt of pure frustration, he brought it down toward the monster's skull with everything he had. Chukai slapped his hand against his forehead, the sound of his exasperated sigh audible even over the monster's shrieks.
Did you hear a single word I just said? I told you to sever the nerves, Lin Yi, not turn its head into a drum. That thing's skull is reinforced with the same carapace as its legs. You could swing that rock all day and you'd only succeed in making it angrier.
Hey, yeah, I know. I just really wanted to hit it. You have no idea how good that felt. We've been running from these things for weeks. I needed to let out some of that steam before I actually tried to kill it.
Lin Yi reached for the rock again, his grin fading into a look of grim determination. But before he could lift it, the monster's twitching limbs suddenly stiffened. The tentacles clustered at its belly suddenly coiled, gathering strength. With a violent spasm, the creature pushed off the ground, vaulting its broken body through the air directly toward Lin Yi's throat.
Lin Yi, look out!
The creature's mouth parts flared open, revealing rows of serrated suckers that were mere inches from Lin Yi's face. But then, a series of sharp, metallic sounds cut through the air. Blades erupted from the monster's flesh as if they had a mind of their own. The boning knife I had left in its joints suddenly drove itself upward into its belly, while another blade, a bloodletting knife, plunged directly into the center of its massive, multifaceted eyes. The monster's momentum died instantly. It crashed to the dirt with a heavy squelch, its legs continuing to twitch for a few seconds before finally going still. It landed so close to Lin Yi that he had to scramble to avoid being crushed. My heart hammered in my chest. I looked toward the path leading down from the peak, already knowing what I would find.
Uncle Ann's here. I can hear him.
Chukai had already caught the scent and the steady, unbreakable rhythm of Chengdao's heartbeat. A moment later, a dark silhouette emerged from the gloom, moving with a speed that made the monster's pounce look like a crawl. And Chengdao stood over the carcass, his expression unreadable in the dim light. He didn't look impressed. He looked like an instructor facing a particularly disappointing class.
How many times have I told you? Hesitation is death. When you have a target, you hit the vital points immediately. You don't play around with rocks. Is this the best you can do after half a month of training?
I'm sorry, Uncle Ann. I thought I could. I was just...
And Chengdao let out a heavy sigh, the tension in his shoulders relaxing just a fraction. He looked at the three of us, and for a fleeting second, I thought I saw a hint of something resembling pride.
The fact that you were able to take one down at all is a sign of progress. I'll give you a passing grade for this encounter, but only barely.
Uncle Ann, what about the fire? Is the mountain still crawling with them?
I looked toward the peak. The orange glow of the forest fire was getting brighter, painting the undersides of the clouds in a hellish rust color.
The blaze did its job. Most of the freaks were drawn toward the heat, but a few of them are smarter than they look. They realized it was a trap. While the others were running toward the flames, a small group decided to search the paths leading down. This one was just the first.
I looked down at Teacher Yao's mangled form. These creatures were driven by a singular, overwhelming greed. Even if they suspected a trap, their desire to hoard a human meal for themselves outweighed any instinct for cooperation. They had stayed behind not to help their kind, but to hunt us in secret.
I ran into a few more on the way down. They won't be bothering anyone else.
He spoke with such casual indifference that it sent a chill down my spine. We had struggled to kill one, yet he had cleared the path as if he were swatting flies. Suddenly, a series of distant, high-pitched wails drifted through the trees, cutting through the crackle of the fire.
Wait, is that a fire truck?
Fire trucks? Did the monsters call the fire department?
Think about it. They've spent years mimicking us. If a mountain catches fire, calling for help is exactly what a human would do. They're just following the script. We have to leave now. If the authorities or whatever passes for them now show up, we'll be trapped.
Without another word, leading the way, and Chengdao started down the mountain. We followed closely behind, our boots crunching against the dry earth as we melted back into the shadows of the forest. The fire on Sifang Mountain had become a beacon for the curious and the hollow alike. A crowd was already forming at the base of the slopes, people standing in loose clusters under the cold streetlights, whispering about the cause of the blaze. Some even stood with their phones held high, filming the orange tongues of flame as if it were nothing more than a spectacular show. From a distance, they looked like any other group of ordinary citizens. Human, normal, safe. But I knew better. I could almost feel the weight of their faceted eyes behind those human masks. In that sea of faces, I knew a good number were nothing but monsters, waiting for the cover of chaos to find their next meal.
Stay close. This way is clearer.
Relying on Chu Kai's sharpened senses, we wove through the darkness, sticking to the deepest shadows and the most neglected pathways. Every rustle of leaves, every distant car horn felt like a potential threat. We kept our heads low, our breaths shallow, and Chengdao in particular was a walking target. In this city, his face was more than just a memory. It was a warning siren. He was the legendary murderer every authority and mimic was hunting for.
Wait, someone's coming from up ahead.
Another one of those things, or is it a human?
It's a human. Just one. I can hear the heartbeat stable, if a little fast. He probably just wants to see the fire.
If it's just a regular person, we don't need to worry. We'll just stay in the shadows and let them pass.
A shadow detached itself from the gloom across the road, sprinting toward us with reckless abandon. The man didn't even look at where he was going, his gaze glued to the column of fire rising from the mountain.
It's huge! I knew those sirens were for something big. Look at it. It's incredible.
His excited mumbles reached Chu Kai's ears with clinical precision, but as he got closer, his pace faltered. He had finally noticed the four of us standing in the shadows of the streetlights. Chu Kai tensed, a low curse escaping his lips. He thought for sure the man had spotted Chengdao, the face that was currently plastered on every wanted poster in the province. But the man's eyes didn't stop on Chengdao. Not yet! Instead, they locked onto mine, widening in a mixture of disbelief and sudden joy.
Lin Yi? Is that really you, Lin Yi?
The harsh yellow glare of the streetlight hit his face, and I felt a jolt of recognition that nearly made my heart stop. I knew those eyes. I knew that voice.
Tian Meng? Holy crap, it is you! I haven't seen you since before graduation.
He was about my age, maybe a little leaner than I remembered. He started toward me, his earlier excitement returning twofold. He reached out as if to grab my shoulder.
Who is this? Do you know him?
He's an old friend. We've known each other since we were kids. He didn't make it into our high school, and his family moved around a lot after that. We just lost touch. It's okay, Chu Kai. He's human. He's one of the good ones. Lin Yi, man, what are you doing all the way out here in the middle of the night? And who are...
Tian Meng's words died in his throat. His hand, which had been reaching for me, froze in midair. His gaze had finally drifted past my shoulder, landing on the tall, silent man standing behind me. The recognition was instantaneous. The horror that flooded his features was so complete, it was as if someone had snuffed out a candle. In a heartbeat, every drop of blood drained from his face, leaving him a ghastly, translucent pale.
He's the one.
Dian Mong's throat tightened. He forced his gaze away from Cheng Dao, refusing to acknowledge the man's presence again. A fragile mask of composure settled over his face, though his eyes betrayed the frantic effort to remain calm.
Look, Lin Yi, I just remembered I have something urgent to take care of. My mother sent me out for errands, and she'll be furious if I'm not home soon. Let's catch up another time, all right? I really have to go.
Dian Mong spun around, intending to flee, but a flash of pure terror escaped through his carefully maintained facade. Lin Yi knew that letting him leave now would only invite unwanted attention and danger. Before Dian Mong could take more than a few steps, Lin Yi lunged forward.
Dian Mong, hold on a second.
Lin Yi's hand clamped onto the boy's arm. He could feel the violent tremors coursing through his friend's entire body.
What are you doing? Let me go!
Dian Mong recoiled, his head snapping back to check on Cheng Dao. Seeing the man hadn't moved, he leaned in and hissed with desperate urgency.
Are you insane? If that killer sees me talking to you, he'll know I've recognized him. I've seen his face all over the news. They described him as a heartless butcher who kills without a second thought. The reports said he kidnapped several students, and I saw your picture among them. When I saw you standing here, I thought you'd finally managed to escape his clutches. Listen to me, Lin Yi. I'll act natural and walk away, then I'll call the police immediately. I swear, I'll get you out of this.
You need to breathe. Just stay calm for a moment.
Lin Yi had expected this, and Cheng Dao's face was an unavoidable fixture on every broadcast and radio station lately. What he hadn't anticipated was that the monsters would exhibit their own photos as well, branding them as victims for the world to see. It was a cold, efficiently designed trap. Whether human or monster, anyone in the city could now identify them in an instant. Those bastards weren't leaving them a single shadow to hide in.
You don't need to be afraid. I'm perfectly safe.
Lin Yi countered with a small, tired smile.
I only stopped you because I need you to promise me something. Do not call the police.
How can you even smile right now?
Dian Mong was on the verge of a breakdown, his eyes darting frantically between Lin Yi and the dark woods.
If I don't get help, I'll have to just stand here and watch while that murderer butchers you. I see what's happening. He's got you so scared you're saying whatever he wants, isn't he? Just stay quiet and play along. I'll find a way to alert the authorities without him noticing. You'll be safe soon. Let go of me! Come on, let me move!
As Lin Yi maintained his grip, Dian Mong's desperation reached a fever pitch.
If he catches both of us, there won't be anyone left to look for you. Lin Yi, think about it. We've been friends since we were kids. You know I'd never just abandon you to die.
It's because I know you that I can't let you go.
Lin Yi explained, his voice never rising above a steady murmur.
Uncle Ann isn't the monster you think he is. You have to trust me. Look at me. I'm standing here, alive and well. If he really were the kind of savage killer you saw on the news, wouldn't I be a corpse by now? If he truly wanted me dead, it would have happened a long time ago.
Dian Mong paused, the simple logic of Lin Yi's words finally penetrating his fear. It had been significant time since the initial reports had aired. If Cheng Dao was as bloodthirsty as claimed, Lin Yi should haven't been able to walk around so freely. Yet, the doubt remained. Could the news, the absolute authority of the city, actually be lying? Dian Mong searched Lin Yi's expression, and suddenly a look of profound, misguided realization washed over him.
Oh, I see now.
Dian Mong whispered, his tone brimming with a misplaced certainty.
You have Stockholm Syndrome, don't you?
Stockholm my foot.
Lin Yi barked, his patience wearing thin.
I'm not playing with you, Dian Mong. He's not what you think. Hell, the man is the only reason I'm even standing here.
Dian Mong knit his brows, stealing several more anxious glances toward Chengdao in the distance. Upon closer inspection, the others standing near the man also bore a striking resemblance to the faces he'd seen emblazoned on the news.
Are you really sure? Lin Yi, you're honestly okay? You truly don't want me to get help?
I'm positive. No police.
Lin Yi nodded, his eyes meeting his friend's with unblinking intensity.
We've known each other for a lifetime. When have I ever led you astray? Listen to me very carefully. Do not call the authorities, and don't you dare tell a soul that you saw us here. Do you understand?
The wail of distant sirens was growing louder, cutting through the smoky dawn. Time had run out.
Remember the warning. This isn't some idle request.
Without another word, Lin Yi spun around and sprinted back toward the others.
Everyone, we have to get out of here right now.
He reached Chu Kai and the rest of the group, his breath coming in ragged hitches as he spoke with desperate speed.
Those sirens are closing in, and that fire on the mountain is going to attract every hunter for miles. Our faces have been broadcast to the whole city. If we stay together, we're as good as caught. We'll never make it out if we wait.
Lin Yi.
Chu Kai tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixed on something behind them. Lin Yi spun around. To his astonishment, Dian Mong hadn't fled. Instead, the boy had turned back and was approaching them once more.
Why did you come back? I told you, Dian Mong, I'm fine. You should get as far away from here as possible.
Well, it's just...
Dian Mong raised a hand and nervously rubbed his nose. His eyes continued their restless dance, avoiding any direct contact with Lin Yi as he struggled to speak. Lin Yi watched him, his surprise morphing into a cold, sharpened suspicion. He narrowed his eyes, waiting for the trap to spring.
What I was thinking was, do you and your friends need a place to lie low for a while? If you need it, I could take you all to my family's warehouse. It's secluded correctly.
His parents were in the garment trade and maintained a dedicated storage facility for their inventory, a perfect hiding spot if one knew how to find it.
Dian Mong, we've been friends for a long time. You know me, and more importantly, you know that I know you.
Lin Yi said, refusing to acknowledge the boy's offer directly.
Exactly. That's exactly why I'm doing this. Because of all those years, I trust you completely. If you say those people in the woods aren't dangerous, then they aren't. Your word is good enough for me. Whatever the TV broadcasts or the radio says, it has to be some kind of massive misunderstanding. It has to be. I bet that uncle has been framed by someone. And you discovered the truth, right? You're helping him prove his innocence. Don't worry, Lin Yi. I'll help you out. That's what friends are for, after all. My father is away on business for the next few days, and my mother never bothers with the shop or the warehouse. You'll be perfectly safe there.
Fine. We'll take you up on that offer.
Lin Yi gave a slow nod, but as soon as the words left his lips, his expression darkened even further into a grim, calculating mask.
Great. Follow me. I'll lead the way.
The transition from the mountain slopes to the urban sprawl was a blur of smoke and shadows. Dian Mong's family shop stood like a lonely sentinel at the city's edge, its warehouse looming dark and silent as they quickly arrived.
You all look like you're starving. Just stay put while I go scavenge some food for everyone.
Dian Mong pushed open the heavy metal door, waving them into the cavernous, garment-filled interior.
Wait for me here. I'll be right back, I promise.
The metal door groaned shut and clicked into place. The sound of Dian Mong's footsteps gradually faded, swallowed by the cold concrete and the deep fabric-muffled silence. The second the boy was out of earshot, Lin Yi's demeanor shifted. He spun around to face the others, his eyes wild and focused.
Everyone, find some fresh clothes on those racks and get changed immediately. We aren't staying here, we're leaving now.
Leaving? But I thought this was our safe house. Why can't we just hide?
Lin Yi gave a slow, deliberate shake of his head. He stared at the locked metal door, his expression reflecting the absolute crushing weight of his suspicion.
Nowhere is safe anymore. This place, it's a trap.
Creak, the rusted hinges of the warehouse entrance groaned as the heavy door yielded to the outside world. Dian Mong stood at the threshold, peering into the stifling darkness, his brow furrowed, a flicker of doubt crossing his features.
Lin Yi, why is it so dark in here? Why haven't you turned on the lights?
His voice echoed hollowly into the lightless cavern of the storeroom.
Don't sweat it. The walls are thick. Even if the lights are blazing in here, not a single beam is getting out.
Dian Mong hesitated, his feet anchored to the concrete outside. He didn't step in right away. Instead, he reached blindly around the inner edge of the frame, his fingers fumbling for the plastic toggle of the switch. He clicked it. Artificial light flooded the space, revealing rows of plastic-wrapped garments that stood like silent sentinels. But otherwise, the warehouse was deathly quiet.
Lin Yi?
He called out again, his heart beginning to thud against his ribs. The stillness was absolute. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. A bead of sweat trickled down Dian Mong's temple as his eyes darted between the shadows.
Lin Yi, it's me. I'm back. I brought some food for everyone. Where are you guys?
He stepped over the threshold, his boots clicking sharply on the floor. His hands were empty. The promise of food was nothing but a hollow lie.
Come on! Where are you hiding? Stop messing around! This isn't funny! Lin Yi, answer me!
Desperation clawed at his throat. He began a frantic trek through the aisles, yanking back plastic covers and peering behind stacks of crates. He circled the entire room, his breathing coming in ragged bursts, but there was no one. The hideout was deserted. Footsteps marched through the alleyway, growing louder until a man in a crisp police uniform appeared in the doorway.
All right, student, I'm here. Where are these fugitives you were talking about?
The officer's gaze swept across the warehouse, clinical and cold, aside from a frantic Dian Mong. The space was hollow, devoid of life.
They were just here! I swear it!
Dian Mong's voice was thin and high-pitched, his panic threatening to boil over.
Wait, I know what happened. They realized I called you. They must have bolted while I was out. Yeah, that has to be it. They realized I betrayed them and they ran for it.
The officer didn't answer. He knelt down, his eyes focusing on the heavy latch of the warehouse door.
There aren't any windows in this place. The only way in or out is through this specific door.
He stood up, his eyes boring into Dian Mong's with a level of scrutiny that made the boy shrink.
But you told me you locked this door when you left to find us. The lock is intact. No signs of tampering, no damage to the frame. If that's the case, how exactly did they get out?
Dian Mong's mouth hung open, but no words came. A cold silence settled between them. He had locked that door. He was certain of it. But if he had the only key, and the lock wasn't broken, how could they just vanish? Dian Mong's mind raced, his eyes darting toward the far corner where several massive shipping crates sat in the shadows.
If they aren't out there, then they have to be in here.
Dian Mong lunged toward the corner, his desperation fueling a sudden burst of energy. He began yanking open the massive crates. The containers were stuffed with plastic-wrapped garments. He thrust his hands deep into the fabric, metal racks rattling under his frantic search. Nothing but cold, lifeless clothes.
This is impossible. It doesn't make any sense.
He couldn't accept it. He had locked them inside himself. They couldn't have just vanished into thin air. One by one, he tore the garments out, throwing them across the floor in a heap of synthetic fabric. He finished one crate and immediately tore into the next, his breathing becoming a series of ragged wheezes.
Student, take a breath. Are you absolutely certain you saw these fugitives? You're acting like a man chasing ghosts?
The officer's voice was heavy with skepticism. He watched Dean Mong's unraveling with a mixture of pity and annoyance.
I saw them, I swear on my life. I know what they looked like. I'm the one who led them here and locked the door. You have to believe me, officer. Please.
The officer stared at him for a long, silent moment, his eyes cold and unyielding. Finally, he turned and walked toward the exit. He pulled his radio from his belt and spoke a few sharp commands.
Search the perimeter. Leave no alley unturned.
A static-filled reply crackled back. Within moments, a dozen uniformed officers emerged from the surrounding alleys, their flashlights cutting through the night like strobe lights. Dian Mong hadn't just brought one man. He had summoned an entire squad, waiting in the shadows for his signal. A signal for a catch that wasn't there. They swept the entire block, searching every dumpster and crawl space. There was no sign of the people Dean Mong had described.
Listen close, kid. Filing a false police report is a serious offense. I'll let it slide this once because of your age, but don't pull this stunt again. We have real criminals to catch.
With a final dismissive look, the officer and his squad marched away into the darkness.
Officer, please, I'm telling the truth. They were right here.
He watched their retreating backs, a wave of bitter frustration washing over him. Kicking a nearby crate in a fit of impotent rage, he cursed under his breath. The humiliation was stinging, but the confusion was worse. They were locked in. How? How could they just disappear? He couldn't wrap his head around it. He reached out to lock the warehouse door once more. His shift was over. But just as he turned to leave, a steady set of footsteps echoed from the alley. Dian Mong whirled around, his heart leaping into his throat. A figure was emerging from the shadows of the alley, walking steadily toward him.
Lin Yi.
Dian Mong's voice was a mere whisper. He stood frozen, his eyes wide as he watched his friend approach.
What's the matter? You look like you've seen a ghost. Are you really that shocked to see me?
Lin Yi's expression was a mask of cold stone. He didn't blink, his gaze boring into Dean Mong with an intensity that felt like a physical weight. Dian Mong's eyes darted past Lin Yi, searching the darkness of the alley. He saw no one else, no Wen Chengdao, no other survivors. A wave of relief washed over him. The police searched everywhere and found nothing. That must mean they were never here to begin with. Lin Yi doesn't know. He has no idea I brought the law to his door. The thought acted like a soothing balm on his frayed nerves. He quickly rearranged his face, pulling on a mask of concern.
Lin Yi, where the hell have you been? I was worried sick when I came back and found the place empty. I was terrified that murderer had finally caught up with you. My heart nearly stopped.
Where were you, Dean Mong?
Lin Yi's question was flat, devoid of any warmth. He stopped just a few feet away.
I went to get food for everyone, like I said I would.
Oh, and where is this food?
Lin Yi looked at Dean Mong's empty hands. The boy stammered, his mind scrambling to fill the void.
I realized I didn't know what everyone wanted. I came back to check the list before I bought everything.
It was a clumsy, pathetic excuse, and even as the words left his mouth, Dean Mong knew it sounded like a lie. Lin Yi let out a long, slow sigh. He looked at Dean Mong with a strange, tired expression.
Dean Mong, how long have we known each other? Since we were what, 5 years old?
Yeah, since we were kids, why bring that up now?
Dian Mong tried to sound casual, but his pulse was hammering. He was already thinking about his next move. He had to keep Lin Yi here. If he could just find the others, he could make one more call. If I'm the one who serves up a fugitive like in Chengdao, I'll be the city's hero. My name will be in every headline.
I thought I knew you, Dian Mong. I really did.
Lin Yi took another step closer, his eyes never leaving Dean Mong's.
But I know your tells. I know that whenever you lie, you can't help but rub your nose. And your eyes. They start darting around like you're looking for an exit.
From the very second Dean Mong had offered them sanctuary, Lin Yi had seen the rot beneath the surface. He'd known it was a fabrication. He hadn't exposed the lie immediately. A small part of him had clung to the hope that he was wrong, that his oldest friend wasn't capable of such a cold-blooded betrayal. He had waited, wanting to understand, wanting to see just how far Dian Meng would go.
But now I realize I never knew you at all.
Lin Yi came to a stop directly in front of him. The yellow street lamp light cast long, skeletal shadows behind them.
Dian Meng looked me in the eye. Why? Why would you do this?
What are you talking about? I haven't done anything.
Dian Meng's heart was a drum in his chest, hammering against his ribs. Still, he clung to the wreckage of his deceit like a drowning man. He wouldn't confess. Not yet.
Look, I apologized for the food, okay? Just stay right here. I'm going to run to the shop and get what you need right now. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Dian Meng pivoted on his heel, desperate to put distance between them, but Lin Yi's voice cut through the night like a blade.
I told you not to involve the police. I trusted you with our lives. So why did you bring them here?
Dian Meng's blood turned to ice. The world seemed to tilt. The charade was over. The fake smile he'd been wearing for years slid from his face, replaced by a dark, calculating scowl. His brow furrowed, and in that moment, the boy Lin Yi grew up with was gone.
Yeah, it was me. I'm the one who called the cops.
Dian Meng's eyes darted around nervously. He stood his ground, trying to mask his guilt with a mask of righteousness.
But you have to understand, I'm doing this for your sake, Lin Yi. What is wrong with you? Why the hell are you hanging around a cold-blooded killer? I couldn't just sit back and watch you ruin your entire future.
Uncle An isn't who you think he is.
Lin Yi's brow furrowed, a mix of disappointment and resolve hardening his gaze.
He's not a bad man. I've told you that a dozen times already.
If he's so innocent, then what the hell is he supposed to be?
Dian Meng let out a sharp, mocking snort. When he turned back to face Lin Yi, the look in his eyes had shifted into something far uglier.
If he isn't some monster, why is every cop in the city hunting him like an animal? Don't give me that misunderstanding bullshit. It's not your call to make. Just walk away, Lin Yi. Help me turn him in. Let the authorities handle him before you get dragged down any further.
His words sounded like concern, but his true intentions were far more sinister. As he spoke, Dian Meng's hand began to slide toward his pocket with practiced caution. Lin Yi caught the subtle shift instantly. Before Dian Meng could even react, Lin Yi lunged forward, his hand snapping onto his friend's wrist like a steel trap. Caught in the light was a smartphone. The screen was already glowing, the emergency number 3 digits long and ready to be sent.
Dian Meng.
Lin Yi's voice cracked with a sudden flare of fury. He stared at the person he'd known since childhood, unable to fathom how their years of brotherhood had come to this. Dian Meng fumbled, trying to slam his thumb against the call button, but Lin Yi was faster. With a sharp twist, he tore the device from his grasp.
Give that back! Give it to me!
Dian Meng threw himself forward in a desperate lunge, but the 2 weeks of brutal training under Chen Chengdao had changed Lin Yi. His reflexes were now those of a survivor, not a student. Lin Yi sidestepped, catching Dian Meng's arm and sweeping his leg in one fluid motion. His friend hit the hard-packed dirt with a heavy, unceremonious thud.
How long have we been friends, Dian Meng? Do you really have so little faith in me?
Lin Yi stood over him, his chest heaving as he demanded an answer.
If Uncle An was actually the monster you think he is, do you really think I'd be standing here by his side? After everything we've been through, why won't you just trust me?
Friends? You've got to be kidding me!
Dian Meng spat out the word like it was venom. He scrambled back to his feet, his teeth bared in a snarl of pure resentment. He glared at Lin Yi, the thin veil of their friendship finally tearing away. The jealousy he'd hidden for years was now burning clear as day in his eyes.
Think I know you? Oh, I know exactly who you are, Lin Yi.
his face twisted into a dark, ugly mask of bitterness.
You're the golden boy, the star pupil the teachers drone on about, the perfect kid the neighbors use to shame everyone else. I know you're good. I know you wouldn't normally break the rules, but what the hell does that have to do with me? All I have to do is turn you in, then everyone will finally see the perfect student for what he really is, an accomplice to a murderer. I'll finally be the one they talk about. I'll finally step out of your shadow and prove that you're not better than me. Friends, don't make me vomit. I never wanted to be your friend, Lin Yi. Never!
The words hit Lin Yi with the force of a physical blow. He stood frozen, unable to process the sheer vitriol coming from someone he'd shared his life with.
If I'm being honest, I've hated everything about you for a long, long time. My parents, the school, the neighbors, they never stopped comparing us. Every single mistake I made was a failure because you existed to be perfect. It made me sick to my stomach.
Dian Mong, look at yourself. You're talking complete nonsense.
Lin Yi's voice wavered, his heart hammering against his ribs as the reality of the betrayal set in. Dian Mong didn't even seem to hear him. He continued his monologue, his voice distant as if he were finally purging a poison from his system.
Do you even know why I bothered? Why I stayed in your shadow all these years? Did you actually think it was out of some pathetic loyalty or friendship? I only stayed close so I could witness the moment you finally tripped. I wanted to see you fall into the mud alongside me. But it never happened. Even when you screwed up, they found a way to blame me. I was always the bad influence that led the golden boy astray. Why? Why did it always have to be about you? I was so done with you. I intentionally chose a different high school just to get some air without being choked by your shadow. Seeing your face on the news with that fugitive, that was the happiest day of my life. I hoped he'd kill you. I never dreamed you'd be stupid enough to actually join him.
A cruel, jagged smile spread across Dian Mong's face, twisting his features into something unrecognizable.
But this is perfect. When the law catches up to you, you won't just be a runaway. You'll be the accomplice to a killer. I'll finally be able to tell everyone who looked up to you that you were a fraud all along, a fake, a dirty hypocrite.
Before he could even finish the insult, Dian Mong lunged. He threw his entire weight toward Lin Yi, driven by a desperate need to reclaim the phone. He wanted the cops. He wanted to see Lin Yi in chains. He wanted to win, just once. But to Lin Yi, who had survived encounters with literal monsters, Dian Mong's movements were telegraphic and slow. Before a punch could even be thrown, Lin Yi's arm hooked around his neck. With a surge of controlled strength, he slammed Dian Mong back into the dirt for the second time.
I really cared about you, Dian Mong. I never suspected any of this.
Lin Yi looked down at the boy struggling beneath him, the anger in his heart replaced by a hollow, aching pity.
I had no idea my life was such a burden to you. But even without me, their comparisons wouldn't have stopped. They would have just found someone else to measure you against. The people who raised you, they're the ones who failed you. But that doesn't give you the right to dump all that poison on me.
Without another word, Lin Yi raised the smartphone and brought it down hard against a protruding rock.
Don't worry. You won't have to look at my face ever again. I'm done being the ghost that haunts you.
A cold, hollow ache settled in Lin Yi's chest. It was the finality of a long-dead bond finally being buried. But he couldn't afford the luxury of grief. Not now. There were far more pressing concerns than a broken childhood friendship. Lin Yi relaxed his hold. Dian Mong immediately scrambled back, his hands scraping against the dirt as he put distance between them.
How? How are you even here?
He glared at Lin Yi, his eyes practically dripping with toxic venom.
I locked those doors myself. There was no way out of that room. How did you get loose?
Lin Yi had been watching him from the very second he realized the lie. He hadn't survived this long by being naive. In a world where his parents were monsters and his teachers were killers, caution had become his only constant. Over the last 14 days, he'd learned much from Chu Kai and the others, especially about the skills one needs to survive in a city that's turned into a slaughterhouse. Chu Kai had once confessed to breaking into the school offices to retrieve his sister's medical records, a task that required a master's touch with a lockpick. Compared to the high security locks of a government office, a simple warehouse door was a triviality. Chu Kai had them out before the dust had even settled. They'd found a hiding spot nearby, vanishing into the shadows of the industrial yard. Chu Kai's enhanced senses had even picked up the approach of Dean Mong and his pack of skin-wearing friends. To those monsters, the survivors were already invisible. Lin Yi saw no reason to explain any of this. The time for talking had long since passed. Yet despite everything, a final flickering spark of humanity remained. He decided to offer Dean Mong one last lifeline. It wasn't about being friends anymore. It was about whether he'd let a human being walk into a death trap without a warning. Lin Yi turned around. Instead of walking away, he began to slowly bridge the gap between them, stepping back toward Din Mong.
What? What are you doing? Stay back!
Din Mong stumbled backward, his breath coming in shallow, jagged gasps. He knew he was outclassed, outmatched, and utterly at Lin Yi's mercy. The image of the murderess and Cheng Dao flashed in his mind. Looking at Lin Yi now, he saw a shadow of that same lethal intent, and a cold tide of terror began to rise in his throat.
I said stay back. Don't you dare lay a hand on me. What? What do you want from me?
Dian Mong's voice trembles as he retreats, his eyes darting frantically. He looks at me like I'm a monster ready to pounce, convinced this is the moment I finally snap.
Don't try anything, Lin Yi. The police might have left, but there are people everywhere. Someone will hear.
He throws a desperate look at the dark, silent windows of the surrounding buildings, searching for a witness that isn't there.
I'll scream, I swear it. You won't get away with this even if you kill me.
His words are like jagged glass, cutting deep into my chest with every frantic breath he takes. The suspicion in his eyes is a wall I can't climb. In this moment, the crushing weight of the truth finally hits me. The person I risked everything for never actually trusted me. Not even for a second. A cold wave of bitterness washes over me, leaving nothing but a hollow, crushing sense of defeat.
I thought I made myself clear.
I take a slow step forward, watching him flinch.
Uncle Ann is no killer, and I have no intention of hurting you, Dean Mong.
I lean in, my voice dropping to a whisper that barely carries through the stagnant night air.
Listen to me, and listen well. This is your chance, the only one you're gonna get to walk away from this alive. The city, the streets, everything you've ever known, it's all a carefully constructed lie, a facade. The people walking beside us, they aren't human. They're freaks, monstrous things hidden behind stolen faces. And we're just their livestock, cattle being fattened up for the eventual feast.
Dian Mong's face goes slack, his eyes fixed on me in stunned silence. It's clear my words aren't sinking in. Instead, he looks at me with pity, the kind of look you give someone who's completely lost their mind.
You've really lost it, haven't you?
Shut up and let me finish.
His disbelief doesn't sting anymore. It doesn't even matter. I'm just fulfilling the last obligation of a dying friendship. Once I walk away from this, the old Lin Yi, the one who cared about what people thought, will be gone forever.
Dean Mong, remember, do not trust anyone. Not a single person. Keep everything I've said to yourself. And don't tell anyone you saw me tonight. Not even the people you think you can trust with your life. Go find the truth on your own. Find your own way out of this nightmare before it's too late.
You're delusional.
He shoves me back, his face contorted with a mixture of disgust and mockery.
What kind of insane bullshit are you trying to feed me? Is this what that killer told you? Is this how he scrambled your brain?
I've said my piece, Dean Mong.
I turn away, the weight on my shoulders feeling both heavier and lighter at the same time.
Just remember, every word I said is the goddamn truth. Good luck. You're going to need it.
With that final warning, I step into the shadows and leave him behind. Dian Mong watches Lin Yi disappear into the darkness, the dire warning already fading from his mind like a bad dream. His heart races as a different thought takes hold, a golden opportunity. He starts plotting the perfect way to corner Lin Yi and deliver him straight to the authorities. He can already see the look on his parents' faces. They'd finally see him as someone valuable, a hero in his own right. He wouldn't just be Dian Mong anymore. He'd be that legendary neighbor's kid that every parent compares their own children to. Waiting for the gap to widen, he slips out of the shadows and begins to tail his former friend. He creeps along the pavement on his tiptoes, his breath held tight. Every muscle in his body is focused on one thing, staying hidden. But the chase is cut short. He rounds a corner only to find an empty street staring back at him.
Damn it!
The word is a sharp hiss. In a fit of petty rage, he lashes out at a nearby trash can, his foot connecting with a dull, metallic clang. He saw him go this way. He saw him turn into the alley. How is it possible for anyone to just disappear like that in the blink of an eye? He spends several futile minutes scouring the nearby shadows, but find nothing. Finally, fuming with frustration, he turns and stomps back toward his apartment. Dian Mong pushes open the door, surprised to find the living room bathed in the harsh, white glow of the overhead chandelier. His mother is there, sitting stiffly on the sofa. She turns her head toward him as he enters, her eyes unnervingly steady.
What are you doing out at this hour, Dian Mong? You should be in bed.
He pauses, the frustration of losing Lin Yi still simmering. But a new thought strikes him a way to win. Even if he didn't make the catch, he can still tear down whatever reputation Lin Yi has left. Lin Yi's frantic warning about monsters in skin suits is already buried, replaced by the urge to gossip, to be the messenger of bad news.
Mom, you're not going to believe what just happened. I saw Lin Yi, right here, in the neighborhood.
He practically bounces as he walks into the room, his voice high and excited. At the mention of the name, his mother's gaze sharpens. For a fleeting second, something cold and predatory flickers in her eyes, but it vanishes before Dian Mong can register it.
Lin Yi?
Yeah, that weird kid who used to hang around me all the time, the one you always told me to be nice to. I was heading over towards Sifang Mountain to get some video of the fire. It's all over the news, and that's when I saw him. Mom, you won't guess who he was with. It's insane.
Her voice is flat, devoid of any real surprise, but Dian Mong is too caught up in his own drama to hear the warning signs.
Who was he with, Xiao Mong?
The murderer, the guy the police have been hunting. They were together, Mom. At first, I thought he was in trouble. I was ready to call the cops and play the hero, you know, but then he begged me not to. I thought he was being threatened, that the killer was holding a knife to his back or something, but I was wrong. They're partners. Lin Yi is part of the whole thing. I always knew he was a snake. He looks so innocent, so pathetic, but inside, he's as rotten as they come. You and Dad used to blame me, saying I was the one leading him astray. Well, now you see the truth. He's the one who was always the real problem.
He waves his arms about, his voice rising as he paints a vivid, twisted picture of Lin Yi as a master manipulator, a monster hiding in plain sight.
If I weren't so sharp, I'd probably be dead by now. You're lucky I'm your son, Mom. Otherwise, I'd just be another body found in an alley.
He stops, finally out of breath, expecting a hug or at least a shocked gasp. But the silence in the room is heavy, suffocating. The overhead light reflects off his mother's eyes, making them look like cold, dark glass. She's smiling, but the corners of her mouth are pulled back too far, fixed in a rigid, unnatural grin. He watches her face, waiting for a reaction. Second after second passes, and she doesn't blink. She doesn't even move.
Mom, are you even listening to me?
Oh, I heard you.
Every word. Tell me, did Lin Yi say anything else? Anything interesting?
Anything else? What do you mean?
It's just so disappointing. I really thought he was a better person than that. I suppose I was quite wrong. But you, I'm so proud of you, Zhao Mong. You have such a strong spirit. You never let someone like him pull you down into his filth. You're a good boy, my special boy, my pride and joy.
The rare praise fills him with a sudden giddy heat. He stands a little taller, basking in the approval he's craved for so long.
And Mom? I think he's finally snapped, for real this time. He started rambling about monsters, said the world was full of them, said most of the people we know are just creatures wearing human skin. Can you believe that? Total lunacy. Only a complete psycho would say something that stupid.
The moment the words leave his lips, his mother's smile stretches past the point of human capability. Her teeth glint under the harsh LED light.
Mom? Hey, stop it! You're making a weird face. It's not funny anymore.
Her voice has changed. It's no longer his mother's warm tone. It's something wet, guttural, echoing with a hunger that makes his skin crawl.
How perfect. Your father is away on his little trip. Now, I don't have to share this delicious livestock meat with anyone. He might be upset when he finds out, but really, what choice do I have? You were the one who had to go and find out the truth, weren't you, Zhao Mong? Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Her body begins to swell, its proportions twisting and bulging as if something massive is trying to force its way out of her skin. The wallpaper behind her seems to shrink as she grows. With a sound like wet leather tearing, her face splits open. Deep, rhythmic thumping shakes her abdomen as the creature inside surges toward the surface. Dian Meng's legs give out. He collapses to the floor, his mind finally, agonizingly clearing. Every word Lin Yi said, every single word was the absolute, horrific truth.
Help! Someone help me! Lin Yi, please save me! I'm sorry, please save me!
But his screams don't leave the room. They are swallowed by the harsh white light and the widening mouth of the thing that used to be his mother. Elsewhere, in a different corner of the city, I let out a sharp, sudden sneeze. I take a quick look back over my shoulder, searching the dimly lit street. The coast is clear. I've finally lost Dian Meng. Feeling a slight sense of relief, I quicken my pace, eager to get back and regroup. A rough hand clamps over Lin Yi's mouth, yanking him backward with startling force. Before he can cry out, he is dragged deep into the suffocating darkness of a... Instinct takes over. Adrenaline floods his system as he twists his body, throwing a desperate, heavy punch at his captor. The strike is caught mid-air, a firm grip neutralizing his power. Just as Lin Yi prepares to drive his elbow into his attacker's stomach, a familiar, panicked voice cuts through the gloom.
Lower your guard. It's only me.
Lu Linhai's face is a mask of terror in the dim light. He presses Lin Yi further into the shadows, his voice a frantic, barely audible rasp.
Quiet, not another word.
Lin Yi goes still, his heart thudding painfully against his ribs. He gives a stiff nod, the weight of the situation crashing down on him. Splitting from the group to find Dian Meng had been his own decision, a calculated risk. They were supposed to meet elsewhere. This wasn't the rendezvous. Lu Linhai being here meant the plan had failed or something was already hunting them. With Chu Kai's enhanced senses, the group should not have been compromised. The most likely scenario was that a shadow had followed him here. The footsteps grow louder, closer. Then, voices drift in from the street. Casual, cruel voices that make the air feel like ice.
Bunch of absolute failures. How hard is it to find a few stray sheep in this city? It's been hours and they still have nothing.
A woman's voice cuts through the silence, its casual tone more chilling than a scream.
You're telling me?
If it were up to me, I'd have had their livers on a plate 10 minutes after the alarm went off.
A man's voice followed, sounding like a knife sliding across bone.
This whole thing is a disaster. It's all anyone's talking about. I heard they're already calculating the rations. I should have just stayed in. I'm telling you, that blaze on Sifang Mountain, that was their work, no doubt about it. Human lives are so pathetic. Aside from the taste, what's the point? They have no value. None at all. Why do we even bother with this charade? Why keep them around, pretending to be one of them, living in this rot? We have to. They are such fragile, cowardly things. If they're under too much stress for too long, the meat spoils. It gets sour. A little panic adds a nice kick to the flavor, but too much terror, it ruins the quality. I remember one that just dropped dead from fear the moment I showed my face. Completely wasted. The meat was like ash. Quiet. That's enough.
A low, heavy voice cuts through their chatter, commanding instant silence.
The chief was very clear. No mention of the livestock outside of the feed. If he catches you two gossiping again, do you really think you'll live to see the next harvest? We were just talking. It doesn't mean anything, please. Walk, now.
3 long, twisted shadows sweep across the alleyway floor as the group passes. They move with an unnatural, predatory grace, their footsteps slowly fading into the urban night. Only when the silence returns is Lin Yi able to release the breath he's been anchoring in his chest. He tries to speak, only to find Lu Linhai's hand still clamped tightly over his face, sweat making the grip slippery. Lin Yi swats the hand away with a sharp movement. Lu Linhai blinks, looking like a man waking from a nightmare, and pulls back.
Why are you here? What's going on?
Chu Kai's orders! He caught a scent, thought someone or something was following you. Uncle Ann was ready to tear the street apart. He wanted to end them right here. But Chu Kai stopped him. He said starting a massacre in the city would give us away. We'd be trapped before we could even start the next phase. So I came to find you. Lucky for us, they weren't tracking you, just looking for a cheap thrill from the fire.
Disgust roils in Lin Yi's gut. Even their sick curiosity is a parody of human behavior. Lu Linhai peers cautiously out into the street. Satisfied, he turns back, his eyes searching Lin Yi's.
Hey, that chief they mentioned. What do you think he is?
The leader, the alpha, the thing at the top of the food chain.
So, if we take him out, do the others fall? Can we end this nightmare?
Don't be a fool. We don't know where he is. We don't know what he is. If he controls a city of these things, we aren't even a threat to him. We'd be dinner before we even got close. Forget it. Let's go. We need Chu Kai's senses.
They weave through the labyrinth of back streets, moving with practiced stealth until they reach the crumbling structure that serves as their temporary sanctuary.
Is it finished?
Lin Yi offers a single, sharp nod in response.
Some lives are meant to be fleeting. Don't carry the weight of those who are already gone.
Lu Linhai describes the exchange they overheard in the alleyway, and Chengdao listens with a face of stone, eventually nodding as the report finishes.
If there is a head to this beast, then someone will have to cut it off. Eventually. But Lin Yi's judgment is sound. We aren't ready. You three carry the future of our species. We must wait, recruit, and sharpen our blades until the time is right.
Let's table that for now. There is a more pressing mystery. Something that simply does not fit the evidence. I want to talk about your ability. My ability? What about it? Uncle Ann can manipulate the metal he's marked, though distance and mass take their toll. And my senses have been sharpened to an inhuman degree. We know our limits. We know how we work. But your gift, what is it really?
Is it not obvious? He dies, the clock resets. End of story.
If that were true, how do you explain what happened at Sifang Mountain? I've seen it happen twice now. The first time was back at the apartment. His master, that horror in his mother's skin, had him cornered. I was tracking every micro-movement. I saw that thing lunge. There was no escape, no space to move, no time to react. But in the blink of an eye, he was gone, reappearing yards away while the monster clawed at empty air. If it had been a simple dodge, my enhanced vision would have tracked the blur. I would have seen his path. But there was nothing. No path, no movement, just absence. And then it happened again, just moments ago, with Chu Yun. The monster's strike was home, a lethal blow, and yet the same impossibility occurred. Only this time, it was even more jarring. Lin Yi didn't just retreat, he vanished and reappeared directly in the creature's guard, already mid-strike. There was no transition, no acceleration. My eyes, which can track a bullet, saw absolutely nothing.
Lin Yi listens, the memories of those moments surfacing with terrifying clarity. He remembers that strange sense of being untethered from the world. He hadn't known how to name it. He just assumed it was part of the reset, a glitch in the experience of death. But now, hearing Chu Kai's clinical breakdown, a reckless, dangerous theory begins to take root in his mind.
My gift. I think it might be something else entirely.
Wait, time control?
The air in the stone hideout seemed to thicken as everyone froze, processing Lin Yi's revelation. Lu Linhai's sudden, booming shout echoed off the jagged walls, startling the group. Chu Kai's eyes flared with anger as he lunged forward, his voice a lethal whisper.
Shut it. Do you want to bring every freak in the mountains down on our heads?
Sorry. I just got caught up in the moment. I didn't think.
Ignoring the apology, Chu Kai leaned in toward Lin Yi, his gaze searching.
Lin Yi, walk us through this. What exactly happened that makes you think you can control time?
Lin Yi detailed the two incidents at Sifang Mountain where time had simply stopped. As he spoke, and Cheng Dao and Chu Kai listened with grim intensity, their expressions hardening with every detail. But Lu Linhai was vibrating with a different energy. It was as if he were the one who had just inherited a godlike power. He brought a heavy hand down on Lin Yi's shoulder, a wild grin splitting his face.
Man, you're a freaking legend. Time manipulation? We're basically gods now. If you can just freeze everything, why the hell are we still running? We just stop the clock and carve our way through. One blade, one freak, it'll be a slaughter. And they won't even see it coming. Monsters, chiefs. They're just target practice with a power like yours. Let's show them.
Slaughterfest? Use your head, Linhai. This isn't a video game.
Chu Kai's voice was like ice, instantly cooling Lu Linhai's reckless enthusiasm.
Didn't you hear Lin Yi? Every time that power activates, his body goes into shock. That's not a win button, it's a bill coming due.
He leaned in closer to Lin Yi, his expression grimmer than ever.
Lin Yi, you need to understand something. These abilities, they have limits. You push past them, and you're looking at irreversible damage. To your organs, to your mind, to everything.
The boy is right.
And Cheng Dao interjected, his voice gravelly and low.
My control over metal isn't magic. It's fueled by my own physical stamina. The heavier the object, the more it drains me. If I overreach, my heart starts failing, keep going, and it just stops. Simple as that.
For me, it's my brain. Focusing my senses like this is like redlining an engine. It burns through you. Prolonged use causes internal bleeding, blindness, deafness. I have to cycle my senses just to stay sane. If I didn't, I'd be a vegetable by now.
And Cheng Dao nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on Lin Yi's pale face.
The more godlike the power, the more it takes from the vessel, that pain you're feeling. That's the ability feeding on your life force.
The color drained from Lin Yi's cheeks. The legendary power didn't seem so cool anymore.
God, when you put it that way, it's horrific. Lin Yi's literally trading his life for every extra second. To die over and over, and then wake up with those memories still screaming under your skull. I think I'd have lost my mind weeks ago.
Lin Yi didn't need to be told. The warnings of his companions echoed the silent, persistent ache that had settled deep within his own marrow. He remembered the sheer, soul-crushing weight of his first realization, the moment he knew his parents were monsters and his life was a farm. The isolation had nearly driven him to the edge of the abyss. And the deaths. The cold bite of steel, the fading light, the final panicked breath. He could still feel them all, a catalog of agony etched into his very soul. If he hadn't encountered Chukai, another human soul adrift in this sea of monsters, he would have surely surrendered to the madness long ago. But as he listened to Lin Yi's reckless talk of slaughter, he knew he had to clarify the nature of his burden. He looked up, his gaze steadying on Lin Yi.
It's not just death that triggers the loop, Lin Yi. It's more than that. Remember the meat shop? When I finally got my hands on the key, I was alive, I was whole, and yet time still folded back on itself.
He remembered the absolute, burning desperation to save Chengdao from the gathering freaks. That raw, primal will, it had forced the universe to reset through sheer conviction. That was the first time he'd thought of it as control. True, conscious manipulation of time itself. But that hope was a fleeting ghost. In the 2 weeks of brutal training since then, he hadn't been able to replicate it, not once. He looked at the group with a wide, triumphant grin, his eyes shining with misplaced confidence.
That's it then. We're set. We've basically got a god on our side now.
Set. What the hell are you babbling about now?
Think about it. This proves Lin Yi's power is time control. If he's with us, the freaks don't stand a chance. We're untouchable.
Chukai's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits, his patience finally snapping.
Untouchable? You're an absolute moron. Even if he's right, even if it is time control, the boy can't use it on command. It's like having a weapon that only fires when it feels like it. What's your plan? Are we supposed to burn incense and pray for a miracle every time a freak shows its teeth?
His voice dropped an octave, becoming heavy with an uncompromising authority.
Until Lin Yi can trigger that power as easily as he breathes, it doesn't exist for us. We don't plan for it. We don't rely on it. Not in a fight, and certainly not for escaping this mountain.
He looked at Lin Yi, his gaze softening with a flicker of genuine dread. He knew all too well that if Lin Yi tried to force the power and failed, the only thing they'd be left with was another corpse.
Half a month ago, he only survived that counterattack because he blacked out. His body simply couldn't take it. He's stronger now, but he's still redlining. If he collapses at the wrong second, he's gone. No more loops, no more second chances. Just death.
Chukai shot another withering glare at Lin Yi, who had finally gone quiet.
So stop talking about slaughterfests. Lin Yi would collapse before you even draw your blade. If you're so damn eager to see him dead, why wait for the monsters? Just give him a stab yourself and get it over with.
Lin Yi winced at the morbid joke, sticking his tongue out and offering Lin Yi a sheepish, apologetic smile.
All right, I get it. Chukai's right, I'm getting carried away.
And don't forget,
And Chengdao added, his voice steady and low.
when he stops time, he's the only one moving. He'd have to clear an entire city alone. That's not a strategy. It's a death sentence. Enough. We can't build a plan around a power we don't control. Not yet.
And Chengdao's voice was like a hammer, forging their scattered thoughts back into the cold irony of their survival.
If we survive this mountain, we'll spend every waking hour figuring out how you tick. We'll push your training until your physical constitution is strong enough to carry that burden without snapping.
He looked out into the darkness, his silhouette a jagged shadow against the wet stone.
But for right now, the only thing that matters is the next step.
So what is it? What's the move?
Chu Kai stood up, his eyes scanning the lower slopes where the distant flickering lights of human habitation mocked their isolation.
We need a phone. A smartphone, preferably. One that doesn't belong to any of us. We've been in these mountains too long. We're blind. To find the high-quality humans, the prize stock the monsters are looking for, we need to see the news. Specifically, we need to know who the top scholar of the national exam is. They'll be the center of the slaughter. If we find them, we find our path out.
As the older men plotted their mission, Chu Yun drifted silently toward Lin Yi. She was like a shadow, often forgotten in the heat of their debates. She reached out and gently tugged on his sleeve, her touch as light as a falling leaf.
Brother Lin Yi, I have a question about what you felt. The choking.
She looked up at him with large, intelligent eyes that seemed to hold a wisdom far beyond her years.
Could the reason you can't breathe be because the air itself is frozen? If time stops for everything, then the oxygen molecules wouldn't be able to move into your lungs, right?
Lin Yi stared at her, the sheer, terrifying logic of her words hitting him like a physical blow. The world didn't just stop, it became a solid, impenetrable void.
The air. It's not just a pause. It's an absolute cessation of everything. I'm drowning in a world that can't move.
The weight in Lin Yi's chest seemed to lift as he processed Chu Yun's suggestion. A spark of genuine hope ignited in his eyes, cutting through the gloom of their hideout. It wasn't that the entire world had turned solid. No, the truth was far more subtle. It was the flow of the air itself that had ground to a halt. He thought back to those frantic seconds when time had seized. His heart had hammered against his ribs, his lungs drawing in desperate, shallow gulps of air as panic took hold. In the still air, he had quickly drained the small pocket of oxygen directly in front of his face. With the airflow frozen, nothing could rush in to replace what he'd consumed. It was a horrific sensation, drowning on dry land while standing perfectly still. The world was static, and it was literally suffocating him. But everything changed the moment he moved. By stepping forward, he could physically reach new pockets of air, bypassing the frozen currents through sheer action. Lin Yi's jaw set. This theory needed testing. If he could master the mechanics of this temporal stasis, those monsters wouldn't stand a chance against him. While Lin Yi was preoccupied with his theories, Chu Kai had already identified their next target. His focus was absolute, his senses zeroing in on a nearby apartment door with predatory intent. Drawing on years of clandestine experience and his own superhuman hearing, Chu Kai made short work of the lock. The mechanism gave way with a silent, practiced ease. He glided through the threshold like a ghost, his vision and touch enhanced to perceive every obstacle in the dim hall. He was a shadow moving through a world of unsuspecting humans. Chu Kai reappeared from the shadows, successful in his mission. But he hadn't just returned with the hardware they needed. He brandished a smartphone, bypassed with the owner's own fingerprint, and a chilled box of salted plums. Without a word, he tucked the treat into Chu Yun's waiting hands. Watching the sequence of effortless, habitual theft left Lin Yi feeling like he should be dialing the authorities. The ease with which Chu Kai operated was deeply unsettling. Stealing a phone for the cause was one thing, but raiding a stranger's fridge for snacks, and only for his sister, it was classic sister complex behavior.
All right, I've got him. The search is over.
Hold on a second. Are you seeing this? 749 points? Is this guy even human?
The screen displayed the face of Zhang Cheng. The stats were impossible. A near-perfect sweep across every academic discipline. Only a single point separated him from a perfect score. The reason for that missing point was as legendary as the score itself. Zhang Cheng had ruined his perfect essay by tacking on a completely unrelated, eccentric line at the very end.
Wait, what did he actually write to lose a point on a perfect paper?
It says right here, orcs will never be slaves. Straight out of a video game.
I see. So our grand scholar is just an incurable chunibu.
It goes deeper. He was already guaranteed a spot at the top university. Full ride, he turned it down just so he could take the exam with everyone else. He apparently told them that if they didn't let him take the test, he'd kill himself right there. The guy's definitely wired differently.
Eccentric or not, he fits the profile. If he's still human, he's exactly the kind of premium stock those freaks would be hunting. We need to reach him first.
His address isn't exactly around the corner. It's on the other side of the city.
That's fine. We aren't walking. We're driving.
Driving? How? We don't have a car, Chu Kai.
Chu Kai didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his pocket and produced a set of car keys, letting them dangle with a triumphant jingle.
Of course! Why am I even surprised at this point?
A stolen car was a liability in the city streets, especially with Chengdao being a wanted man. He couldn't risk being seen in broad daylight. The burden of the mission fell to the four of them. They would be the ones to venture into the heart of the city to secure their targets. 3 agonizing days had slipped by. The operation had been meticulously planned, yet their target remained invisible, a ghost behind the high walls of the complex. By the 4th morning, the silence had become unbearable. For Lin Yi, the waiting was a slow burn torture that finally reached its breaking point.
4 days, Lin Yi. 4 damn days! How is it possible for anyone to stay inside that long without even coming out for air? Are we sure he's even a student? I've never seen anyone this dedicated to staying indoors. The biggest exam of his life is finally over. Shouldn't he be out hitting the town? Celebrating? Literally anything besides rotting in his bedroom. It's been weeks since the finals, and the guy still won't stick his head out the door. It makes no sense.
Lin Yi considered the possibilities. A Chunibu personality coupled with a total refusal to leave the house. They were dealing with a genuine shut-in. The gated community was a fortress of glass and steel. Surveillance cameras tracked every shadow. Infiltrating it without being flagged by the freaks was nearly impossible. If Zhang Cheng refused to emerge into the open, their plan was dead in the water. They had no way to initiate contact on their terms.
If he doesn't show by tonight, we'll have to consider other options. We can't waste any more time here.
The sun began its slow descent, dragging the shadows across their hiding spot. Another day had passed, and the gate remained stubbornly closed. The shroud of night finally descended upon the city. Exhausted and frustrated, the group began to gather their gear, ready to abandon their post for the evening. Suddenly, Chu Kai froze. His head snapped up, eyes narrowing as he stared into the darkness above the gated complex.
Wait, something's coming.
Is it one of them? A freak?
Chu Kai listened, his ears twitching as he filtered the ambient noise.
No, that sound, it's a drone.
A drone out here?
Lin Yi followed his gaze, spotting a small buzzing shape descending from the sky. It wasn't a sleek consumer model. It looked like a crude, kit-bashed machine built from scavenged parts. The machine hovered for a moment before landing softly in the dirt right in front of them. Lin Yi reached out, his hands trembling slightly as he picked the strange device off the ground. A sharp burst of static crackles from a small, integrated speaker on the drone's chassis.
If you're going to touch it, at least hold it properly. Don't flip it around like that, you bumpkin. Tell me, have you never seen technology before?
Lin Yi jumped, nearly fumbling the drone as the voice boomed from the tiny machine.
The damn thing talks?
Lin Yi leaned in, his eyes catching the glint of a tiny camera lens mounted on the top of the chassis. They were being watched.
You've been squatting out here for 4 days now? What exactly are you trying to accomplish?
A cold dread settled over the group. They had spent those 4 days certain that they were hidden. that their position was invisible to the monsters in the complex. Chukai's senses were supposed to protect them, yet somehow, this person had been observing them the entire time.
Who are you? Identifying yourself would be a good start.
I'm your father. How's that for a start?
Lin Yi's teeth ground together. The person behind the drone was undeniably arrogant, and he had half a mind to crush the machine under his boot.
You've got some nerve. Don't you realize the police are crawling all over the city looking for you? Instead of crawling into a hole, you're standing out in the open like sitting ducks. Do you have a death wish, or are you just that stupid?
Identify yourself. How do you know our faces?
Lin Yi held up a hand to quiet Chukai. This person knew who they were and where they were, yet they hadn't alerted the monsters. It was a good sign. A theory formed in his mind. If this person wasn't a supernatural being, they must be watching from somewhere nearby, somewhere with a direct line of sight. Lin Yi leaned in close, whispering a few strategic words into Chukai's ear. The hunt was far from over. Lin Yi gave a silent signal, and Chukai responded with a subtle inclination of his head. Chukai's gaze drifted upward, methodically surveying the sprawling residential complex that loomed before them. While the two were preoccupied, Lin Yi was engaged in a heated dispute with the small drone clutched in his trembling hands. His frustration was palpable. His complexion flushed a deep, indignant crimson as he struggled to find a witty retort.
Oh, look at that! Why is the great ape's face so red all of a sudden? I've seen plenty of monkeys with red butts, but this is the first time I've seen a gorilla with a red face. Ha ha ha!
Show yourself, you coward! Stop hiding behind a lens and face me!
Beside him, Chu Yun reached out, tugging at the edge of Lin Yi's sleeve in a desperate attempt to get him to lower his volume. But the boy was far too consumed by his own rage to even register his friend's concerned gesture.
If you actually consider yourself a man, then come out here and settle this face to face. Or are you too terrified to even try?
Mistaken your logic there, buddy. How can you call yourself a man when it's so clear you're just a male silverback?
Lin Yi stood there, momentarily speechless. For every insult he managed to hurl, the mechanical voice had a dozen sharper ones ready to fire back. Lin Yi cast a fleeting look toward Lin Yi, then spun around to hurry Chukai along.
Well, has your search yielded anything yet?
Not quite.
Chukai answered without taking his eyes off the buildings. He was hyper-concentrated, his vision panning across the apartment rows with robotic precision.
Quit rushing me. If your theory holds water, and he's within my sensory limits, I'll sniff him out.
A few more seconds ticked by, and then Chukai's posture stiffened as if he'd hit a target. He paused, his eyes narrowing to slits as he focused on a specific point in the distance. A faint, knowing smirk played across Chukai's lips as he chuckled softly.
Bingo.
Turning back toward Lin Yi, Chukai's grin widened.
You know the old saying, after 1,000 searches in the dark, you finally find them right under your nose.
Chukai's cryptic comment took Lin Yi by surprise, prompting a small look of confusion. But when Chukai gave a firm, confident nod, Lin Yi couldn't help but let a similar smile touch his own face. He pivoted on his heel, approaching Lin Yi and snatching the robotic drone away from his grasp.
Exactly, Lin Yi! Tell this jerk off for me!
Lin Yi, under the impression that Lin Yi was stepping in to back him up, spoke with a surge of vengeful energy.
Lay into him! Make him regret opening his mechanical mouth.
It's a pleasure to finally connect with you, student Zhang Cheng, this year's top scholar of the college entrance exam.
Lin Yi's unexpected greeting left Lin Yi reeling with confusion and anxiety.
What the hell are you doing? I wanted you to trash talk him, not start a friendly conversation. Is this some kind of politeness before the punch strategy? Wait, hang on!
Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his expression shifted to one of pure bewilderment.
What exactly did you just call him? Zhang Cheng? You don't mean the guy from...
Before the sentence could leave Lu Linhai's lips, Chu Kai reached out and physically hauled him backward.
Keep your mouth shut.
Chu Kai shot a warning glare at Lu Linhai before taking his place right next to Lin Yi. A heavy silence hung in the air from the drone's end for a long moment before a dismissive, haughty voice finally broke it.
Who the heck is Zhang Cheng? Never heard of him. Could be Zhang Li or Wang II for all I care. You guys definitely have the wrong person.
Oh, really?
Chu Kai leaned closer to the drone's camera, matching the other person's mocking energy.
If you're not Zhang Cheng, then who's the guy I'm looking at right now, standing by the window with a remote in his hand?
Another stretch of absolute silence followed the reveal. Without giving the strategist a chance to recover, Chu Kai pressed his advantage.
And by the way, that set of binoculars you have there? Quite a high-end piece of equipment. Certainly wasn't cheap. I never would have guessed a prestigious top scholar would harbor such a peculiar, voyeuristic little hobby. So tell me, are those actually proper binoculars or something more specialized?
How is it possible that you can see me?
The playful tone had vanished, replaced by a voice that was suddenly sharp and dead serious.
Logically, no matter how eagle-eyed you are, you shouldn't be able to spot me from that distance.
Even without a formal admission of guilt, his questions were proof enough. This was the Zhang Cheng they had been searching for. He'd clearly been tracking their movements through those expensive optics, perhaps out of boredom or a twisted sense of curiosity. He likely assumed he was untouchable behind his glass, treating their struggle like a low-budget prank show. But the tables had turned. Not only had he been spotted, but every detail of his setup, right down to the remote in his hands, was now exposed.
Would you be open to a face-to-face discussion?
Absolutely not.
Suit yourself.
Lin Yi gave a cold snort of indifference and simply dropped the drone onto the paved ground.
Huh?
The unexpected dismissal clearly caught Zhang Cheng off balance. He hadn't anticipated such a blunt end to the conversation.
We're done here.
Lin Yi signaled his team with a sharp look, indicating they were ready to move on. Following his lead, the group turned in unison, preparing to leave the complex behind.
Wait, stop.
Zhang Cheng's voice surged with a sudden, desperate urgency as he realized they were actually walking away.
You haven't even answered me yet.
Under his frantic control, the drone buzzed back into the air, hovering like a mechanical gnat right in front of Lin Yi.
Seriously, how the hell did you spot me? And what about the news? It said you guys were snatched by some serial killer. Where is he? Why are you still breathing? How did you manage to get away? What's the secret?
Zhang Cheng had transformed into a relentless chatterbox, his questions spilling out in a rapid-fire stream.
I've told you already, if you want the truth, we talk face to face.
Lin Yi made no move to satisfy the other boy's curiosity. His resolve remained unshaken. He was acutely aware that trying to explain the reality of freaks to anyone was a monumental challenge. It was an even steeper uphill battle to convince someone that their own family was nothing more than skin-wearing monsters. Such a revelation required careful handling and time. If Zhang Cheng remained this resistant and guarded, there was no point in pushing further. They had other priorities. Wasting their limited time on one stubborn individual was a luxury they didn't have. After all, the city was filled with candidates who met the criteria of a high-quality human.
Can't we just stick to this? Why the need for a formal meeting?
Not happening.
Lin Yi shook his head firmly, his eyes fixed on the drone's lens.
But I will swear this much on my own life. We have no intention of causing you any harm.
And why should I believe that? You don't think I'll just call the cops right now and let them handle you?
Be my guest.
Lin Yi responded with a cold, almost mocking shrug. A long, heavy silence stretched between them before a deep, weary sigh came crackling through the drone's speaker.
Look, it's not that I'm refusing to see you, it's that I literally can't.
Ugh, give me a break.
Lin Yi sneered, his patience finally snapping.
What, did your legs fall off or something? Did you forget how to function as a human being? If you don't want to come out, just man up and say it, instead of making up pathetic excuses.
This is a conversation for actual humans. Maybe the unevolved great ape should sit this one out and let the adults talk.
Zhang Cheng's retort was sharp enough to make Lin Yi grit his teeth in a silent, murderous fury.
Why exactly are you stuck inside?
Lin Yi asked, his curiosity genuinely piqued by the boy's wording.
Because those two things inside my house won't let me leave.
Zhang Cheng's tone was casual, almost flippant, but underneath it, Lin Yi could hear a profound sense of helplessness. Still, his choice of words struck a discordant chord in Lin Yi's mind.
Wait, what did you just say?
Lin Yi pushed further, testing the waters of this strange confession.
How do you refer to your parents?
They aren't my parents.
There was a sudden, sharp edge of anger in Zhang Cheng's voice as he corrected him. The confession caught Lin Yi completely off guard, his mind racing to process the implications. He considered the possibility for a moment before probing again.
Wait, are you telling me you were adopted?
You could put it that way, I guess. But honestly, never mind. Even if I told you the truth, there's no way you'd believe it.
Lin Yi's brow furrowed as he processed the cryptic answer. He exchanged a meaningful look with Chu Kai, seeing the identical look of realization on his friend's face. He knew they were on the same page.
How long has it been since you found out?
Found out what? The date of my adoption?
Not that.
Lin Yi shook his head, his voice dropping to a low, intense frequency.
When did you find out that they weren't human?
For the first time, Zhang Cheng was left completely, utterly speechless. A long minute passed in absolute silence before he finally spoke, his voice wavering with a sudden, intense agitation.
Do you even have the slightest idea what you're saying right now?
Lin Yi felt a sudden, sharp jolt in his chest. A cold sweat began to prickle along his spine. Had his intuition failed him? Could it be that Zhang Cheng was truly unaware of the monstrous reality they lived in? He narrowed his eyes, studying the drone's mechanical eye. A thick silence hung in the humid workshop air.
Stop playing games, you know exactly what's happening in this city.
I really don't.
The voice from the speaker crackled, devoid of emotion.
Your words make zero sense to me. If that's all the nonsense you have to offer, I'm cutting the connection.
The small craft tilted, its rotors whining as it hovered. It began to drift upward, yet it moved with a deliberate, agonizing slowness.
You're lying. You're just testing us, waiting to see if we're a threat.
Watching the drone linger in the air like a hesitant insect, Lin Yi's confidence returned. He had seen the crack in the facade.
An ordinary student wouldn't have signed off their final exam with a declaration of war. Orcs will never be slaves. That wasn't just a quote, was it?
It was a desperate, subtle protest. A cry for freedom hidden in plain sight, because the truth was too dangerous to speak aloud. The drone's ascent ceased instantly. It hung dead in the air, its camera lens fixed on Lin Yi.
If you were truly oblivious, you would have called the authorities or fled in terror. Instead, you sought us out. You followed the scent of someone else who knows.
A long, crackling pause stretched between them. Then, Zhang Cheng's voice returned, now filtered through a layer of cynical amusement.
I have to admit, you're more perceptive than I gave you credit for. At the very least, you're far more entertaining than that overgrown ape standing beside you.
Lu Jinhai's face turned a deep shade of crimson. He lunged toward the drone, his fists clenched tight.
Who are you calling an ape? My family has better genetics than your entire bloodline, you mechanical rat.
Lin Yi felt the tension drain from his shoulders. The wall had finally come down. Recruiting an ally who understood the stakes was invaluable. This wasn't just another victim, it was a survivor.
But let's be honest, you didn't just stumble upon me. You were hunting for something, weren't you?
The drone lowered its altitude, hovering at eye level. The red light of its sensor pulsed like a tiny, mechanical heartbeat.
Your friend there gave the game away, and your persistence confirms it? You need something from me?
We did. We need your help, Zhang Cheng. But first, tell me, how did someone like you find out about the monsters?
Everyone had their own path to this nightmare. A farmer's runaway livestock, a sudden psychic awakening, or in Lin Yi's case, endless cycles of agonizing death. Others had simply been dragged into the light by those they loved, only to find the shadows were real. He leaned in, waiting for the story. Every survivor had a secret, and Zhang Cheng's looked like it ran deep.
Freaks? Is that the best name you could come up with for those skin crawlers? Well, it's as good a label as any, I suppose. I've never looked one in its true, hideous face, but I've witnessed the aftermath of their hunger.
Lin Yi's mind immediately went to the slaughterhouse. He bit his lip, bracing for a tale of gore. Zhang Cheng's voice dropped an octave, turning cold and clinical as he began to unveil a secret buried beneath the city's largest hospital. He leaned back, his eyes unfocused as if peering through the fog of memory. It was years ago, back when he was still a fresh-faced middle school student. An unlucky accident had landed him in a hospital bed. That was where he first saw her, a girl slightly older than him, with a grace that seemed out of place in such a sterile environment. It was that fragile age where the heart beats faster for the simplest reasons. For Zhang Cheng, it was love at first sight, a sudden and total fascination. He didn't have a name for the feeling yet. All he knew was that every morning he woke up with one goal: to find a way to cross paths with her. The illusion of youth shattered the day he saw her again, her long, beautiful hair gone. The truth was as cold as the hospital tiles. She was fighting a battle against terminal illness. But he didn't run away. He spent his days by her side, desperately trying to conjure a smile from her pale lips. He became her shadow, her cheerleader, until the day the world shifted. One morning, her bed was stripped bare. The IV stand was gone, and the small collection of books he'd brought her had vanished. He'd cornered a passing nurse, his voice frantic. She had given him a practiced, empty smile and told him the girl had simply gone home. A cold knot of suspicion tightened in his gut. They had just started the most aggressive treatment. No doctor would let a patient walk out under those conditions. And beyond the medical logic, there was the girl herself. She wouldn't have left him with nothing but an empty room and a lingering scent of antiseptic. Desperation drove him to risk everything. He waited for a shift change and slipped into the hospital's security hub, his fingers trembling as he navigated the archives. He'd found the date and time, but when he hit play, there was only static. Every second of the girl's disappearance had been systematically erased.
Wait.
Lu Jinhai interrupted, his brow furrowed in confusion.
If the servers were wiped, how did you ever get your proof?
Zhang Cheng didn't even turn to look at him. His response was as swift and cutting as a razor.
I thought I told you to keep quiet, Ape. One more stupid question, and I'll have you tranquilized for the local zoo.
Lu Jinhai's jaw tightened, a low growl forming in his throat, but he managed to contain his fury.
The hospital surveillance was deleted, but the cameras outside the hospital were still there. They forgot that the rest of the world has eyes, too.
A small neon-lit convenience store sat perched right across from the hospital gates. Its security camera, a silent sentinel, pointed directly at the main entrance. Zhang Cheng had used his youth as a weapon. He'd walked into the store with a tearful face, spinning a lie about a lost family heirloom and begging to see the tapes. The store was a separate entity, unregulated by the hospital's cover-up protocols. Its digital memory remained intact, untainted by whatever shadow had wiped the medical servers. He knew the girl's father's vehicle by sight. Every scratch and dent was etched into his memory from the times he'd watched her arrive. He'd spent hours scouring the grainy time-stamped footage. The father's car was a ghost. It never once pulled into the hospital's driveway. The realization hit him like a physical blow. The official story was a lie. She had never left that building alive. The nurse's empty smile now felt sinister. The hospital wasn't a place of healing anymore. It was a fortress of deception. His young mind couldn't conceive of supernatural horrors yet. He'd settled on a more human evil, illegal organ harvesting, a black market flourishing in the shadows of the surgery suites. A cold rage had settled over him. He was no longer just a grieving boy. He was an investigator determined to bring the hospital's dark truth into the light. He started prowling the halls, tracking schedules, and digging through discarded documents, a ghost haunting the hospital's own corridors. But the evidence was always just out of reach. The hospital was a labyrinth of locked doors and redacted files. Every lead had gone cold, leaving only one dark corner of the facility he'd been too terrified to enter until now. The morgue was the hospital's final room, a place of icy silence and heavy metal drawers. It was here that Zhang Cheng's journey would reach its most terrifying depth. Fear gnawed at his insides, his heart hammering against his ribs in the oppressive silence. But the memory of the girl's stolen smile gave him the strength to push the heavy door open. He'd mapped every blind spot and learned the security patterns. He slipped inside like a shadow, and in the freezing gloom of the body storage area, he finally saw it, a lead he hadn't expected. Behind a nondescript panel in the morgue's back wall, a concealed hatch lay waiting. He pried it open, revealing a stairwell that plunged into the dark heart of the facility.
The things I saw down there, they defy logic.
Zhang Cheng's voice cracked, the cynicism stripped away to reveal an old, raw fear. He gasped for air, his chest heaving as the memory consumed him. His words were thick with a fury that had been simmering for years.
The air was a thick, hot soup of copper and decay. Industrial machines, titans of rusted iron, screamed as they turned, and right in the middle, there was a void, a pit that seemed to swallow the light.
The pit.
Lin Yi whispered, his mind racing to a conclusion he desperately hoped was wrong.
It was filled with them, people. Hundreds of them stacked like cordwood.
Zhang Cheng choked out, his eyes wide and vacant.
Actually, people is the wrong word. They were just raw materials. The machines were grinders. They took those bodies and reduced them to a mountain of twitching, gray slurry, a heap of meat processed and forgotten.
A heavy, suffocating silence fell over the workshop. The horror of the revelation hung in the air, a physical weight that made it hard to breathe.
I thought they were man-eaters.
Lu Jinhai growled, the horror reflected in his wide eyes.
Why would they go to all that trouble just to grind them up?
Lin Yi's eyes were distant, his mind weaving together a chilling logic. He spoke with a deliberation that suggested he'd been fearing this answer.
The goal isn't just disposal, it's resource management. They're using the waste to keep the lights on.
Electricity?
Lu Jinhai's voice rose in disbelief.
You mean they're fueling the city with that?
Lin Yi gave a slow, somber nod. It was a theory born from the city's cold efficiency.
The monsters are picky eaters. A sick body is tainted meat to them. They have no use for it as a meal, and they certainly don't care about healing the suffering. So, the unwanted become the fuel. Every life that isn't worth consuming is converted into a different kind of value. Rotting organic matter produces methane. It's a simple chemical process. They've built an entire energy grid on the back of the city's dead. At least that's the most logical explanation for what Zhang Cheng saw.
He stopped, the weight of his own words pressing down on him. A secondary, darker thought had begun to take root. His expression twisted into one of pure disgust. The air in the room seemed to turn sour as he prepared to voice a final, even more repulsive possibility.
But methane isn't the only thing you can do with a mountain of processed meat. What if they aren't just powering the city? What if they're feeding it, recycling the unfit back into the food chain for the rest of us?
Blur!
Lin Yi doubles over, his face flushing a sick shade of green as he dry heaves into the dirt. The realization is like a physical blow. Every meal he's had in this city suddenly feels like lead in his stomach, a poisonous reminder of the meat they all consumed without question. He looks as if he wants to tear his own gut open just to purge the memory of those flavors. Chu Yun is just as shaken. She presses a trembling hand over her mouth, her eyes wide and glassy with unshed tears and pure, gut-wrenching revulsion. Seeing his sister on the verge of a breakdown, Chu Kai snaps. He rams his elbow into Lin Yi's ribs, a silent, violent command for him to shut his mouth. Lin Yi stumbles back, realizing too late that his clinical detachment has a breaking point for those who haven't died 1,000 times yet.
Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. It's just a theory, a dark one. Maybe the basement wasn't a slaughterhouse for food. Maybe it was just industrial waste management. Think of it like recycling. Grinding remains into fertilizer for their farms, or using the bone meal for construction. It doesn't have to be a menu.
Chu Kai's jaw sets so hard his teeth might crack. He looks like he's ready to smash the drone and Lin Yi's face in one go. Lin Yi's attempt at an improvement has only made the mental imagery more horrifying. Industrial-scale human recycling isn't exactly a comfort.
For the love of just stop talking, Lin Yi!
Lin Yi gasps for air, wiping a string of bile from his lip. He looks physically exhausted by the mental strain.
Some things are better left unsaid. If you want us to keep working together, don't ever mention fertilizer again.
Lin Yi offers a weak, apologetic smile. He knows he's crossed a line. He needs to move the conversation back to the mission. He looks up at the hovering drone, his expression turning serious.
Anyway, tell us more about what you saw. What happened to that girl? How did you confirm she was gone?
I found her hair clip, right there by the edge of that bottomless pit. It was just lying in the grime.
Zhang Cheng's voice crackles, a rare moment of genuine emotion bleeding through the drone's clinical output.
She loved that thing more than anything. She used to tell me that as soon as her hair grew back after the treatment, she'd wear it every single day. She never got the chance.
Lin Yi catches that brief flicker of vulnerability in Zhang Cheng's words. He decides not to pry. Some wounds are still too fresh, even years later. He shifts the topic to something more tactical.
Survival like yours isn't luck. How did you do it? How did you stay under their radar for so long without them realizing what you knew?
Chu Kai had his own path. His desperate need to protect Chu Yun and the sudden awakening of his powers gave him a fighting chance at concealment. But Zhang Cheng, he's as ordinary as they come. No powers, no supernatural senses. Chu Kai hadn't detected a single spark of ability in him. To live as a conscious human in a city where every person you meet is a predator waiting for you to sleep, that takes more than just skill. It takes a specific kind of genius.
The moment I scrambled out of that hellhole, I didn't think twice. I ran straight for my parents. In my head, I just needed them to call the police, to bring the sirens and the lights. That basement, it was undeniable. There were bodies, machines, blood everywhere. I thought there was no way anyone, monster or not, could scrub a crime scene that massive before the authorities arrived.
Zhang Cheng was just a boy back then. The sheer mental fortitude it took to witness such a nightmare and keep his head is nothing short of incredible. Small and terrified, he was lost in a world that had suddenly turned grotesque. Like any child, his first instinct was to seek shelter in the only people he believed could protect him, his mother and father. But once he was back in the sterile, echoing silence of the hospital ward, the image of that girl's parents wouldn't leave him. Something about their grief, or lack of it, left a bitter taste in his mouth. She'd never officially left. No discharge papers, no goodbye. Yet her family was nowhere to be seen. It was as if she'd simply been erased from their lives, and they were perfectly fine with it. The dissonance was too loud to ignore. Zhang Cheng kept his mouth shut around his own parents. He knew instinctively that if he spoke, the window of truth would slam shut forever. He began to watch, to prowl, to investigate. It didn't take long for the pattern to emerge. Others in the oncology ward were following her. One day they were there, fighting for their lives. The next, their beds were stripped and empty. The disappearances always happened in the dead of night, shielded by the shadows and the mechanical hum of the building. And every time, the relatives acted as if nothing was wrong, or worse, as if the person had never existed. Cold suspicion began to take root in his heart. He looked at every doctor, every nurse, every grieving parent, and saw only a mask. He started questioning every smile, every polite word, and every shadow. That was the moment the child died, and the meticulous observer was born. He learned to count every heartbeat and watch every flickering light, searching for the crack in the facade. The hospital was only the beginning. Once his eyes were open, Zhang Cheng began to see the same hollow patterns everywhere in his life. The world was full of gaps where people used to be. Empty desks at school that the teacher never commented on. Front doors that remained locked for weeks, with neighbors who simply forgot who lived there. A few would return, acting strange and distant as if they'd been hollowed out and refilled with something else. But most just slipped into the darkness and were never seen again. The most terrifying part wasn't the vanishing itself. It was the collective amnesia of the survivors. It was as if a cosmic eraser had wiped those names from existence, leaving only a chilling, polite silence where their lives had once been.
That's when the truth finally sunk in. None of it was right. None of them were human, not in the way I understood the word.
Zhang Cheng's image on the drone screen flickers slightly, his digitized eyes fixed on an invisible horizon.
So, I did the only logical thing. I became a ghost before they could make me one. I shut the world out and made my own reality within 4 walls. Being alone was my only weapon. I used that silence to tear through books, looking for a way to explain the rot I saw in the world. I thought if I knew enough, I'd find the exit. The more I learned, the higher my scores went. But the atmosphere in that apartment was suffocating. My parents, the things I lived with, they started looking at me differently. It wasn't pride, it was something else. Every time I brought home an award, they'd go quiet. They didn't even try to fake being happy. I could see the resentment boiling behind their eyes. They were genuinely miserable because of my success.
Lin Yi doesn't even blink. He's seen this pattern before in his own life, a dark mirror of the same horrific truth. The logic of the freaks is as simple as it is cruel. To them, a child with potential is just high-quality livestock, and high-quality products don't stay in the local grocery store. They're sent away for the elite to consume. They'd spent years raising him, only to realize his excellence meant he'd be taken from them and served on someone else's table. They weren't just angry, they felt cheated out of a prime cut. Lin Yi's voice remains level as he explains this to Zhang Cheng. There's a short silence, and then a dry, bitter laugh rings out from the drone.
So that was it. That's why they were so pushy about that recommendation for the top university. They were practically begging me to take it, acting like it was the chance of a lifetime. I knew their enthusiasm was a lie. Their smiles were too wide, their eyes too hungry. It was the most attention they'd paid to me in years, and it made my skin crawl. I fought them on it. I refused the fast track and insisted on taking the entrance exam myself. I thought I was making a stand for my own future. But now I see, they just couldn't wait to process me. They were just trying to ship their most valuable product before it spoiled.
Lin Yi gives a slow, heavy nod, the grim reality of Zhang Cheng's words settling over the group like a cold fog.
It's a harvest, Zhang Cheng. Once the ripe fruit is gone, they just plant more seeds. You were just a rotation in their crop.
But it doesn't make sense. If these freaks are everywhere, if they control the world, why the charade? Why play house with us for decades?
Zhang Cheng's digitized voice is thick with genuine confusion. For all his genius, the sheer inefficiency of the monster system baffles him.
Why not just cage us like real cattle? Why waste time with schools, exams, and parenting when they could just slaughter us at will?
We've been over this 1,000 times in every dark corner we've hidden in.
The group falls into a brief, heavy silence. They've spent weeks in the mountains dissecting the monster's motives, but the answer remains out of reach.
The truth is, we don't know. We're missing a piece of the puzzle, a fundamental rule of their world. But theorizing won't get us over the city walls. Right now, the only thing that matters is the exit. We can solve the why once we're alive and free.
The hope of finding answers lies beyond the city limits, out in the vast unknown world. They all think of the skeletal remains they found, the final message pointing toward a sanctuary in the frozen Great North. The atmosphere shifts as Zhang Cheng's digitized face takes on a look of insufferable smugness.
Admit it. That's the real reason you reached out to me, isn't it? You hit a wall and realized your little group needed a real brain to find the crack. A wise move. You realized that without a genius like me, your escape would just be a long walk to a shared grave.
Lin Yi can't help himself. He bristles at the arrogance, seizing the chance to knock the genius down a peg.
Genius? You are shut in with a drone, Zhang Cheng. Don't let the high score trophy go to your head. Besides, Lin Yi said any high-quality human would do. You just happen to be the one on the other end of the line. Don't act like you're special.
Special enough to be high quality, apparently. Which is more than I can say for some gorilla I know.
Zhang Cheng's chuckle is taunting, his gaze and tone fixed squarely on Lin Yi.
Though, I suppose a talking gorilla is a rare enough specimen. Maybe they're keeping you around for the novelty.
You arrogant little tech cockroach. Say that to my face and see how special your jaw feels.
Lin Yi gnashes his teeth, his hands curling into fists. He's vibrating with the urge to reach through the drone and strangle someone. Zhang Cheng ignores the outburst, his expression turning cold and clinical once more.
Let's get back to reality. You came to me because you want a perfect escape plan. A plan that actually works.
And you're going to give it to us? From inside a locked bedroom? You can't even escape your own parents, much less a city full of monsters.
Lin Yi sneers, his skepticism a sharp contrast to Zhang Cheng's confidence.
If you're such a mastermind, why don't you walk out your front door first? Then maybe we'll listen.
If I really wanted to leave, those two freaks downstairs couldn't stop me. I'm staying because I'm not ready to move yet.
Lin Yi steps in before the argument can spiral further. He needs Zhang Cheng's cooperation, not another fight.
We already have a primary strategy. We've spent weeks refining it.
Lin Yi begins to outline the intricate details of their plan, the positioning, the timing, and the risks they're prepared to take. The drone goes silent. Zhang Cheng's digital avatar remains motionless for a long moment, processing the information.
An inside agent strategy. It's not the worst idea I've heard. It has a certain elegance to it, but...
A flicker of genuine doubt crosses Zhang Cheng's face, his tone shifting from mockery to a chilling, analytical weight.
If you actually go through with that plan, you're not going to reach the Great North. You're going to die. And you're going to fail. Miserably.
What makes you so sure that our strategy is going to fall apart?
Lin Yi took a large step toward the drone. He leaned in, glaring directly into the camera lens with his eyes burning with resentment. It was obvious that Zhang Cheng's dismissive attitude was starting to grate on his nerves.
You haven't even seen what a real freak looks like. On what grounds are you making such a bold claim?
On the grounds that I actually have a brain?
Zhang Cheng retorted, his voice sounding flat and bored through the speaker.
You!
Lin Yi began to snap back, but Lin Yi reached out a hand, stopping him before the argument could escalate. Lin Yi gave a small, warning shake of his head toward his companion. He then turned his attention back to the hovering machine, his voice calm and respectful.
Could you explain where we went wrong? What are we missing?
Plenty.
Zhang Cheng replied. There was a faint trace of self-satisfaction in his synthesized voice.
The core idea isn't bad. On paper, at least, it should work. But as they say, the devil is in the details, and you've missed several.
The details?
Lin Yi blinked, a look of genuine confusion crossing his face.
Giving up on the high-speed rail was a good first step. Choosing bus routes because they typically have fewer freaks. I'll give you credit for that logic. It's sound. However, ignoring the sheer scale of the operation is just a form of self-delusion. It's a way to make yourselves feel better without looking at the math. A single bus might have a handful of monsters, sure. But what if there are 2, 3, or even 10 of them rolling out at once?
At those words, Lin Yi felt a knot of cold realization tighten in his gut. The cracks in their plan were starting to show.
And then there's the issue of your timing.
Zhang Cheng pressed on.
You want to strike during the registration period for the universities, right? Because that's when students are expected to leave the city. In a normal world, that makes sense. But this isn't the normal world. You have to understand that in the eyes of the freaks, those students aren't people. They're cargo. High-value stock being moved to a processing center. During that specific window, the flow of cargo will be at its peak. Do you really think they'd only send out one bus at a time?
You're right. I didn't see it from that angle.
Lin Yi admitted. He felt a wave of frustration at his own short-sightedness. If the city's transport for livestock was coordinated in convoys, their plan to hijack a single lonely bus would put them right in the middle of a monster-infested fleet.
And here's the kicker. If they're moving something as valuable as an entire class of high-quality livestock, do you really think they'd leave it unguarded? Every shipment will have escorts, predators watching the herd to make sure every head arrives at the slaughterhouse intact. That is why your current plan is a guaranteed death sentence.
Lu Linhai let out a frustrated huff, his anger replaced by a begrudging acceptance of the logic being thrown at them.
Fine, you made your point. But if we don't go then, we have no way of knowing when the other buses are scheduled to leave the city. We'd be blind.
Chu Kai nodded slowly, his expression grim. He looked over at Lu Linhai before adding his own concern.
Even if we got the schedule, we wouldn't know the manifest. Not knowing who's on board would make a targeted rescue impossible.
If you hadn't found me, you'd be right. Solving that problem would be a nightmare for people with average intelligence.
Zhang Cheng said, his voice brimming with arrogance.
But since you did find me, those obstacles are effectively gone.
You have a solution already?
Lin Yi asked, his hope rekindled.
Of course, don't forget, the 2 monsters currently playing house with me are desperate to get me shipped out. If I tell them I want to head to the university early, just to get settled and experience campus life, they'll jump at the chance to speed up the process.
Lin Yi frowned, his mind racing through the variables.
What if they decide the high-speed rail is faster? Why would they agree to a bus?
You're missing the point again. To the freaks, it's about delivery, not the method. They don't care about the logistics of the trip, only that the cargo arrives. If I request a bus because I want to see the scenery, they won't object. They have no reason to. It's a trivial preference to them. I was able to take the college entrance exam because they were willing to humor me. This will be no different. And because we're moving ahead of the official start date, they won't be able to coordinate a mass transit. Sending too many students out early would look suspicious even to the most oblivious human in this city.
The monsters were obsessive about the quality of their harvest. To them, the flavor of the livestock was paramount. They would do anything to keep the cattle calm and content before the final delivery, ensuring that adrenaline and fear didn't spoil the taste of the meat. With Zhang Cheng's refinements integrated into the plan, the countdown finally reached 0. 3 days passed in a blur of preparation. Finally, the day of the escape operation arrived. The car sat idling on the gravel shoulder near the highway toll station. Inside the cabin, the tension was palpable. Lu Linhai's eyes moved restlessly, scanning the barren landscape through the passenger window.
Isn't it a bit too bold for us to just park here in the open?
Lu Linhai whispered, his voice low with worry.
Relax. Uncle N switched on the hazards. To any monster looking, we just look like another broken-down vehicle.
Chukai replied. He kept his eyes shut tight, his ears twitching as he focused on the sounds of the night.
We're still some distance from the highway entrance. The freaks over there won't bother investigating. Once we seize the bus, we'll hit the gas and clear the perimeter. If they try to pursue us once we're on the highway, Uncle An can handle them with his skills. And Lin Yi, move over. You're practically squashing Zhao Yun against the door.
Lin Yi grumbled under his breath but complied, shuffling as far toward his own door as the cramped cabin allowed. Suddenly, Chukai's eyes snapped open, his pupils pinpointing in the gloom. He had picked up a specific vibration in the air.
They're here. I count 18 individuals on the coach. 11 heartbeats are human, but the other 7 belong to the freaks.
Uncle And, is everything ready on your end?
Lin Yi asked from the front, glancing over his shoulder at the older man. And Cheng Dao gave a slow, deliberate nod. Without wasting a second, Lin Yi reached into his pack and retrieved the black surveillance drone. The device belonged to Zhang Cheng, with freaks patrolling the bus interior. This was the only way to signal for the operation to begin without alerting the predators. The drone's rotors spun up with a soft whine as it lifted into the night sky. A grainy, high-contrast video feed flickered to life on Lin Yi's handheld monitor.
Visual contact.
Lin Yi whispered. A set of glowing headlights appeared on the screen, illuminating the road as the bus approached.
Uncle An, go, now!
At the command, and Cheng Dao slammed the car into gear. The engine roared as he yanked the steering wheel, veering the vehicle directly into the path of the oncoming traffic. Meanwhile, inside the bus, Zhang Cheng sat among a group of terrified students who looked just as lost as he was pretending to be. He had spent the last few minutes engaging in forced small talk, learning that most of them had been pushed out the door by their own parents. The children had been fed lies about early campus tours and celebratory vacations, beautiful dreams meant to mask the reality of the slaughterhouse. Scattered among the students were individuals who looked like salarymen on routine business trips, their expressions blank and indifferent. Zhang Cheng couldn't tell for certain how many of these commuters were actually skin-wearing monsters hiding in plain sight. Despite the danger, a surge of adrenaline raced through him. This was the moment, his first real gamble against the creatures that had turned his world into a farm. He pressed his face toward the window, his gaze scanning the darkened sky with unwavering focus. When the familiar silhouette of the drone materialized in the air outside, he knew the countdown had reached its final seconds. Zhang Cheng's fingers tightened around the straps of the bag on his lap, his muscles coiled like a spring.
Gah! Personal safety! Look out!
Zhang Cheng screamed, his voice reaching a pitch of theatrical terror. His performance was amateurish and over-elaborate, but in the chaos of the moment, the subtlety didn't matter. He scrambled out of his seat and rushed toward the front of the bus, backpack clutched tightly to his chest.
Driver, did we hit something? What's going on? Is the engine dead? Are we going to crash?
The driver didn't even flinch. His face was a mask of cold indifference as he looked at the spiderweb of cracks spreading across the windshield.
Something hit the glass. Get back to your seat.
But look! It's going to shatter! We're all in danger!
Zhang Cheng continued to howl with synthetic panic, making as much noise as possible to draw everyone's attention.
Zhang Cheng, enough of this embarrassing display. Sit down this instant.
His father barked from several rows back. Zhang Cheng turned a deaf ear to the command. Positioned so that his body blocked the driver's view of his bag, he reached down and slowly pulled back the zipper. Right then, a pair of blinding headlights appeared on the road ahead, a car roaring against the flow of traffic, aiming directly for the bus's front bumper.
Stop! Watch out! A car is heading right for us! Hit the brakes!
The headlights of the oncoming car blared through the windshield, yet the bus driver's foot remained welded to the gas pedal. Sensing the impending collision, Zhang Cheng scrambled toward the front, panic etched across his face.
Driver, stop the bus right now! Do you want to get us all killed?
He shrieked the words with theatrical desperation. Stopping the vehicle was the core objective of his undercover mission. His frantic yells shattered the quiet. The passengers finally noticed the vehicle barreling toward them in the wrong lane, and terror erupted.
Hit the brakes! Someone stop him!
Outside, the oncoming car skidded to a violent halt. The doors flew open, and Lin Yi's squad spilled out onto the asphalt. The driver's gaze locked onto the towering figure of Cheng Dao. A glint of predatory malice flared in his unnatural eyes. His hands tightened around the steering wheel, muscles bracing to gun the engine and crush the interlopers. But Zhang Cheng was already in position. Ensuring the bus did not move an inch was step 2. He knew exactly what the driver was, a skin-wearing monster holding a steering wheel. If the bus accelerated into Lin Yi's barricade, the humans would be slaughtered. Backing off slightly to shield his actions from the crowd, he bumped heavily against the driver's seat. His hand deftly unzipped his backpack.
Hey, driver, sir. If reincarnation is real, try being a human next time.
He murmured the condemnation like a silent prayer. Instantly, 2 flashes of lethal metallic silver exploded outward from his open pack. They were Cheng Dao's infamous butcher blades, retrieved flawlessly via drone days in advance. The freak in the driver's seat never stood a chance. At point-blank range, its monstrous reflexes were entirely useless. Zhang Cheng watched the flawless execution, an electric thrill of morbid awe coursing through his veins. He had heard the terrifying legends of Cheng Dao's supernatural prowess, but seeing a freak instantly dispatched was profoundly shocking. The driver's corpse slumped over the console, perfectly concealed from the civilian cattle in the back. But the bloodshed wasn't invisible to everyone. The co-driver stiffened, sensing the sudden butchery, and rose from his adjacent seat. Zhang Cheng's pulse barely elevated, having survived the visceral hellscape of the Abyss Hospital. Confronting a single disguised monster felt almost mundane. Pivoting smoothly to face the crowded bus, he pointed wildly at the approaching executioner outside.
It's the mass murderer! That's Cheng Dao, the one from the news!
Igniting mass hysteria was task number 3. His acting was undeniably ham-fisted, but as the terrifying, blood-stained silhouette of the city's most infamous serial killer strode toward the bus, the passengers needed no further convincing. A woman near the window pressed herself against the glass, her voice shattering.
Oh my God, it really is him! He's coming this way! Are we all going to die? We're dead! Why did we have to run into a serial killer tonight of all nights? He's butchered over a dozen people! It's horrific! What do we do? What do we do? He's going to slaughter us all!
Please remain calm, ladies and gentlemen.
The co-driver turned back to the trembling crowd, trying to mollify the herd.
He cannot breach the vehicle. As long as everyone stays firmly in their seats, you are perfectly safe.
Yeah, he's right! The doors are shut!
Zhang Cheng listened to the murmurs. He couldn't tell if the voices blindly agreeing were genuinely terrified humans, or just more hidden freaks trying to keep the livestock penned in.
Someone call the cops, now! Zhang Cheng, come here at once! Get behind us!
The creatures wearing his parents' skin stood up from the rear of the bus, beckoning him closer. A cold, mocking sneer crossed his internal thoughts. He had finally engineered a way out of their clutches. There was absolutely no chance he was walking backward into the slaughterhouse. Cannot breach the vehicle? He mocked mentally. Then I'll just roll out the red carpet. Executing his 4th objective, he slammed his hand against the pneumatic door controls.
The bus is a death trap. Everyone run for your lives.
What do you think you're doing? Get back here.
The co-driver spun around, lunging violently to snatch the escaping teenager. His hand clamped down, but a secondary streak of silver met him at the threshold. A bloodletting knife viciously stabbed toward his exposed throat. Before the creature could counter, and Cheng Dao crossed the threshold, stepping fully into the cabin. Brandishing a massive blackened bone cleaver, the butcher unleashed a brutal horizontal sweep aimed squarely at the monstrosity's neck. Another metallic shockwave rang through the aisle as the creature raised its augmented limbs to block the devastating blow. And Cheng Dao had anticipated the parry. Exactly as the block occurred, two slender boning knives shot upward from below, driving themselves deeply into both of the creature's kneecaps. Ah! Blood! He's murdering him! Over the chaotic screaming, a cold, commanding voice boomed into the cabin from the street outside.
What the hell are you idiots waiting for? Are you just going to sit there and let a serial killer slaughter you? Run! If you don't run right now, you're all dead.
With the doors sitting wide open and the legendary butcher carving people up in the aisle, the passenger's primary instinct took over. Lin Yi's psychological warfare was entirely intentional. He wasn't just maximizing the chaos, he was single-handedly saving their lives. The moment full-scale combat engaged, the monsters would inevitably shed their skins. If the ignorant civilians witnessed those true, grotesque forms and managed to escape, they would be marked for execution by the city's greater freak network. Lin Yi simply didn't have the time or resources to hunt them down and silence them afterward. By terrifying them into fleeing immediately, he ensured they remained ignorant, buying them a few extra days of life. Stampeding over the seats, the passengers surged out the back emergency exits, fleeing recklessly into the darkness while clutching their phones.
Uncle Ann, let's wrap this up fast before backup arrives.
The battlefield mathematics was grim. 7 total freaks initially boarded. 1 lay dead. Another was permanently crippled over the wheel, leaving roughly 5 combatants. 3 of those entities were masquerading as the parents of other students. Driven by their biological mandate to cultivate their livestock, they had been forced to abandon the fight and chase down their fleeing children. Therefore, only 2.5 threats remained engaged, the crippled co-driver and the horrors posing as Zhang Cheng's family.
Miserable, filthy livestock, I'll tear you apart.
The co-driver's torso swelled obscenely. The human skin at his waist ruptured with a sickening tear as violently thrashing tentacles, lined with wicked reverse barbs, lashed out toward Cheng Dao. The butcher was prepared. Tucking his chin, he kicked hard against the dashboard and flawlessly backflipped out of the bus window, dodging the lethal strike.
Ah, Zhang Cheng! It appears you deduced our secret quite a while ago.
His parents slowly descended the rear stairs of the bus, their eyes fixed on him with unsettling, unblinking intensity. Their lips were curled into terrifyingly wide, frozen smiles.
Well, if the veil is lifted, you can hardly fault us for indulging early.
The lower half of his father's face abruptly unhinged and tore itself down the middle, exposing a hideous maw lined with circular, saw-like teeth.
Such exquisite quality! I have hungered for you for years!
His mother convulsed violently. Her neck snapped to an impossible angle as chunks of jet-black chitin chewed violently through the soft tissue of her throat.
Ugh, Jesus.
Zhang Cheng grimaced, his nose wrinkling against the foul stench.
You people are remarkably hideous. To think I lived beneath the same roof as these rotting abominations for a decade. I need a shower.
Stepping back to a safe distance, he jabbed a thumb forward and yelled at Cheng Dao.
I choose you, murderer uncle. Use slash.
And Cheng Dao scowled deeply, his annoyance with the teenager's antics radiating visibly. He shot a glare so dark it could have withered grass.
I will mulch the parents. You deal with the cripple.
Without another word, and Cheng Dao pivoted to face the parents. Every remaining bladed weapon erupted from the unzipped backpack, swirling around his shoulders in a devastating orbital vortex.
Wait, me?
He froze, his arrogant smirk melting instantly off his face. As the butcher surged forward to engage the parents in a flurry of silver, the heavily mutated co-driver dragged its mangled body down the front stairs of the bus. The embedded boning knives had shattered its ability to walk upright, but equipped with 4 supplementary insectoid legs extending from its flanks, it scuttled forward with horrifying efficiency. Its multifaceted eyes locked onto Zhang Cheng with a sickening click. It raised 2 massive, scythe-like forearms high into the air, ready to cleave him in 2.
Wait, Uncle Ann, tag in. Finish this one first.
He stumbled frantically backward. In the split second before the scythes descended, a dark figure suddenly darted out from the alleyway shadows.
Don't flatter yourself. When Uncle Ann said you, he meant us.
Gorilla?
Lin Yi hadn't mentioned their previous encounters with the freaks to Zhang Cheng. As far as the top scholar was concerned, Chengdao was the only muscle in the... To him, Lin Yi was just a half-baked strategist while Chu Kai served as the ears. Lu Linhai and Chu Yun, they were nothing more than excess baggage. But the violence erupting in front of him was starting to change that perception. As the monster's bladed forearm came crashing down, Lu Linhai lunged into the fray with a heavy piece of rebar. He swung the steel rod with both arms, putting every ounce of strength into a desperate parry. He shot a quick look at the scholarly boy. Even though he'd seen Zhang Cheng's face on a drone camera, this was the first time they were standing face to face. Behind his black-rimmed glasses, Zhang Cheng looked painfully frail. He was tall, but so thin that his clothes seemed to swallow him whole.
Listen here, Beanpole. Stay back and keep out of the way before you get yourself killed.
Lu Linhai couldn't help but smirk, relishing the moment he finally had the upper hand in terms of physical prowess. Zhang Cheng scowled beneath his mask, his internal monologue dripping with annoyance.
He acts just like a wild gorilla. What's there to be so smug about? A big pile of meat with muscles where his brain should be.
Despite his grumbling, Zhang Cheng knew he was dead weight in a physical brawl and retreated to a safer distance. The freak's rage was palpable. It hoisted both forearms high while the tentacles writhing from its belly lashed out toward Lu Linhai. But Lu Linhai knew these things by now. Their movements were no longer a mystery to him. He danced back to open up the gap. That's when Lin Yi, who had been lying in wait on the far side of the bus, struck. Knife in hand, Lin Yi blurred toward the monster's rear. He aimed for the vulnerable joint of an insectoid leg and drove the steel deep without a moment's pause. Lin Yi didn't bother retrieving his blade. He just left it buried in the beast's leg. In one fluid motion, he retreated like Lu Linhai and drew a fresh knife from his pack. This was no amateur hour. They had rehearsed every beat of this escape meticulously. Every daylight hour had been spent refining the plan with Zhang Cheng's analytical mind. Every night, they combed the area for supplies, with Chu Kai's lockpicking skills opening doors that were meant to stay shut. And then there was the training. And Chengdao had put them through hell, ensuring their weapons were honed and their hands were steady. These knives were lethal instruments in their hands.
Come on, you ugly bastard, over here!
Lin Yi spat, his voice laced with venom and defiance.
Weren't you monsters supposed to be better than us? Weren't you the ones in control? Come and prove it. If you can't put me down today, then you're even more pathetic than the livestock you claim we are.
Hey, freak, look this way. I've got a little surprise for you.
Chu Yun waved her arms frantically, shouting at the top of her lungs from a short distance away. The monster instinctively turned its head toward the new source of noise. In that split second of distraction, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. Chu Kai lowered his weapon, shooting a smug glance at his sister.
Well, that was pretty slick, wasn't it? Admit it, your brother is a legend.
A guttural, agonizing scream of fury.
Lowly, filthy, livestock.
Shamed and mutilated, the freak lashed out in a mindless frenzy. Its abdominal tentacles whipped through the air like sentient razor wire. Lin Yi seized the opening. He circled around to the monster's unprotected rear and brought his rebar pipe down on its head with skull-shattering force. His job was to maintain the pressure, keeping the monster's focus divided while Lin Yi and Chu Kai looked for the kill. As the freak tried to turn its attention back to Lin Yi, Lin Yi launched himself at the creature once more. This time, the monster had learned. Even as its forearm swung toward Lin Yi, its belly tentacles coiled back to strike at the approaching Lin Yi.
Lin Yi, strike left, dodge right, now jump.
Chu Kai's voice cut through the chaos like a whip. Without hesitation, Lin Yi followed the instructions as if they were his own instinct. He twisted his body midair, narrowly avoiding the tentacle that tried to snag his chest from the left. He leaped high, clearing the secondary tentacles that swept across the ground to sweep his legs from under him. A third tentacle lunged for his throat, but before it could find its mark, a crossbow bolt pinned it to the earth. Lin Yi seized the moment. He landed right before the freak and drove his knife back into the vulnerable leg joint. Their teamwork was effortless. Whenever the monster tried to focus its malice on one of them, the others would immediately exploit the distraction. On the other side of the clearing, and Chengdao was making the slaughter look like child's play. He wasn't losing a single inch of ground, even against two of the monsters at once. And Chengdao's combat style was a symphony of raw carnage and surgical precision. His heavy cleaver rose and fell without mercy, a blur of dark steel amidst the chaos. But the cleaver was only half the threat. He used his supernatural control to guide a dozen other blades through the air, orchestrating a relentless storm of sneak attacks. Knives hissed through the air like vengeful spirits, severing the monster's tentacles and hacking through their chitinous, insectoid legs. Within 10 minutes, the three massive freaks were beaten back, crippled and bleeding under the sustained pressure of the survivors' assault. Zhang Cheng watched from the sidelines, his eyes wide behind his glasses. He was paralyzed by a mix of terror and profound awe at the efficiency of their teamwork.
Hey, Trash, take this! Little flying rod coming through.
Lin Yi bellowed.
Eat steel!
He shoved his rebar pipe forward with all his weight, aiming straight for the monster's unprotected abdomen. Chu Kai shifted his position in a blur, lining up a final shot from the front.
Go to hell.
He grit his teeth and drove his blade into the base of the freak's skull with every ounce of his remaining strength. On the far side of the road, and Chengdao had already finished his work. Two more mangled carcasses lay steaming on the asphalt as he turned to watch the others finish their kill. He didn't offer to help. Instead, he watched for just a heartbeat before turning away and walking toward the idling bus. The engine roared to life under his hands, the vibrations rattling the frame of the old vehicle. Lin Yi and the others gathered their breath and scrambled toward the open doors just as the fight drew to a bloody close.
Get on, we're moving.
With everyone secured inside, and Chengdao slammed the bus into gear and floored the pedal, racing toward the looming highway entrance. Lin Yi's heart hammered against his ribs like a trapped bird as the toll booths drew closer. The staff at the station finally realized the bus wasn't stopping. When they saw Chengdao's face at the wheel, their human masks dissolved, revealing the predatory monsters beneath. They rushed out to block the concrete lane.
Brace yourselves.
And Chengdao shouted over the roar of the engine as he stood on the accelerator. The vehicle smashed through the metal barrier of the toll station. But just as they cleared the gate, a lone freak leaped from the roadside and clung to the side of the bus. It raised a bladed forearm and shattered the window, glass raining down on the terrified passengers within. As the creature tried to pull its bulk through the jagged opening, Zhang Cheng lunged for his bag and pulled out a tightly wrapped glass bottle.
Back off! Let me deal with this.
He tore away the protective wrapping and hurled the bottle at the freak's face with everything he had.
Damn it! I was aiming for the eyes! My aim is garbage.
Wait, is that sulfuric acid? Zhang Cheng, where the hell did you get that?
I borrowed it from the chemistry lab back when I was still going to class. I was saving it for the things at my house, but since I met you guys, well, better used here than buried.
Despite the agony of the chemical burns, the freak refused to let go, its claws digging into the metal frame as it tried to force its way inside. Lin Yi didn't give it a second chance. He raised his rebar and jabbed it straight into the corroded, sizzling wound on the monster's head.
Get the hell off my ride!
With a final heave, Lin Yi kicked the dying creature's corpse out of the shattered window. It hit the moving road and vanished into the dust. The moment the bus crossed onto the main highway, the world seemed to ripple. It felt as if they had passed through a thin, invisible veil. A wave of nausea and disorientation washed over Lin Yi. When his vision finally cleared, the world outside the windows had transformed. The vibrant greenery was gone, replaced by a landscape of nightmares. The trees flanking the road were gnarled and twisted into grotesque, bone-like shapes. Their leaves weren't leaves at all, but clusters of long, sharp needles that looked more like porcupine quills. The air itself felt heavy and dry, a suffocating heat that made it hard to draw a full breath.
Is this it? The world outside?
Lin Yi was shaken to his core. The alien landscape was so jarringly different from the city he had known that it left him momentarily breathless. He turned back to look at the city they had just fled, but his eyes found only a void. The urban sprawl was gone, replaced by a wall of shimmering heat and empty sky. The defense system was absolute. From out here, the entire city was an invisible ghost, sealed away behind a barrier of perfect illusion.
What the hell happened to the world?
He whispered, the magnitude of the truth hitting him like a physical blow. Lin Yi's voice suddenly broke through his shock, filled with a new kind of urgency.
Guys, look over there! Fast!
The highway was flanked by deep, dense woods on both sides, with gnarled trees that looked like they had been twisted by a malevolent hand. Upon the gnarled branches, a flock of grotesquely shaped creatures perched in eerie silence. Their ebony feathers were tattered and moth-eaten. Beneath the decay, their chests were a mess of rotting flesh, where crimson meat sprouts writhed with a life of their own. The entire flock turned their heads in a chilling, synchronized motion, their cold eyes tracking the bus as it sped down the road. They stayed their ground, watching us pass with an unblinking, predatory focus.
What on earth are those things?
Lin Yi leaned against the glass, his brow furrowed in disgust. The grotesque creatures were somehow even more repulsive than the horrors they had left behind in the city.
They look like crows.
Lin Yi felt a cold lump of unease forming in his stomach. The twisted plants and those wretched birds were a stark reminder that the entire world had been fundamentally altered by some unseen tragedy.
You're telling me those monsters are crows?
The color and the shrieks match? Yeah, they're crows all right.
Zhang Cheng watched the birds recede into the distance. Since they weren't attacking, he turned his attention back to the more immediate problem.
So where exactly is this great north you mentioned?
The North Pole? That's going to be a long trip if we're actually going that far.
I don't know for sure. Our information is limited. We might just have to keep driving north and hope we find it. But I don't think we should just go blindly. Let's aim for the next city first. Maybe we'll find some better clues there. And if we don't, well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
The bus rumbled down the desolate highway, the silence inside as heavy as the atmosphere outside. Not a single other vehicle appeared on the empty stretch of road. 4 hours of monotonous driving passed before Chukai suddenly bolted upright in his seat, his eyes wide with alarm.
There's movement ahead.
The entire group stiffened instantly, falling into a practiced silence as they reached for their weapons.
Are the freaks waiting for us? How could they have gotten in front so fast?
No, they're human. About 30 of them, hiding in the woods on both sides of the road.
Lin Yi's eyes widened. After so long in a world dominated by skin-wearing monsters, the idea of encountering such a large group of humans felt almost like a dream. And Cheng Dao wrestled with the steering wheel, his knuckles white with strain as he pumped the brakes and adjusted their course. He brought the heavy vehicle to a halt just inches from the rusted guardrail.
They're armed. Those were gunshots.
Panic flared in the cramped cabin. They had tried to scavenge firearms before escaping the city, but the farm environment was strictly controlled. Aside from a single crossbow, they were defenseless against ranged weapons.
Why the hell are they shooting at us if they're human?
Lin Yi's mind raced as he watched the tree line. Then, a horrifying possibility took root in his thoughts.
The bus. They think this is a monster transport. They're hunting freaks, and we're looking like the cargo.
It was a logical and terrifying conclusion. Without someone like Chukai to sense the difference, any group of survivors would assume a city bus was carrying monsters or livestock.
Stop. We're human. We're survivors from the city. Don't shoot.
Figures began to peel away from the shadows of the trees, their weapons raised as they slowly circled the disabled bus.
Is that a hunting shotgun? It looks like a 3-shot semi-automatic 16-gauge.
Zhang Cheng squinted at the approaching men. Only the leader carried a firearm. The others were armed with axes, knives, and rusted blades. It seemed modern weapons were just as rare out here as they were behind the city's walls.
Everyone out of the bus! Now! Get your asses out here where I can see them!
What do we do, Lin Yi?
Stay inside. We don't know who these people are. If they're hostile, we're sitting ducks the moment we step off the stairs.
He's right. We need to talk them down first. But if they don't listen, Uncle Ann, can this thing still move?
The tire's shredded to hell, but the rim will hold for a few miles. I can force it through if we need to make a break for it.
Lin Yi stepped toward the window, steeling himself. He was the only one who could afford a mistake. If he was shot, he would simply reset the loop.
Listen to me. We just escaped from the city. We aren't your enemies. We're human survivors just like you.
I said get out! Move it right now, or I'm gonna start blasting into these windows!
The gunman leveled his shotgun at Lin Yi's face, his finger visibly twitching on the trigger. There was no reasoning with a man this far gone into paranoia. Lin Yi prepared to signal and Cheng Dao to floor it, but a sudden movement in the crowd caught his eye, stopping him cold. A younger man scrambled to the front, staring into the bus with wide, disbelieving eyes.
Wait! Lin Yi! Is that really you? Do you remember me?
Lin Yi froze, his heart skipping a beat. The voice was hauntingly familiar, pulling a buried memory from the depths of his mind like a ghost from the past.
Uncle Dean, is that really you?
Lin Yi's voice crackled with disbelief. Years ago, a man named Dean Van Looy had lived in the unit below Lin Yi's family. He was a tenant in his 30s who never quite lost his childhood spark, making him a favorite among the local kids. His apartment was a treasure trove of gaming consoles. During every holiday and break, Lin Yi would find an excuse to run downstairs and lose himself in the pixels and controllers at the older man's side. Dean Van Looy never seemed to mind. In fact, he looked just as happy to have a companion for his virtual adventures as Lin Yi was to be there. But then came the change. He got married, and after he and his new bride departed for their honeymoon, neither of them ever set foot in the neighborhood again. The rumors swirled. Some said he'd moved back to his hometown. Others claimed he'd upgraded to a bigger house and started a new life elsewhere. Lin Yi had simply accepted that he'd never see his old friend again. With the horror of the world around him, the truth was becoming painfully clear. Something catastrophic must have happened during that trip.
I knew you'd remember me, kid.
Dien Van Looy's face lit up with genuine joy.
It's been so long. I honestly never thought our paths would cross again.
He turned to the man clutching the shotgun next to him.
Brother Lei, this boy is like a little brother to me. Let's just let them through.
The man called Brother Lei didn't move a muscle. His gaze remained cold.
No.
He whispered sharply.
Don't lose focus, Van Looy. Remember why we're out here. If they've been turned into freaks, it's our job to end them.
But they can't be freaks.
Dien Van Looy muttered with a nervous chuckle.
Your word means nothing here, and mine doesn't either. The only judgment that matters is the Saintess. Only after she has seen them will we know their true nature.
The Saintess? Lin Yi froze as the name echoed in his mind. He had no idea who this woman was, but if she could really tell a human apart from a monster, then she must be an ability user, someone with a power that cut through the freak's disguises.
Hey, old man, if we actually were those things you're so scared of, do you really think that little pea shooter of yours would do the trick?
Zhang Cheng sneered. Freaks were encased in biological armor, thick beetle carapaces that could shrug off most light arms. A single shotgun wouldn't stand a chance against a real monster.
Are you volunteering to find out?
Brother Lei shifted his aim, pointing the barrel directly at Zhang Cheng.
Wait! Stop!
Dien Van Looy's voice rose in a frantic shout.
Lin Yi, listen to me. Brother Lei isn't an enemy. He's one of the God-chosen individuals selected by a higher power to lead us against the freaks.
God-chosen? Lin Yi's brow furrowed. The list of strange new terms was growing faster than he could keep track of. Dien Van Looy's face was full of worry. It was clear he was genuinely afraid Brother Lei would attack Lin Yi and his group.
Lin Yi, Uncle Dean has never lied to you. They aren't bad people and they aren't freaks. The year my wife and I were traveling, it was Brother Lei who rescued me from those freaks. We all live in a village far away now. Everyone there was saved by Brother Lei and his people. Come with us and see for yourselves. I swear on my life, as long as you are all human, you won't be in any danger.
Lin Yi, did you hear that? They're using our word. They called them freaks.
Zhang Cheng leaned in close, his voice a low, urgent murmur. Lin Yi nodded subtly. He hadn't missed it. Most people who stumbled onto the truth only knew to call them monsters or creatures. It had been the same for him and Chu Kai until they met Cheng Dao and saw his files. The term freak was specific, documented. If these people were using that exact label, it meant they had access to the same kind of hidden knowledge, maybe even more than what they'd recovered from the factory. His own documents were fragments, a confusing mix of truth and deception, but if this group had a more complete record, it could finally explain the God-chosen and what had really happened to the world.
Uncle Dean, give us a moment. I need to talk this over with my friends.
Lin Yi turned around, and the group huddled together near the driver's seat of the bus.
All right, you heard them. What do you all think? Should we go check out this village?
He and Cheng Dao and the others were now a single unit. Therefore, everyone on the bus had a right to speak on whether they should go or not.
I think it's worth the risk,
Chu Kai said. He had been chasing the idea of a stable home for a long time.
If they're actually human and they've built something safe, it might finally be the place where I can give Xiao Yun a real life.
And Cheng Dao didn't offer a direct opinion, but his gaze was sharp.
If it's just humans, I can take care of any trouble that comes up.
Exactly. Our Uncle Ann is the best.
Lu Linhai grinned.
I think no one asked for the gorilla's input.
Zhang Cheng interrupted with a smirk.
You want a piece of me? This is serious, and you're still acting like a jerk.
Lu Linhai barked at him.
I'm okay with whatever the group decides.
Chu Yun added softly.
Since there aren't any objections.
Lin Yi sighed.
Check your weapons. We're getting off.
Once the decision was made, Lin Yi and the others stepped off the bus. As the doors hissed open, Brother Lei barked orders to his men.
Unit 1, stay here and hold the perimeter. Unit 2, you're with me. We're escorting them back. Once we get back, have Unit 3 and Unit 4 take over the next rotation.
Brother Lei barked, his eyes never leaving the perimeter. Lin Yi and his friends were quickly surrounded. The men from the village moved with a cautious discipline, sealing the survivors within a loose ring while keeping a wary distance. Lin Yi didn't blame them. He knew firsthand how lethal the world had become. Without Chu Kai's unique ability to discern intentions, he wouldn't have trusted a group of strangers either, let alone stepped off his safe bus to follow them into the unknown.
So, Lin Yi, how did you all manage to make it past those creatures?
Dien Van Loi asked, his voice low and curious. Unlike the others, he didn't seem to have a shred of fear in him as he stepped up to walk beside Lin Yi.
The freaks out here aren't the kind you can just walk away from. Honestly, if it weren't for the God-chosen we have back at the village, we'd have been wiped out a long time ago.
Uncle Dean, you keep using that term.
Lin Yi said, his voice level.
What exactly is a God-chosen?
He could tell there was a wealth of information buried in Dien Van Loi's simple enthusiasm. If he played his cards right, he could learn the rules of this new community before they even arrived.
They're people chosen by God, obviously.
Dien Van Loi answered with a shrug.
Only those selected by the Almighty can. Van Loi!
Brother Lei's roar cut through the air like a whip. He was walking at the head of the file, his eyes scanning the path ahead.
Get over here. Don't say another word to them until we've confirmed their humanity. We haven't seen their true faces yet.
Dien Van Loi jumped at the sharp command. He gave Lin Yi a quick, apologetic smile before scurrying back into the protective circle surrounding the group.
Do you think these God-chosen are just people with abilities like us?
Chu Kai whispered, leaning in so only Lin Yi could hear. Lin Yi weighed the possibility. If Brother Lei and his people were successfully rescuing humans from the freaks, it was almost certain they wielded some kind of supernatural power. Labeling it as divine was likely just their way of making sense of the chaos.
It's very likely.
That's the least of our worries.
Zhang Cheng said, joining the hushed conversation.
What really matters is this saintess they're all so obsessed with.
Agreed.
Lin Yi nodded grimly.
The reverence they show her is intense. She's clearly the anchor of their group, and if she's the one who decides who's human or not, her ability must be incredibly potent. Without her, they'd be flying blind. She's the one who sees through the masks.
I was thinking more along the lines of, saintesses are usually gorgeous, right?
Zhang Cheng countered, a smirk playing on his lips despite the tension. The comment was so wildly out of place that it momentarily broke the heavy atmosphere.
Eyes forward!
Someone from the surrounding escort snapped, their voice sharp.
Keep your focus on the road and watch those trees. They're not just bark and branches anymore.
The vegetation here was wrong. The trees didn't grow toward the light. They coiled and warped into skeletal, unnatural shapes, their trunks twisting into jagged knots that choked the path. If it weren't for the constant obstacle course of gnarled roots and thorny branches, Lin Yi and his companions could have covered twice the distance by now.
Stay sharp. Watch your step around those thorns. You don't want them brushing against your skin.
Why's that? Are they just sharp? Or is there something else?
Worse, they're venomous. The toxin won't kill you outright, but you'll spend the next few days in an agonizing, itchy hell that nothing can soothe. And the moment you scratch hard enough to draw blood, those wretched mutated birds will be circling over us before you can even cry out. It's not just the birds either. At night, the giant black rats crawl out of their burrows. They can smell a single drop of human blood from miles away. Trust me, kid, you'd rather face the birds than those rats. They're the real blight of these woods.
Rats? You're telling me we're supposed to be trembling over a bunch of oversized vermin?
Zhang Cheng let out a short, cold rasp of a laugh, his eyes flashing with derision.
Your confidence is proportional to your ignorance. In a dying world, rats are the ultimate survivors, teeming with filth and breeding at a rate humanity can't even dream of. If there's anyone left when the dust finally settles, it won't be us. It'll be the swarms. They're the true heirs to the apocalypse.
Besides, the creatures out here aren't the house pests you're thinking of. If the birds can mutate into those monstrosities we saw, the rats have likely become something far more grotesque.
The boy's right. One bite, even a tiny nip, and the wound will never close. It just starts to fester, the rot eating its way through your healthy tissue. The only way to survive is to cut the rot out immediately. Hack the meat right off your bones before the infection spreads to your heart.
And then you bleed from the surgery, and the scent brings back even more rats. It's a perfect, vicious death trap.
Lin Yi cast a wary glance at the coiling shadows of the mutant trees, his grip tightening as he steeled himself against the unseen predators lurking just out of sight.
They seem decent enough, surprisingly.
And Cheng Dao murmured, his voice barely audible over the forest sounds. The escorts hadn't dropped their guard for a second, but their eyes held more concern than malicious intent. They genuinely seemed to fear that Lin Yi and the others might be monsters in human skin. As the group navigated the treacherous path, the men had been quick to offer warnings about every hidden hazard. Perhaps Dean Van Looy's assessment was correct. These were survivors who had escaped the freaks' farm cities. The trek through the suffocating, mutated woods ground on for over an hour, every step a test of endurance against the coiling roots. Chu Kai suddenly paused, his eyes narrowing as his enhanced senses picked up something on the wind.
There's a large gathering up ahead.
Chu Kai whispered, leaning closer to Lin Yi.
Their village must be right over that ridge.
Can you be certain? Are they all like us?
I'm sure. It's 100-strong crowd, all humans. I can even hear the distant sound of children playing and laughing. It's safe.
A massive weight lift from Lin Yi's shoulders at those words. A hidden sanctuary full of humans. If there were children laughing, then these people couldn't be the predators they had feared. Minutes later, the jagged perimeter of the village finally came into view. The sanctuary Lin Yi had imagined was far from the reality before him. It wasn't a village so much as a desperate, crumbling encampment clinging to the edge of existence. Most of the structures were little more than rotting wooden shacks, hand-lashed and leaning precariously against the ruins of older buildings. The people here stayed huddled within their crude shelters, their eyes tracking the newcomers with a heavy, unblinking suspicion that made Lin Yi's skin crawl. Then he saw them, a handful of children, no more than 7 or 8 years old, playing together in the dirt. But at the first glance, the sight of them stole the breath from his lungs.
The children. Look at them.
They were grotesque. One child, though nearly school age, had a mouth as empty as an infant's, his gums smooth and toothless. Another was covered in bulbous, fleshy lumps that he scratched at with an animalistic intensity, seemingly oblivious to any pain. Their bodies were emaciated and stunted, their spines warped into hunched arcs. They moved with heavy, dragging limps, their expressions vacant and sluggish. As they cackled, a sickening mixture of mucus and saliva bubbled at their lips, sucked back into their mouths with a wet smack that suggested a total loss of human dignity.
Chu Kai, you're absolutely sure? These things, they're really human?
They are. Their heartbeats don't lie.
But how can that be? What could have possibly turned them into this?
Zhang Cheng watched the children with a detached, clinical gaze, his mind already piecing together the data.
Mutation. It's the same rot that claimed the trees and the birds. It seems the biological warp of the outside world is universal. Remember those city limit defenses you mentioned? It's highly likely they weren't just meant to keep us in, but to keep this environmental corruption out.
If that's the case, then why are the adults in this village normal? Why are they the only ones suffering?
It's because these children were born after we left the city?
Dien Van Looy said, his voice heavy with a grim resignation. He had been walking a few paces ahead, but he turned back now as if he'd been expecting their questions about the village's broken youth.
Whatever the reason, any life brought into the world beyond those borders, it inevitably ends up like this, twisted and strange.
Perhaps it's a cold-blooded strategy?
Zhang Cheng hypothesized, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the emaciated forms of the kids.
A way for the freaks to ensure that even if humans escape their farms, they can never truly rebuild. If we can't produce healthy offspring, we can never become a threat to their dominance again. Whether they poisoned the very air of the outside world or tampered with the genetic makeup of the livestock they raised, the result is the same: stagnation, extinction from the roots up.
The genius trailed off, the silence that followed feeling heavier than the air of the mutated woods. The implications of his words hung between them like a death sentence. The group finally reached the fortified boundary of the settlement. The air here felt charged with a different kind of tension, one of organized military alertness.
Brother Lei!
The guards stationed at the entrance shouted the name with a synchronized discipline that suggested a deep reverence for their leader.
Relieve Team 1 immediately. Send Teams 3 and 4 to take their place on the perimeter. As for the rest of you, stick close. I'm taking you to see the Saintess. She'll be the one to decide your fate.
The legendary Saintess of the encampment resided within the skeletal remains of an ancient ancestral hall, a building that still commanded a strange, silent authority over the village. Brother Lei motioned for the group to wait on the stone steps before disappearing into the hall's darkened interior alone.
A saintess, huh? I'm putting my money on a world-class beauty. Why else would they guard her so fiercely?
The heavy wooden doors groaned on their rusted hinges, but the figure that shuffled out behind Brother Lei wasn't the young maiden Zhang Cheng had anticipated. It was a withered, white-haired old woman. She moved with a fragile, faltering gait, yet her clothing, a bright, youthful style favored by girls decades younger, was jarringly out of place.
Great Saintess, these travelers have emerged from the Forbidden City. I beg of you, look into their souls. Are they truly of our kind, or are they the freaks' abominations?
Zhang Cheng nearly choked, his jaw hitting his chest as he stared at the frail crone in disbelief.
You've got to be kidding me. That's the Saintess? Where are the long legs and the flawless skin? This is a scam!
Keep your damn mouth shut.
Lin Yi hissed, his eyes flashing with a warning.
Look at the guards. If they catch a single word of that disrespect, they'll tear you apart.
The elderly woman ignored the whispers, her slow, deliberate steps taking her toward the newcomers. She stopped first before Lin Yi, her clouded eyes seeming to peer through his very skin. After a heartbeat of agonizing silence, she gave a single, shallow nod of approval. The crone moved to Zhang Cheng. Again, the same piercing scrutiny. Again, the brief, confirming nod. But when she stepped in front of Lu Linhai, the atmosphere shivered, her serene mask shattered, replaced by a look of sudden, visceral dread. The Saintess stumbled back as if she'd been struck, her tiny frame trembling as she scanned Lu Linhai's body with a frantic, horrified intensity.
What is it? Is there something on me?
Lin Yi and the others looked at Lu Linhai, their eyes searching for any sign of mutation or abnormality. But to them, he looked exactly as he always did. The silence was broken only by the old woman's ragged, hitching breath. Finally, she managed to find her voice. Her mouth fell open, revealing gums where nearly every tooth had long since rotted away. A hollow, dark abyss within her face. Slowly, she raised a gnarled skeletal finger and pointed it directly at Lu Linhai's chest.
You! What the hell are you?
What is her problem? Why is this old lady cursing at me over nothing?
Lu Linhai looked genuinely wounded, his face a mask of confusion as he struggled to process the unexpected hostility. But the Saintess's words had already set things in motion. Brother Lei snapped into a combat stance, his eyes narrowing with a lethal focus. With a sharp metallic click, he chambered a round into his shotgun. The heavy barrel leveled directly at Lu Linhai's chest, steady and unforgiving. And Cheng Dao reacted before anyone else could blink. He didn't hesitate, his calloused hand blurring as he retrieved his heavy cleaver from his gear. He gripped the hilt tight, the steel catching the dim light. He stood like a stone wall, ready to strike back the moment a trigger was pulled.
A god chosen.
Brother Lei's brow furrowed, his shock evident. The sight of the weapon seemingly appearing from nowhere caught him off guard.
Peace, everyone. There is no need for this.
The Saintess raised a frail, trembling hand, her voice soft but carrying an undeniable weight. She gestured for the man to lower his weapon.
This boy is not one of the freaks.
She turned her clouded gaze toward Lu Linhai, her expression unreadable.
However, he is not human either.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Lu Linhai's breath hitched. He had spent his entire life as an ordinary guy. How could he suddenly be labeled a non-human?
Great Saintess, are you certain? Could there be some mistake?
Lin Yi spoke up, his voice tight. He remembered the past, the weight of his own actions when he had ended Lu Linhai's life in another cycle. He was certain his friend was human.
The Saintess is never wrong. Her eyes see what we cannot.
Brother Lei's voice was like gravel, his loyalty to the old woman absolute. Chu Kai remained quiet, his senses working overtime. He had noticed something off about Lu Linhai for a while, a rhythmic pulse that didn't quite match a human heart. He had ignored it before because Lu Linhai had proven his worth, even risking his life for the group. But now, the seeds of doubt were beginning to sprout.
Do you think he is a hybrid? Some kind of unnatural union between our kind and the freaks?
You have got to be kidding me. That is insane.
The thought made Lu Linhai's stomach churn. The idea of those tentacled nightmares mating with humans was beyond grotesque.
No, it is not that simple.
The Saintess shook her head slowly, her white hair swaying with the movement.
There is no human scent on him, yet I feel none of the freak's corruption either. He is an anomaly, something I have never encountered.
Great Saintess. Is there another possibility?
He really is neither human nor freak, because he is a gorilla. You have probably never seen a gorilla that looks like this, which is why it is confusing for you.
Zhang Cheng leaned in close, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He seemed entirely unfazed by the life or death tension surrounding them. Lu Linhai glared at him intensely, but his anger only seemed to embolden the smart aleck.
Gorillas do not usually go around harming people, so he is not a real threat. We should just keep him as a pet.
Zhang Cheng continued his taunting, completely ignoring Lu Linhai's mounting frustration.
No. If he is not one of us, he cannot stay in this village. He is a risk we cannot afford to take.
Brother Lei's voice was like cold stone. He was clearly ready to drive the boy out into the night, regardless of Zhang Cheng's jokes. But just as the argument reached its peak, something caught the Saintess's eye. Her gaze suddenly sharpened, and a tremor ran through her thin, aged frame.
This is...
Her voice was barely a whisper, yet it rang out with a sudden, frantic energy that silenced the group. She began to walk forward, her steps surprisingly quick for someone so frail. Lin Yi watched her with a mix of awe and concern, fearing she might collapse under the weight of her own realization. The Saintess glided past Lu Linhai, her focus entirely fixed on Chu Yun. Chu Kai's eyes narrowed, his protective instincts surging as he stepped between them, shielding his sister from the old woman's gaze.
What are you doing? Stay back.
Little girl, come here.
The Saintess ignored him, extending a beckoning hand toward Chu Yun. The air around her seemed to shimmer with a strange magnetic pull.
I said, what do you want with her?
Chu Kai's voice rose, a warning growl underpinning his words.
Show some respect. You are speaking to the Saintess.
Brother Lei barked, his hand twitching near the heavy weapon at his side.
It is okay, brother. Let me see what she wants.
Chu Yun placed a calming hand on Chu Kai's shoulder. She could feel the mounting tension and did not want Brother Lei to do something they would all regret. She stepped around her brother and stood before the old woman, her small frame dwarfed by the hall's imposing facade. The Saintess reached out, her fingers cold and dry as they traced the curve of Chu Yun's cheek. A look of primal joy spread across her wizened face.
I found her,
she whispered, her voice cracking with intense emotion.
I finally found her.
Have you touched her enough? Let her go.
Chu Kai pulled his sister back, his jaw set in a hard, stubborn line.
Great Saintess. Is it her? Is she truly your successor?
Brother Lei approached, his eyes wide with a sudden, desperate hope.
Precisely. This little girl will become the new Saintess. She will lead humanity to take back everything that belongs to us.
Chu Kai stood frozen, the weight of her words sinking in. His sister, a leader, a Saintess? It was too much to grasp in a single moment.
Great Saintess, what is this all about?
Everyone, as you can see, I am old. My health is failing. My time is limited.
She coughed, a dry, rattling sound that shook her entire body.
Infinite power resides within this little girl. After my death, she will be the new Saintess.
I refuse.
He rejected the idea flatly. He had spent his life keeping her safe from the shadows. He would not hand her over to a cult in the middle of nowhere.
You do not need to answer so hastily. This is destiny. It is her responsibility, one she cannot escape.
The Saintess looked at him with an ancient, pitiless gaze, as if she could already see the path ahead.
Having escaped that city filled with freaks, you must all be exhausted. Rest in the village for a few days.
The previous excitement seemed to sap the last of the Saintess's energy. Her thin body shook with a renewed, fragile intensity.
Great Saintess. And what about this thing?
Brother Lei spared a dismissive, hostile glance toward Lin Yi, his lip curling in a slight sneer.
This thing! I am standing right here, you know.
Lin Yi's temper finally flared. Being discussed as if he were a piece of refuse was more than his pride could bear.
Let it be. If he can stay by the new Saintess's side, perhaps that is also the arrangement of the god.
The Saintess spoke softly, offering a weary shake of her head. Brother Lei gave a stiff, formal nod before signaling for two villagers to support the old woman. They helped her turn away, guiding her back toward the dark entrance of the ancestral hall.
You may move about the village, but you are not permitted to leave. Do not even think about crossing the boundaries.
Brother Lei turned back to the group, his eyes cold and commanding as he watched the Saintess disappear inside.
On what grounds? We never said we wanted to stay in this place.
Lin Yi snapped back, his voice echoing in the cooling air of the courtyard.
This is for your own safety, and to protect the new Saintess from any external threats.
His response was sharp and final. Lin Yi opened his mouth to retort again, but Lin Yi caught his arm, offering a subtle, firm squeeze. Lin Yi made a small gesture for him to hold back. Fighting now would only lead to a standoff they were not prepared for. Lin Yi's mind was already racing. These people knew details about the freaks and the God-chosen that the group desperately needed to learn. Rather than causing a direct confrontation, it was better to go along with their rules for now and lower their guard. Once they had gathered enough information, escaping wouldn't just be possible, it would be easy. Brother Lei led the remaining villagers away, leaving the small group alone in the deepening shadows of the courtyard.
Gorilla, do you have anything else to say now?
Zhang Cheng leaned in close, his voice dripping with mock sympathy.
It is pretty much settled. You are officially an animal.
Bullshit! What Saintess? I'm a human! A real living human!
Lin Yi hissed through gritted teeth, his fist clenched tight. He refused to accept a reality where he was anything less than who he thought he was.
Let us just look around the village for now, talk to some people, see if we can find any clues about this God-chosen business.
Lin Yi whispered his plan, keeping his voice low as he surveyed their dark surroundings for any movement. He wanted to know exactly who they were dealing with, and how many people in this place possessed the same unnatural gifts they did. But before he could finish, he saw Chu Kai's face go suddenly pale. His friend was staring off toward a dark corner near the edge of the stone path. A group of children were huddled there. Their skin was translucent. Their limbs seemed slightly too long, and their eyes were large and unblinking. They were pointing and whispering.
What is wrong? What are they saying?
They are talking about us.
Chu Kai's voice was a barely audible rasp. His enhanced senses were picking up every whispered word, words that chilled him to the marrow.
They are discussing which part of us tastes the best.
Zhang Cheng didn't flinch. In fact, his eyes gleamed with a morbid fascination that was genuinely unsettling.
I'm curious,
he said, leaning in.
Did they specify which cut of me is the tastiest? I'd hate to be underappreciated.
Chu Kai shot him a look of pure, unadulterated disgust.
You're all bone and attitude.
Chu Kai snapped.
The consensus was that you'd be more trouble than you're worth on a dinner plate.
Haha, see? Being scrawny has its perks. If these people really are man-eaters, I guess I've got a few extra days of shelf life compared to you lot.
Lu Linhai's expression darkened.
Are we actually considering this, that they eat people to survive?
It's a logical possibility,
Zhang Cheng said with a casual shrug. He gestured vaguely at the desolate wasteland surrounding them.
Look around. The world is dead. The freaks have picked the bones clean. Supplies don't just happen out here. Everyone's got to eat. It's the most basic drive. And when the shelves are empty and the hunting is bad, you go back to the most traditional source of protein, long pig. Think about those bus intercepts. You think they're doing that out of the goodness of their hearts? Maybe they're just restocking the pantry.
His gaze drifted toward the group of children playing in the dirt a few yards away.
Ever heard of prions? Consuming human flesh isn't exactly healthy. It triggers neurological collapse, prion diseases, cognitive failure, physical tremors, madness. Honestly, they look a lot like those kids over there.
Before the horror of his words could fully sink in, a figure emerged from the settlement. It was Dien Van Loi, jogging toward them with a surprisingly light step. He was beaming, his face flush with a relief that felt almost alien in this place.
Lin Yi, great news. Brother Lei gave the word. You've been cleared. You're all human, and you're welcome to stay. And there's more.
His eyes fell on Chu Yun, and the casual friendliness vanished instantly, replaced by a deep, reverent awe.
This young lady, she's the one, isn't she? The Saintess's successor, I can feel it. One look was all it took. Even from a distance, I knew she was touched by something extraordinary.
Uncle Dien.
Lin Yi interrupted, his voice sharp and cautious.
Is something wrong?
Oh, no, nothing at all. I told my wife the news that you'd arrived. She insisted that you must be famished after your journey. She's already started on a meal for everyone.
He gestured enthusiastically toward a cluster of shacks deeper in the village.
Come, let's get some food into those bellies. Follow me to my place.
Lin Yi hesitated, his hand hovering near his pack.
Uncle, we can't do that. Food is too precious out here. We have our own supplies. We don't want to be a burden.
Don't talk like that. It's not the city, sure, but we're not beggars. We manage. We have our ways. No one in this village goes hungry. I promise you that.
He spoke with a simple, earnest pride. There was no deceit in his eyes, just the genuine hospitality of a man who truly had enough to share. Lu Linhai leaned in, giving Zhang Cheng a sharp nudge in the ribs.
I thought you said they were starving?
He whispered.
You just love hearing yourself talk, don't you?
Zhang Cheng just clicked his tongue, his face a mask of bored indifference.
Come on then, you'll see soon enough. Just, well, don't be too judgmental of our local cuisine.
A flicker of unease mixed with Lin Yi's hunger. He shared a look with the others before they began the trek deeper into the maze of wooden shacks. The shack was a grim piece of work, cobbled together from raw timber and scavenged planks. It looked like it might collapse if the wind blew too hard, but the gaps in the wood were plugged with rags to keep out the chill. There wasn't even a proper door, just an open frame leading into a single room. The only furniture was a crude wooden platform that clearly doubled as a bed for the entire family.
I know it's not much, borderline primitive, really.
Dien Van Looy said, gesturing for them to enter.
Please, just make yourselves at home. Don't worry about the mess. Life out here has a way of stripping away the luxuries. You learn to appreciate the four walls and a roof, even if they're a bit drafty.
Lin Yi stepped onto the packed earth floor, shaking his head.
We're in no position to be judgmental, Uncle. Survival is the only thing that matters.
They had prepared for the worst the moment they left the city gates. Compared to the damp, predator-filled caves of the mountains, this drafty shack was practically a palace. A woman pushed her way into the shack, her presence signaling a shift in the air. Her skin was leathered by the sun, and her eyes carried the heavy weight of exhaustion.
Lin Yi! It really is you!
She exclaimed, her voice cracking slightly.
Tell me you haven't forgotten old Auntie Em already.
She was lugging a heavy wooden bucket, the contents steaming and giving off a thick, pungent aroma. The liquid inside was a dark, uninviting gray.
Auntie Em.
Lin Yi said, a small flicker of recognition breaking through his caution.
It's good to see you again.
Zhang Cheng leaned over the bucket, peering into the murky depths with an exaggerated frown.
Uncle Dean, I've got to ask, what exactly are we looking at here?
Dien Van Looy's hand went to the back of his neck, a bashful, almost guilty look crossing his face.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you. This is rat soup, local delicacy.
Rats?
Zhang Cheng's smirk finally faltered, his posture freezing as he stared at the bucket.
The giant black ones from the perimeter?
Lin Yi asked, his voice low and calculating. Dien Van Looy nodded solemnly.
There's nothing else out here. The birds are too fast and the crops won't grow, but those rats, they're everywhere. They're the only reason we're still breathing.
Don't you worry. I spent all afternoon preparing them.
Auntie Em said, setting out crude wooden bowls.
I know it's hard to stomach at first, but when your belly starts screaming for meat, you stop caring where it came from. I've got a few choice cuts roasting over the coals out back. I'll go fetch them. They're much easier on the eyes than the soup.
Let me give you a hand with those.
Dien Van Looy said, following his wife back out into the darkening village. Lin Yi watched them go, then looked down at his bowl. He wasn't repulsed, not really. He knew how the world worked now. If the choice was between eating vermin and starving while fighting monsters, the choice was already made. He ladled a small portion into his bowl. The liquid was thick and dark, but surprisingly, it didn't smell half bad. It was a rich, gamey scent that made his stomach growl despite itself. He used his sticks to lift a chunk of the protein. The meat was jet black and stringy, shredded into long fibers. If no one had told him what it was, he would have suspected it was just some exotic breed of livestock.
Hypothetically speaking,
Zhang Cheng whispered, his eyes darting between the bowls.
What are the odds that this rat meat is actually human?
And Cheng Dao, who had been studying the texture of the fibers with the cold intensity of a forensic surgeon, looked up and shook his head.
It's not,
he said, his voice flat and authoritative.
Human muscle tissue has a different grain. This is consistent with a rodent of significant size.
Lin Yi took a breath, his resolve hardening.
I'll be the test subject. If I don't drop dead or start convulsing in 10 minutes, the rest of you can dig in.
The silence that followed was heavy with the collective growling of their stomachs. They were starving, and the desperate need for calories was rapidly overriding their biological disgust. Their meager travel rations were nearly gone. If they were going to survive the trek to the Great North, they had to adapt. They had to learn to eat what the wasteland provided. Lin Yi took a deliberate bite. A wave of intense, gamey flavor hit his tongue, followed by a sharp, metallic tang that made his throat tighten. It was genuinely foul, triggering a momentary gag reflex, but he forced himself to chew. He focused on the texture, tough, stringy, and entirely alien. He swallowed, the lump of meat sliding down his throat like a stone. He sat perfectly still for several seconds, monitoring his pulse, waiting for a reaction that didn't come. The tension was broken by the sound of Dean Van Looy's boots on the dirt. He was carrying several skewers, the aroma of charred fat and smoke trailing behind him.
Fresh off the grill,
He announced, waving the skewers.
the roasting burns off most of the musk. My wife even trimmed the cuts so they'd look more professional. Can't even tell it's vermin, right?
The meat on the skewers had been cubed and charred to a dark mahogany. Without the telltale tail or paws, it could have passed for venison or tough beef from a distance.
We're out of salt and spices, so it's a bit plain, but it's honest protein. Dig in while it's hot.
To prove his point, he tore into a skewer himself, chewing with a vigor that seemed entirely genuine. He then offered the remaining sticks to the circle of survivors. Lin Yi locked eyes with Chu Kai. He gave a single, firm nod. The signal was clear. It's safe. Eat. None of them would ever forget that first meal in the deserted village. For most, except for the stone-faced and Cheng Dao, each bite felt like a monumental struggle against their own humanity. The meal seemed to stretch into eternity. But as the warmth of the broth spread through their bodies, the sharp edges of their paranoia began to soften. For the first time in days, the constant clawing hunger was finally silenced. The moment they stepped back outside, the true nature of the village began to bleed through. The sky had turned a bruised, ink-black color, and the wind carried a biting chill. Despite their full stomachs, the group felt a renewed sense of urgency. The warmth of the meal was a temporary shield against the growing dread of their surroundings. They finalized their scouting teams with a series of sharp, whispered commands. Lin Yi would lead the Chu siblings toward the village center, while Lu Linhai and Zhang Cheng flanked the perimeter shacks. And Cheng Dao, as always, chose the path of the solitary observer, vanishing into the shadows of the western alleys without a word. But as they began their investigations, the realization hit them like a physical blow. The silence, the layout, the very air itself, everything about this village was fundamentally, structurally wrong. The people here were almost too kind. Every time they spotted Lin Yi and his group, they would descend on them with wide, fixed smiles and relentless hospitality. Every attempt to uncover the village's secrets was met with a practiced wall of silence. The villagers' responses were hauntingly consistent. With the Saintess and the God Chosen watching over us, our village remains a sanctuary. We are completely safe here. It was impossible to get any real details. Lin Yi couldn't draw out a single meaningful answer from any of them. The moment the conversation turned to the village's defenses, their tone shifted. They would deftly change the subject, leaving the truth obscured.
I can't shake the suspicion, Chu Kai. They're telling us exactly what we want to hear. Almost like they're trying to trap us here.
I've been thinking the exact same thing.
Chu Kai's gaze swept over the peaceful, rustic surroundings, but he found no comfort in the view.
The Saintess and Brother Lei claim they're fighting to reclaim what humanity has lost. But look at this place. We've been exploring for hours. Where's the training? Where are the weapons? I don't see anyone preparing for a war. It's all just quiet. Way too quiet.
Hey, Chu Kai. Have you noticed something weird about these people?
Lin Yi threw a quick, polite nod to a villager waving from afar, but his eyes were sharp with suspicion.
I missed it at first, but the more we walk, the more obvious it becomes. Every single person in this village is hunched over.
Their spines were unnaturally curved, some only slightly, while others were bent double under an unseen weight. Initially, he'd written it off as simple fatigue. In a world where every day was a battle for survival, poor posture seemed like a minor detail.
Brother Lei and his men seem fine. Well, mostly. You have to look really closely to see it on them. But the older they are, the more extreme it gets. Even the Saintess wasn't spared.
The image of the old woman emerging from the ancestral hall flashed in his mind. He'd originally assumed her trembling gait and curved spine were simply signs of advanced age. But now, that simple explanation felt dangerously naive.
Hey, do you remember that shack we passed a few minutes ago?
Chukai cast a cautious look behind them, his voice dropping to a barely audible whisper.
While you were busy distracting the owners, I managed to get a quick look inside. There was someone in the corner, lying face down on a bare wooden plank.
Everyone has their own preferred sleeping position. Under normal circumstances, lying face down wouldn't be all that unusual. But that usually required the cushioning of a real mattress. On a hard, flat piece of wood, it would be incredibly painful, if not impossible.
He didn't move an inch. If I wasn't listening to his heartbeat, I would have sworn he was a corpse. Think about those hunched backs. If your spine is that curved, you shouldn't be able to lie flat against a hard surface like that. And yet, he was doing it. I could see a massive lump bulging right out of his back through his shirt.
A mutation? Do you think that's what it is?
Chu Yun's voice was small and tight, trembling with a growing sense of existential dread.
Is it like the deformities we saw on those children playing earlier?
It's a distinct possibility.
Lin Yi's eyes drifted toward the dark, looming silhouette of the ancestral hall standing silently in the distance.
Let's head back there.
He leaned in close to Chu Kai, his expression tightening as his resolve hardened.
We need to get closer to the Saintess. If we can eavesdrop on her, we might finally uncover the truth behind this village.
I was thinking the same thing. Let's move.
They slipped through the shadows toward the ancestral hall, keeping their distance to avoid detection while staying just close enough for Chu Kai's ears to pick up any sound. Chu Kai stood still, his eyes squeezed shut as he strained to filter out the ambient noise of the village. For a long, silent minute, he listened. Then, he slowly opened his eyes and shook his head in disappointment.
What do you hear? Did she say anything?
Nothing. She sounds like she's already out for the night. But her breathing, it's the same rhythm as that guy in the shack, the one who was face down on the planks.
The Saintess is sleeping face down as well?
A cold, prickling sensation spread across Lin Yi's skin. The coincidences were piling up into something terrifying.
Wait, if they're all doing it, does that mean they've got something hidden on their backs? Are they afraid of what will happen if they roll over? Like they're protecting something growing out of them?
But what? What could possibly be on their backs that forces them to sleep like that?
Chu Yun's question hung in the air, unanswered and heavy with dread. Lin Yi stood paralyzed for a moment as the pieces began to click together in his mind. The dread was a physical weight in his chest.
Think back to the documents Uncle Ann recovered, the ones about the freaks.
He took a quick, nervous scan of their surroundings, ensuring no one was nearby to overhear.
In those files, freak wasn't just a name for the creatures in the city. It was a broad classification for something much bigger. It applies to every type of monster in this world, every single species.
They had spent so much time dodging mantis wolves that they had subconsciously assumed all monsters would look like that. They had ignored the possibility of other, more subtle horrors. The thought of what might be standing right in front of them made Lin Yi's blood run cold.
Wait, are you suggesting the villagers are actually monsters? Another kind of freak entirely?
Chu Kai's face paled as the implications settled in, his brow furrowing in deep agitation.
Damn it. I was so arrogant. I thought my ears were enough to tell the difference between us and them.
He realized now that his singular biological test was flawed. Different species of freaks likely had different physiology, different heart rates. His hearing wasn't a foolproof detector anymore.
But if they're monsters, why haven't they tried to eat us yet? Is it a trap? Are they waiting for us to figure it out before they attack, like the ones in the city?
No, this feels different. The city monsters are secretive. They maintain the illusion of being human until the very last possible second. It's like an unspoken rule, a treaty of deception. But these people, they talk about freaks constantly. They even acknowledge special abilities. They aren't hiding the existence of the supernatural. They're just hiding themselves within it.
A new insight hit Lin Yi like a physical blow, his eyes widening as he turned back to face the others.
Chukai, think for a second. Have you seen any physical evidence of freaks in this village? I mean the mantis wolves we fought back in the city.
No. Why would there be? I thought those things were confined to the urban areas. Besides, their heartbeats are unmistakable. I would have known if one was anywhere near this place.
I'm not talking about living ones. I'm talking about corpses.
Corpses?
Chukai blinked, the question catching him completely off guard as he processed the strange request.
If these villagers have really been venturing into the city to rescue people, they must have constant bloody run-ins with those creatures. They must have killed dozens, if not hundreds of them by now to keep this sanctuary safe. So, where are the remains? How are they disposing of all that biological waste?
Lin Yi's gaze swept over the cluster of shacks, searching for any sign of monster trophies or materials.
In a world where resources are this scarce, you don't just discard useful materials, not if you want to survive. Their carapaces could be forged into armor. Their forearms would make perfect blades. We should be seeing those parts everywhere. But look around. There isn't a single scrap of monster biology in this entire village. Not a tooth, not a claw, nothing.
Maybe they just have a central disposal pit? Somewhere far away from the residential area?
Chukai offered the suggestion, but even his own voice lacked conviction. He was starting to see the cracks in the narrative too.
We've only seen a fraction of the village. Maybe Uncle Ann or Lulin Hai found something different on their scouting mission.
Lin Yi remained silent. These were all just theories, but the doubt was already spreading like a toxin through his mind. The village had lost its luster. It no longer felt like a refuge. It felt like a cage designed to keep them docile and compliant.
We need to go. We have to find Uncle and Ann the others immediately. If their findings match ours, we're getting out of here. Fast.
They turned to make their way back toward Dean Van Looy's residence, but a small, uneven shape detached itself from the shadows ahead. A young boy limped toward them, his movements jerky, unnatural, and filled with a strange, frantic urgency. As he entered the dim edge of the light, the horror of his appearance was laid bare. His small face was a mass of bulging, fleshy lumps, a grotesque distortion of a human child. He stopped just a few feet away, his mouth hanging open in a hollow, vacant grin that revealed a row of serrated, crooked teeth. His eyes, wide, unblinking, and devoid of reason, were locked onto Chu Yun with an intensity that made the air turn cold.
Mama!
The boy's hand, thin and trembling, rose slowly to point a bony finger directly at Chu Yun's chest.
Mama! I found you! I finally found you!
The small boy limped towards Chu Yun, his voice tight with desperation as he cried out for her.
Mama!
He threw his arms out, trying to bridge the gap and embrace her, but Chu Kai moved with predatory speed. A strong hand caught the boy by the fabric of his collar, jerking him to a halt.
Listen here, you little brat. Spouting nonsense is one thing, but don't you dare touch her. One more move and I'll give you a real reason to sob.
Chu Kai's face was set in a harsh grimace, his eyes narrowing with a sharp, warning glare.
Sweetie, I think you have the wrong person.
Chu Yun spoke in a low, comforting tone, trying to de-escalate the situation.
I'm not your mother.
The child became hysterical, his spindly arms flailing as he continued to plead for his mother, the single word becoming a distorted mantra. As his cries grew more frantic, heavy tears began to trace muddy paths down his grimy cheeks. Lin Yi watched the boy, sensing a profound wrongness. This child was different from the others he had encountered in this village. He recalled the group of ghoulish children from earlier, those who had spoken of humans as nothing but prime cuts of meat. This boy hadn't been among them.
Hey there, little guy. Why do you think she's your mama?
Lin Yi knelt down, forcing his voice to remain steady and calm to avoid spooking the fragile child. The boy didn't look at him. His gaze remained locked on Chu Yun, his lips trembling as he whispered,
My mama! She's the most beautiful of all!
Beautiful?
Lin Yi hesitated, his gaze shifting up to meet Chu Kai's eyes.
Well, the kid has good taste. My sister is obviously the only person worth looking at in this dump.
Chu Kai added with a shrug, though his expression remained wary.
Mama! I looked everywhere for you! Please don't leave me again!
The boy's eyes were welling up again, his entire small frame shaking with a heartbreak that felt far too real for this place.
I truly am not your mother, little one.
Chu Yun knelt beside him, her heart clearly aching for the child's obvious suffering.
Mama! Don't let them take you! Please, just stay right here!
The boy's mind seemed fundamentally broken, locked into a narrative that no amount of reasoning could penetrate. But it was his next plea that sent a chill through Lin Yi's chest. Desperate, the boy reached out and clutched at Chu Yun's skirt.
Mama! I missed you so much! Don't go back to them! They're wicked people!
Go back to them?
Lin Yi's heart hammered against his ribs. He looked up, sharing a grim, realizing look with Chu Kai.
Hey kid, who exactly did your mother go with?
Chu Kai leaned in, his voice sharp and demanding. But the boy was beyond listening. He kept his eyes on Chu Yun, his voice a broken whisper as he repeated his frantic warning.
Kai, let me try. I think he'll listen to me.
Chu Yun realized that if the boy believed she was his mother, she might be the only one who could get the truth out of him.
Little one, who are those bad people you're talking about? Where did they take your mama?
The boy stilled for a moment, then slowly pointed a trembling finger toward the imposing silhouette of the ancestral hall.
Mama! Don't go back in there! Not ever!
The ancestral hall?
Lin Yi felt a jolt of alarm. Was the boy suggesting his mother was trapped inside that forbidden place?
Wait, is your mother actually inside that building right now?
That's impossible.
Chu Kai shook his head, his skepticism clear.
Aside from that decrepit saintess, the only ones in there are her 2 male guards. Unless she's already gone.
Chu Kai lowered his voice to a grim whisper, the implied meaning hanging heavy in the air.
There is something fundamentally rotten about this whole village.
Lin Yi muttered, his shadow lengthening as his expression grew increasingly dark. He considered their options for a silent beat before making a sharp, final decision.
We can't linger here. We need to get back to Uncle Ann and the others immediately. We are leaving this place tonight.
Chu Kai gave a short, sharp nod of agreement. But the moment he released the boy's collar, the child lunged forward and seized Chu Yun's hand. His fingers were locked around her with unexpected strength, his grip as unyielding as iron.
Let go of her.
Chu Kai snapped, his patience finally snapping. The boy flinched, shrinking back, but he didn't loosen his hold by even a fraction. He pressed himself against Chu Yun, his eyes wide with a terror that suggested he believed she would vanish the second he let go.
No! I won't! I want my mama!
You?
Chu Kai was about to physically intervene when Lin Yi stepped between them.
Stop! He's not going to release her on his own. If we try to pry him off, his screams will have the whole village down on us in seconds.
Lin Yi shot a nervous glance toward the ancestral hall before continuing in a hushed, urgent tone.
We're too close to that hall. If the Saintess or her guards hear him, we're finished. We'll take him back to Uncle Dean's place. Once we're there, we can find a way to get Dean to lead him home.
By the time they reached the humble wooden shack that served as Dean Van Looy's quarters, Dean was already outside. He didn't even wait for them to approach before his gaze fell on the child clinging to Chu Yun.
Xiao Hu?
Dean recognized the boy instantly, his brow furrowing with a mix of pity and recognition. Lin Yi opened his mouth to explain, but Dean was already moving toward them, his expression weary.
Little girl, did he mistake you for his mother again?
Dean's question caught Lin Yi off guard. It seemed this was a recurring issue.
Xiao Hu, let go. This lady isn't your mama, you know the rules.
Dian reached out with a steady hand, intending to gently pry the boy's fingers away from Chu Yun's sleeve.
No! Mama, we have to run! He's a bad man! Don't let him take you!
The boy shrieked, his face contorting with a raw, primal terror as he yanked at Chu Yun's hand, trying to pull her away.
You little rascal.
Dian Van Looy lets out a heavy, tired sigh, his hand dropping back to his side as he gives up on the struggle for a moment.
Lin Yi, don't let it get to you. He reacts this way to every newcomer. The poor thing's mind just hasn't been right for a long time.
Dian seemed genuinely unbothered by the child's frantic accusations, treating them as little more than the ramblings of a troubled soul. But Dian's casual dismissal only fueled Lin Yi's growing suspicion. Something was being hidden here.
Uncle Dean, what exactly happened to the boy's mother?
Lin Yi decided to push for the truth, his voice low and direct. In a place like this, curiosity was expected. To remain silent would have been more suspicious than asking the awkward questions.
She's gone.
Dean Van Looy responded with a bluntness that suggested he'd told the story many times before.
Xiao Hu is a tragic case, but honestly, this village is full of stories just like his.
Dean continued, his gaze drifting away as if lost in grim memories.
We've been fighting those freaks for years in this war. Casualties are the only constant. During one particular skirmish, Xiao Hu's mother was caught in the crossfire. She was badly hurt. We managed to pull her out and bring her back here. We were so sure the Saintess could perform a miracle and save her. But by the time we got her through the doors of the ancestral hall, she was already gone. There was nothing anyone could do.
Dean's explanation seemed to fit the boy's trauma perfectly. He had witnessed his mother being carried into that hall, never to emerge again. To a child with his limited grasp of reality, the concept of death was meaningless. All he knew was that the villagers had taken her away, branding them as the villains of his world. Dian Van Looy let out another long, weary sigh after finishing his tale.
In a way, perhaps it's better this way. In his mind, she isn't dead, she's just being kept from him. It gives him something to hold on to.
He glanced at the boy still clutching Chu Yun's hand, a sad, knowing smile touching his lips.
I understand. It's a terrible thing to lose a parent.
Lin Yi replied, his tone sympathetic as he played the role of the concerned newcomer, but internally, his mind was racing. If these people had truly been fighting a war for years, where were the wounded? Why hadn't he seen a single person with a bandage or a scar since he arrived?
Xiao Hu lives with his grandfather now. I should probably get him back before the old man starts a search party.
Dian stepped forward once more, reaching for the child.
Get away!
The boy's reaction was instantaneous and savage. He scooped up a handful of loose stones and dirt, flinging them with a desperate fury at Dian. The swirling dust blinded Lin Yi for a moment. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, his vision blurring and then snapping back into focus. And in that split second, he saw it, something impossible flickering at the edge of his vision. A strand of ethereal white light was snaking out from the boy's trembling body, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. One end was tethered firmly to the child, while the other slowly drifted through the air like a spectral limb, reaching out toward Chu Yun. What in the hell? What is that thing? Lin Yi focused on the nearly invisible, translucent filament that had just materialized. It possessed a sickly, pale radiance that cut through the darkness like the strand of a spectral spider. Was this coming from Xiao Hu? If he was the source of this ethereal silk, then his humanity was a lie. He was nothing more than another monster masquerading in human skin. The mere thought of touching it sent a chill down Lin Yi's spine. He didn't know what would happen upon contact, but he knew the price would be steep. But hesitation wasn't an option. The filament was snaking through the air, drifting with predatory intent toward Chu Yun. His eyes darted to Dien Van Loi. The man was already moving to keep the boy from throwing more rocks. A reckless, desperate plan took root in Lin Yi's mind.
Stop it, Xiao Hu. Drop those stones. Whoa!
Lin Yi lurched forward, but his foot seemingly caught on the uneven ground. He threw himself blindly, his weight crashing into Dien Van Loi. It was a calculated impact. With a hard, sudden shove, he sent the unsuspecting man stumbling straight into the path of the approaching thread. The glowing silk brushed against Dien Van Loi's shoulder. For a heartbeat, Lin Yi hoped the man would act as a buffer, but his relief was short-lived. The filament didn't snag or bind. It ghosted right through his physical form, continuing its relentless progress toward Chu Yun. What in the name of God is this thing? Dread tightened its grip on his throat. He searched frantically for anything to use as a shield or a weapon, but the barren ground offered nothing. In a blur of motion, he ripped off his jacket and began flailing it through the air, trying to snag the thread out of the sky. It was like fighting smoke. The glowing line ignored the fabric entirely, passing through the swinging jacket as if it were a mere projection of light.
Lin Yi, what the hell are you doing? Have you lost your mind?
Chu Kai's voice was sharp with confusion. He focused his enhanced senses, scanning the area for whatever threat Lin Yi was seeing, but his vision revealed only the empty night.
Let me go! I want my mommy! Put me down!
The boy thrashed like a trapped animal in Dien Van Loi's arms, his tiny limbs striking out with surprising violence.
Lin Yi, why did you just push me?
I'm sorry, Uncle Dien. I just lost my balance. These paths they're really uneven. I didn't mean to slam into you.
It's fine. These village tracks are treacherous compared to those city sidewalks. Just watch your step. And what's with the clothes flailing?
Bugs. I thought I saw some insects buzzing around little Yun. You know how much she hates insects. I was just trying to chase them away.
Insects? I've lived here a long time and I've never seen any bugs in this village.
Maybe I just saw things wrong then. Uncle Dean, do you think you should take Xiao Hu back first?
Since he couldn't stop the thread from reaching Chu Yun, he had to cut it off at the source. The only way was to get Dien Van Loi to take the boy away.
You're right. If he's out too late, his grandfather will start worrying.
I won't go! I want to stay with Mommy! You're all monsters! You're going to hurt my mommy! Mommy!
Lin Yi, I'll take Xiao Hu back first and be right back. It's dark now, and you aren't familiar with this place. Whatever you do, don't go wandering off.
With that, Dien Van Loi carried the screaming boy into the distance. As they retreated, the mysterious white thread vanished along with them.
Little Yun, do you feel okay? Any discomfort?
Discomfort? No, I feel fine. Why?
Don't just answer so fast. Take a second. Feel it. Anything?
Lin Yi, did you find something? The way you were swinging those clothes just now, you looked like someone possessed.
You didn't see it? There was a thread sprouting from that kid's body, extending right toward us.
Lin Yi recounted exactly what he had seen, but as he spoke, Chu Kai's confusion only deepened.
A line? I didn't see any line on him.
Brother Lin Yi, I didn't see anything floating toward me either.
Are you sure you weren't hallucinating? If there really was a line on that little runt, there's no way I would have missed it.
Thinking it over, Lin Yi started to doubt himself. It was bizarre. That thread had been glowing. In the lightless void of the village night, it should have been impossible to miss. So why was he the only one who saw it?
Could it be the black rat soup? Maybe you're just seeing things?
We all drank the soup. If it causes hallucinations, why are you two fine?
Whatever that thread was, we can't stay in this village any longer. When Uncle Ann and the others get back, we'll hash out a plan to get the hell out of here.
A few minutes later, and Cheng Dao returned. And Cheng Dao shared his own experiences with the village's occupants. He had encountered several of them, and their reception was universally the same, an unsettling, enthusiastic welcome that bordered on the fanatical. Whenever he attempted to pry into the village's past, their responses became a monotonous script, endless recitations of how perfect and secure their secluded community was.
Honestly, I've seen some horrific things in the city, but these people, they make the freaks back home look like normal citizens.
His jaw was set in a hard line, his eyes reflecting the deep unease he felt. It was a grim realization for Lin Yi. At least the monsters in the city had a terrifying authenticity to them once their masks fell. But here, every interaction felt like talking to a well-rehearsed simulacrum. Being among these villagers made his skin crawl and his gut twist with an ever-growing sense of existential dread.
Lu Lin Hai and Zhang Cheng should have been back by now. Where the hell are they?
He cast a worried glance toward the thick, oppressive darkness visible through the shack's open doorway. The decision was made. They had to get out, and they had to move immediately. A heavy sense of anticipation filled the air. They were in a cage, and the bars were closing in faster than they had anticipated. Time stretched into an agonizing hour of silence. The absence of their scouts was a screaming void in the room. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, a figure burst through the door. It was Dean Van Looy. He was gasping for air, his face ashen and his eyes wide with a frantic, uncharacteristic panic.
Lin Yi, please tell me the two young men who were with you, have they come back yet?
No, we haven't seen them since they left. Uncle Dean, talk to me. What exactly has happened?
Damn it. They didn't actually go into the North Village forest, did they? They didn't go wandering into those trees.
His voice was barely a whisper, thick with a terror that seemed to radiate from him in waves.
The North Village forest? Uncle Dean, is there a reason that place is off limits?
It's forbidden. It's a curse. This is my fault. I should have warned you the very moment you set foot here.
Dean Van Looy sounded like a man who had just realized his own death warrant had been signed. His eyes were wide and vacant, staring at a horror only he could envision.
The forest to the north, it's empty, cursed land. Not a single soul in this village would ever dare to enter, especially not after the sun has vanished. If you go into those woods after dark, you're as good as dead. There's no salvation for those who enter the North Forest.
The sentence hung in the air like a lead weight, leaving the group in a stunned, horrifying silence as the true nature of their predicament began to unveil itself. The weight of Dean Van Looy's revelation hung heavy in the room, thick enough to choke the air. Lin Yi's brow knit tight. Fear for Lu Lin Hai and Zhang Cheng gnawed at him, yet a dark curiosity clawed at the back of his mind. If that forest to the north was truly a death trap, what kept these people tethered to this place? Did they really believe the horror lurking in those woods would stay behind some invisible line?
Uncle Dean, what's really out there in the North Forest? Why is it a death sentence for anyone who steps inside after dark?
Dean Van Looy let out a slow, heavy breath, his head swaying in a grim rhythm of resignation.
The northern woods, they serve as our graveyard. That's where we gather the dead.
Disposing of corpses?
The words hit Lin Yi like a physical blow, his voice sharp with shock.
Whose bodies are we talking about?
Everyone's.
Dean Van Looy's voice was flat, devoid of emotion as he pressed on.
Think back to what the others told you on your way in. Do you remember the talk of those mutated crows and black rats? Those foul creatures live for the scent of blood. If we let them swarm and feast wherever they pleased, they'd overrun the entire village in days.
To keep the peace, the village had a system. Every soul that passed, whether by nature or by the claws of a freak, was hauled to a central site. It was a grim lure. By stacking the dead in one place, they drew the scavengers away from the living. The crows and rats would tear into each other over the remains. It was a brutal form of population control, and ironically, it provided a source of food. When the sun was high, villagers would move into the forest in force. With the vermin distracted by their grisly feast, hunting them became a simple, albeit bloody task. They'd butcher the kills right there among the trees, bringing only the clean meat back to their homes. By keeping the slaughter far from their doorsteps, they ensured the predators wouldn't follow them home. Dien Van Looy's cold efficiency reminded Lin Yi of the way the city's freaks manage their human livestock.
Then what about the ones who are still breathing? The wounded?
Chu Kai's interruption cut through the air. It was the same question burning in Lin Yi's mind. The village seemed devoid of the injured. If the fight against the freaks was constant, where were the scars? Even a minor cut could trail a scent of blood that would bring the whole forest down upon them.
We built a shelter near the forest edge for exactly that reason. Anyone injured stays there until they heal. We keep guards posted around the clock. The crows and rats, they're monstrous, but they're still beasts. They fear the flame. When night falls, we ring the shelter with torches. It's enough to keep them at bay. They aren't stupid. Why risk a face-to-face fight with a guarded man when there's a pile of free meat waiting for them deeper in the woods?
Dien Van Looy's logic was sound, yet it left a bitter taste in Lin Yi's mouth. Before another word could be spoken, Dien Van Looy turned away, his posture rigid with urgency.
I've wasted enough time. I need to get to the forest. Someone spotted fresh tracks leading in, and we suspect they belong to your friends. I'm going to search now. A few of the villagers are already on their way. If they haven't wandered too deep, there might still be hope.
I'm going with you.
And Cheng Dao didn't wait for an answer. He slung his bag of heavy blades over his shoulder, his eyes hard.
Stay back.
Dien Van Looy said, a firm shake of his head punctuating the command.
You're newcomers. You don't know the layout of the village, let alone the forest. You'd be more of a hindrance than a help. If you get yourselves lost out there, I'll have even more lives to worry about.
I brought them out here. Their safety is my responsibility.
And Cheng Dao's voice was a low growl, an unshakable wall of resolve. He radiated a cold pressure that silenced any further protest.
And besides, according to your own people, I am a god chosen.
With a flick of his wrist, a wicked bloodletting knife danced from his bag into his open palm. He had already played his hand before the saintess. There was no point in hiding his gift now. Though he only let them see a fraction of the power he truly held.
Uncle Dean, let us come.
Lin Yi interjected, rising to his feet.
We'll stay on the outskirts. We won't cross the line into the forest. I promise we won't be a burden.
Dien Van Looy's face tightened into a grimace. He weighed the offer for a long moment before giving a sharp, reluctant nod.
Fine. Even if I say no, I suspect you'll just trail after us regardless. Better I keep you under my wing than have you wandering blindly into a trap. Let's move.
The group moved as one, a small cluster of shadows racing through the village toward the looming darkness of the north. And Cheng Dao's face was a mask of cold fury and fear. He gripped his heavy bone-chopping blade as if it were the only thing keeping him grounded. The weight of his worry for Lulin Hai and the others was visible in every line of his rigid posture.
Uncle Anne, do you really believe they went in? Into that forest?
Lin Yi glanced ahead at Dien Van Looy's silhouette before slowing his pace, pulling in Cheng Dao toward the rear of the group.
Didn't they?
And Cheng Dao faltered for a fraction of a second, his eyes widening in surprise.
If it were just Lulin Hai, maybe? He's impulsive, always jumping before he looks.
Lin Yi's voice was barely a breath, lost to anyone but the man beside him.
But Zhang Cheng? He's different. He's lived through the city's horrors without a single gift, all through sheer caution.
Lin Yi kept a watchful eye on Dean Van Looy, ensuring the villager remained out of earshot. He had been skeptical the moment Dean Van Looy brought it up. It didn't fit the pattern. Zhang Cheng was far too intelligent to wander blindly into a deserted forest, especially at night. As for the tracks, they smelled like a decoy, a calculated move to ensure they'd be noticed. Zhang Cheng hadn't briefed them, but even so, the outcome was the same. If they were missing, the village would be forced to help search. Those footprints at the forest edge were a beacon, impossible to ignore. Lin Yi had his own reasons for following. He needed to map the boundaries of this place, to find the cracks in their cage. And if they really were in there, Chu Kai's enhanced senses would be their best hope of finding them before the forest claimed them. What was Zhang Cheng's angle? Was he testing the village's strength, or scouting for something else?
You might be right, but it doesn't change a thing.
The worry in An Chengdao's eyes didn't flicker. If anything, it deepened. To him, these teenagers weren't just comrades, they were the future. The only thing left worth protecting. Until he saw Lu Linhai and Zhang Cheng with his own eyes, safe and sound, his heart would remain in his throat.
Van Looy! What the hell are you doing bringing them here?
The edge of the forest was a wall of flickering orange light and deep, ink-black shadows. A small army of villagers stood guard, their makeshift torches hissing in the night air. Brother Lei was still the one in charge. He didn't lower his shotgun, his gaze flicking from Dean Van Looy to the city folk with open hatred. Under the cold glow of the moon, the trees ahead twisted into grotesque, misshapen forms. They stood like silent, hungry sentinels, their jagged branches reaching out like fangs in the dark, casting a pall of isolation over the group.
You're coming with us.
Brother Lei states, the barrel of his shotgun gesturing toward Uncle An. His voice is as flat as the steel in his hand.
I know you're one of the God chosen. You won't slow us down, might even make yourself useful in there.
Li's eyes grew cold as they swept over the rest of the survivors, dismissing them with a flicker of disdain before refocusing on the task at hand.
But the others? You stay where it's safe. The giant rats and those winged freaks own the night in there. If things go south, we aren't going to waste time saving your skins. So sit tight if you value your lives. Besides, you've got the Saintess's own successor with you. If she so much as gets a scratch, none of us will walk away from the fallout.
Lin Yi's brow furrowed. Deep down, he had never intended to step foot into the ominous woods under Lei's command. His presence here was purely tactical. He needed to find a way out, and he needed to find it now. His mind raced through the possibilities. To the west lay the ancestral hall, the Saintess's sanctuary. It was far too heavily guarded. Approaching it would be suicide. The eastern ridges offered no hope either. Those peaks led straight back to the monster-infested city they had only just managed to escape. Then there was the south, the very road they had arrived on, but the villagers would be there, lying in wait for the next transport. A head-on collision with them was a gamble he wasn't ready to take. That left only the darkness ahead, the forbidden forest, a place even the villagers feared to tread.
You stay here. I'll go in with them and see what's what.
Uncle An said, his hand tightening around the handle of his cleaver as he stepped toward Lei. He needed to see for himself if Lu Linhai and the rest had really disappeared into the brush, and more importantly, if this cursed path could actually lead them to freedom. A foul, decaying odor wafted from the tree line. The wind picked up, kicking up a fine, stinging grit that caught Lin Yi right in the eyes. Blinking away the irritation, he rubbed his lids. When the world came back into focus, he saw it again, that shimmering, ghostly strand of white silk. But this time, the thread wasn't coming from a person. It was tethered directly to the dark barrel of Brother Lei's shotgun. It slithered through the air like a predatory snake, creeping slowly toward Uncle An as he drew closer to the group. With a chilling fluidity, the silk latched firmly onto An's chest, right over his heart.
Chu Kai, do you see it?
Lin Yi whispered, his fingers bunching the fabric of Chu Kai's sleeve.
See what exactly?
Chukai asked, looking around with a confused tilt of his head.
The thread, the white silk strand I mentioned before.
Lin Yi said, his voice barely audible.
Silk? Thread?
Yes, right there, connecting to Uncle Ann.
Chukai immediately focused his gaze on the older man, scanning him from head to toe with his heightened senses.
I don't see anything. There's no thread on Uncle Ann.
You two stay back and guard the successor. The rest of you, with me. Let's move.
Brother Lei barked, signaling for the departure while assigning Dien Van Loi and another man as sentries.
Wait.
Lin Yi shouted, his voice cracking the heavy silence as he bolted forward. He didn't stop until he was inches away from Uncle Ann, his chest heaving with exertion.
Is there something else you need to say?
Brother Lei asked, his thick eyebrows knitting together in a scowl. Lin Yi ignored the hunter, focusing solely on the man before him.
Uncle Ann, do you feel anything? Any pain, or even just a little discomfort?
The flickering ghostly strand was a complete enigma, but the raw instinct of survival screaming in his mind told him it was nothing but bad news.
I'm perfectly fine, Lin Yi.
Uncle Ann said, his voice steady as he shook his head.
What exactly are you playing at?
Li's tone was razor sharp now, his patience clearly at its end.
Lin Yi, what's gotten into you?
Even Uncle Ann was starting to look at him with a mix of concern and bewilderment. Lin Yi opened his mouth to explain, then closed it just as quickly. How could he possibly describe something that only existed in his own vision? Gritting his teeth, he decided on a desperate move. He reached out, his hand sweeping through the air where the silken strand hung. To his shock, the thread once like smoke felt solid under his palm. With a violent, desperate motion, he ripped the white silk away from Uncle Ann's body. A wave of excruciating pain lanced through his chest, as if a hot iron had been driven through his heart. He gasped, the color instantly draining from his face as he staggered back.
Lin Yi.
Uncle Ann cried out, catching the boy before he could collapse to the dirt. Beds of cold sweat broke out on his brow as he clutched his chest, his hands trembling. He looked down, half expecting to see a hole, but there was nothing, not a single drop of blood. He whipped his head around toward Brother Lei. The hunter hadn't moved. His shotgun was still down, its chamber empty. The sound. If the gun didn't fire, then why was the roar still ringing in his ears?
Lin Yi, are you okay?
Dien Van Loi rushed to his side, his face full of worry. He took the weight of the boy from Anne, nodding toward the forest.
He's probably just exhausted. Go on, Uncle Ann. I'll make sure he's looked after.
By the time the static in Lin Yi's mind finally cleared, the ghostly tether that had bound itself to Uncle Ann was gone, as if it had never existed. Uncle Ann reached out and gently patted Lin Yi's head, his smile strained but warm.
Don't look so worried, lad. I'll be back before you know it.
Lin Yi, if you're not feeling up to this, I can walk you back to the village right now.
Dien Van Loi suggested, his eyes searching Lin Yi's pale face. Lin Yi just shook his head slowly. His thoughts were a tangled mess. The events of the last few minutes far too surreal to wrap his head around. He kept his mouth shut. To protest further now would only draw more unnecessary heat. Besides, he'd already snapped the strand with any luck. Whatever threat it represented had been neutralized. Memories of Zhao Hu flickered through his mind. The first time he'd seen those threads, they had originated from a monster. If those silken lines were an attack, did that mean Brother Lei's shotgun was also some kind of aberration? The thought seemed ridiculous, yet the phantom pain in his chest felt all too real. As Uncle Ann turned to leave, Lin Yi caught his eye one last time.
Uncle Ann, once you're in there, stay sharp.
He whispered.
And whatever you do, watch that gun closely.
And gave a solemn, understanding nod. Without another word, he followed Brother Lei's unit as they vanished into the suffocating darkness of the ancient forest.
I just need a minute to catch my breath.
Lin Yi said, turning to Dien Van Loi as the last of the hunters disappeared into the brush.
If you feel any worse, you have to tell me immediately.
Dien Van Loi replied, his voice thick with genuine anxiety. Once they had put enough distance between themselves and the remaining villagers, Lin Yi pulled Chu Kai and his sister into the shadows for a private word. He recounted every detail of the shimmering thread and the crushing blow that followed. Chu Kai listened in stony silence, his brows knit in a mask of total confusion. Lin Yi took a deep, shaky breath as the lingering ache in his chest finally began to recede.
Let's table that for now. We have bigger problems. Did you find any trace of Lu Linhai and the others?
Chu Kai shook his head, his eyes fixed on the dark wall of trees.
Within the reach of my ability, I can't sense either Lu Linhai or Zhang Cheng. But there is one thing those villagers weren't lying about. This forest is crawling with things. From the sounds alone, there are massive rat colonies and more of those mutated birds. I can also smell blood, a lot of it.
As the words left his mouth, Chu Kai's expression darkened, his jaw tight with suppressed tension. The cacophony of the wild and the overwhelming stench of decay were clearly beginning to take their toll on his heightened perception. In an environment this hostile, he wouldn't be able to maintain his focus for much longer. Lin Yi processed the information. Either Zhang Cheng had left those tracks as a deliberate lure to lead the villagers on a wild goose chase, or the forest had already claimed them. Deep down, Lin Yi bet on the former. He knew Zhang Cheng was too sharp to walk into a meat grinder, and Lu Linhai wasn't the type to be brought down by common vermin.
We need to scout the perimeter.
Lin Yi decided.
If the forest is a no-go, we'll see if there's a way to circle around the entire area.
Chu Kai gave a short, sharp nod in agreement. But as they began to move, the heavy crunch of boots on dry earth signaled that Dien Van Loi and the other sentry were shadowing them, keeping them within arm's reach. Chu Kai stole a glance at the people following them. The weight of their gaze was stifling, making him feel like a convict being watched by persistent guards.
Could you please stop shadowing us? It is making everyone slightly uncomfortable.
Lin Yi shared the sentiment. Taking a cue from his friend's bluntness, he added his own gentler plea to Dien Van Loi.
Uncle Dean, we really just need some space to walk and calm our nerves. We are still deeply distressed about our friends who are missing. A bit of quiet would go a long way.
Dien Van Loi took a few steps closer, his demeanor that of a patient and wise elder offering comfort.
I truly understand your anxiety, but you aren't in a clear state of mind right now.
What if you get lost in the forest while you're so worried, Lin Yi? I would hate for any harm to come to you. And besides, the Saintess's chosen successor is here. We must ensure her absolute safety.
If I agree to stay here, will you let the others go about their business?
The sudden resolution in Chu Yun's voice caught her brother completely off guard. In Chu Kai's mind, she had always been the frail, obedient little sister who relied on him for every decision. This was entirely new.
Xiao Yun, what on earth are you suggesting?
He tried to pull her away, but she leaned in and whispered to him urgently.
Brother, we are trying to find a safe way out, aren't we? If they are always behind us, we can't make a move. I will stay. Since they want to protect me, they will stay too. That gives you and Lin Yi a chance to scout freely.
Absolutely not. I am not leaving you alone with them.
Brother, stop treating me like I am still a child. I have grown up. I might not be a god chosen like you, but I refuse to be a burden.
It is still not right. I will stay with you. Let Lin Yi go scouting alone.
If he goes alone and hits trouble, he will have nobody to watch his back. I will be safe in the village. They won't touch me while I am here.
She patted her pack with a determined glint in her eyes, showing her resolve.
Uncle Lin taught me self-defense, and I have the knife he sharpened for me right in here. Plus, Zhang Cheng gave me lime powder on the bus. If things get ugly, I will blind them and run. I will scream as loud as I can if anything happens. You will hear me and come back, won't you?
Lin Yi walked over, placing a supportive hand on the situation.
I think her idea makes sense. Even if these people have bad intentions, they wouldn't dare start a fight inside the village center.
And why is that?
Because they are terrified of the blood. The creatures in the forest can smell it immediately. If blood is spilled here, those monsters will swarm the center. The villagers are more afraid of them than they are of us.
Lin Yi recalled the way they handled injuries and deaths. It all clicked into place. The villagers weren't merciful. They were pragmatic. Their fear of the monsters was the only thing keeping them in check.
Trust me this once, brother. Your eyes are far better than Lin Yi's. You will find an exit much faster if you both go.
Chu Kai remained silent, his inner conflict written clearly across his face. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. Chu Kai's protective streak for his sister was bordering on terminal.
Fine. If you won't listen, I will stop calling you brother forever. I am going solo.
All right. I will go. Just stay within shouting distance.
Once she decided to stay, a guard was assigned to shadow her constantly. Lin Yi and Chu Kai began to head out.
Xiao Yun, the second anything feels wrong, you scream. I will be back in an instant.
They moved east, sticking to the edge of the village. As soon as they were safely out of Dean Van Looy's line of sight, they veered closer to the looming forest boundary. The dark woods felt like a sentient, malevolent force. An unnatural chill permeated the air, and the constant rustle from the undergrowth suggested an army of unseen predators.
Wait, Lin Yi. There is a fire up ahead. I can see the flicker of torches.
Lin Yi squinted into the gloom, but his human eyes were useless in this light. To him, the world was nothing but a wall of pitch-black shadows.
I don't see a thing. Let's get closer and see what it is.
They crept forward, moving with agonizing slowness. After a few more paces, a faint orange glow finally began to pierce through the thick darkness. The structure ahead was a total ruin, a skeletal house stripped of its roof and dignity. A meager circle of torches flickered around its perimeter, their weak flames dancing in the cold wind.
I can hear them inside, many of them, but their breathing is slow, almost labored.
Chu Kai dialed in his senses. A heavy, cloying stench of rot and infection drifted from the building, making his jaw tighten in disgust.
The smell, it is unbearable, like something is festering in there.
Uncle Dean mentioned a shelter for the wounded. This must be it.
Lin Yi eyed the ring of torches. They were supposedly a defense against the forest predators, but the circle was far too sparse to be effective. It looked like a mere formality. He looked up at the open rafters. Without a roof, the building offered zero protection from the mutated birds stalking the canopy. The entire setup was a death trap.
Come on, we need to see for ourselves what they are hiding in there.
They quickened their pace, intent on investigating the ruin. But they hadn't covered more than a few meters before Lin Yi lunged out, his hand clamping onto Chu Kai's arm. With a desperate shove, Lin Yi hauled his friend backward. The sheer force of the pull nearly sent Chu Kai sprawling into the dirt.
What was that for? What is going on?
Chu Kai managed to keep his feet, staring at Lin Yi with a look of utter, wide-eyed confusion.
That is impossible. How did it just vanish again?
Lin Yi ignored the question, his eyes searching the dark path ahead as if hunting for an invisible ghost.
Lin Yi, talk to me. You are starting to freak me out.
Try to take a step. Just lift your foot above the ground.
Utterly baffled, but trusting his friend's instincts, Chu Kai began to raise his leg to step forward into the dark.
Stop. Do not move a single muscle.
Lin Yi's voice was sharp and desperate. He leaned down, his face inches from the soil, staring at the exact spot where Chu Kai's foot hovered. Out of the shadows, a thin, faintly glowing white wire began to coil upward from the dirt, snaking toward Chu Kai's leg like an ethereal serpent.
What the heck?
Lin Yi's eyes narrowed as he focused on the ground. A faint, silk-like thread sprouted from the dirt, snaking upward until it tethered itself to Chu Kai's ankle. The sight sent a chill down his spine.
You can see those threads again?
Chu Kai's body wavered, caught in an awkward, frozen stride. He held his foot suspended in the air, paralyzed by the uncertainty of Lin Yi's warning. Lin Yi gave a silent nod. He dropped to a crouch, his fingers closing around the ethereal filament. He gave it a sharp, decisive yank. Just as he had done with Uncle Anne, the glowing thread snapped under the pressure. A blinding jolt of agony flared in Lin Yi's own ankle. It felt as if a jagged blade had just bitten into his flesh.
Hiss.
He clamped his jaw shut, forcing the scream back down his throat. The pain was white-hot and absolute. Chu Kai watched in alarm as Lin Yi's face contorted, his features twisting into a mask of pure suffering.
What's wrong? What happened?
Chu Kai pulled his foot back and knelt beside his friend, his voice thick with concern.
I broke the thread.
Lin Yi waited for the throbbing in his ankle to dull to a manageable ache before he could find the words to speak.
Something's not right.
Lin Yi paused, his mind racing through the possibilities. He scanned the surrounding area, his eyes searching for anything else that felt out of place. He reached out and snatched a sturdy branch from a nearby bush. With cautious precision, he poked it into the exact spot where the glowing thread had emerged. In an instant, a set of rusted metal jaws erupted from the dirt, biting down on the branch with lethal force.
A bear trap?
Chu Kai's eyes widened, his face turning a shade paler. He looked at the mangled branch, realizing just how close he had come to a horrific injury. If Lin Yi hadn't intervened, those serrated teeth would have been sunk deep into his own ankle, crushing bone and tearing flesh. The trap's jaws were a mess of ancient rust and dark, crusted stains, the unmistakable residue of old blood, now caked with grime. The phantom pain in Lin Yi's ankle finally vanished. He straightened his back, lifting the branch with the heavy trap still dangling from its end. He took a few more steps forward, testing the ground ahead with the weighted branch. Barely 4 steps later, another trap sprang to life. It clamped onto the wood right next to the first one, the 2 metal weights pulling the branch toward the earth.
There's more. You mean this entire path is a minefield of these things?
Chu Kai's brow furrowed in confusion as he surveyed the trail.
Why would they do this? Why put traps here of all places? Is it to keep the ground rats out? To stop them from swarming the village?
We haven't seen a single trap until we reach this specific stretch. If it were for the rats, they'd be everywhere, not just here.
Lin Yi looked up, his gaze fixing on the skeletal silhouette of the roofless house in the distance.
Look where this road leads. It goes straight to that building.
So, these traps are meant to keep people out of that house?
Maybe. Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe it's to keep the people inside that house from ever coming back to the village.
The calculation was simple and cruel. To return to the safety of the village from that roofless shell of a house, an escapee had only 2 paths. This road, seeded with hidden steel teeth, or the dark, suffocating embrace of the forest. For the wounded, the forest was a death trap. The metallic tang of blood from their open wounds would act like a dinner bell for the ground rats and the monstrous birds circling above. Even if they could mask the scent, their broken bodies would never survive the terrain. Every step through the dense, thorny underbrush would be an agonizing struggle they were destined to lose. No matter which way they turned, The result was the same, a slow, lonely death. And even if they possessed the impossible strength to limp down this trail, the bear traps lay in wait, ready to finish what the monsters had started.
I get the isolation part. Keeping the injured away so they don't bring the rats and those things into the village. That makes sense.
Chu-Kai stared down at the rusted iron at his feet, his voice dropping to a hollow whisper.
But these traps, why go this far? Why make it impossible for them to ever come back? This isn't about quarantine. This isn't about care. It feels more like...
It's an execution ground, a way to slaughter anyone desperate enough to try and run.
Lin Yi finished the thought for him, his voice as cold as the steel in the ground. The reality of the village was curdling before their eyes, a stark, bloody contrast to the sanitized story Dean Van Looy had fed them.
I should have seen the patterns earlier. This place isn't like the city. Resources are non-existent here. In a place like this, recovery isn't an option. If you're seriously hurt, you're a liability the village can't afford to heal. Without medicine, without proper care, a simple infection becomes a death sentence. And in this environment, wounds don't just heal on their own. They fester, they rot.
Lin Yi let the sentence hang in the air, the unspoken conclusion heavy between them. That building wasn't a clinic or a shelter. It was a disposal site. A place where the broken were left to rot, trapped between the predators in the woods and the traps on the path. They were prisoners of their own survival, marked for death the moment their usefulness to the village ended.
Hold on a second.
Chu-Kai's gaze locked onto Lin Yi, his mind connecting the dots.
That thread. You're sure it was coming from exactly where the trap was buried? And you said it was tied to my ankle? If you hadn't seen it, if I just kept walking, that thing would have taken my leg off, wouldn't it?
Lin Yi thought back to the sound of the metal snap and the phantom agony that had flared in his own leg. It seemed impossible, yet the evidence was right there in the dirt. He had felt the impact and heard the mechanism trigger before he ever touched the branch. It was a sensory echo of an event that hadn't happened yet.
What if the threads aren't about who's a freak and who isn't? What if it's something else entirely? Something about me?
Wait, I thought your power was about time. You know, loops and stopping the clock. How does that turn into glowing strings in the dirt?
The future.
Lin Yi's voice crackled with a sudden electric excitement.
When I snapped that thread, I think I felt a future that was about to happen. These aren't just strings. They're threads of time. They're paths leading toward what's coming next.
It's a theory.
Chu-Kai admitted, his expression skeptical.
But I've got to tell you, your powers are getting stranger by the minute.
Actually, I think it's a breakthrough.
A rare, genuine smile tugged at the corners of Lin Yi's mouth.
Dying to reset or stopping time in a panic, those are reactive. Unpredictable. I can't rely on them. But these threads, they give me a choice. They let me see the danger before it strikes.
So you can see them all the time now? Like some kind of permanent radar?
I'm not sure, but every time one of you is in trouble, they appear. They guide me. The source of the threat is at one end, and the target is at the other. It's a map of impending disaster.
As he spoke the words, the color drained from Lin Yi's face. His blood seemed to turn to ice in his veins.
God, Uncle Anne.
The memory hit him like a physical blow. He saw it again, vivid and terrifying, the moment before Chengdao disappeared into the tree line. A glowing white thread, snaking out from the barrel of Brother Lei's shotgun, reaching through the air until it tethered itself directly over Uncle Anne's heart. Lin Yi stood frozen, his eyes narrowed as if trying to pierce through the fabric of reality itself. His pulse thrummed in his ears, a frantic drumbeat of realization. If these glowing filaments were truly what he feared, the threads of time, then the future was no longer an invisible mystery. It was a tangled web laid bare before him. His gaze followed the shimmering cord that linked Brother Lei's shotgun to Cheng Dao's chest. It was a direct line of death, a promise of violence etched into the very air. The memory of the thread snapping flooded his mind, accompanied by the phantom echo of a gunshot and a phantom pain that tore through his heart. It had felt so real, so final.
Uncle Ann is in danger.
The words were a dry rasp in his throat. Every instinct screamed at him to plunge into the lightless forest to find Cheng Dao before that trigger was pulled. But he forced himself to still. He pulled in a long, shuddering breath, tasting the cold night air. Panic was a luxury he couldn't afford. It would only lead to a faster grave. Beside him, Chu Kai's breath was coming in ragged gasps. The strain of maintaining his sensory enhancement in this hostile territory was taking its toll. Blindly charging into the woods would be suicide. They would likely lose their way, alert their enemies, and perhaps even die before they ever found Uncle Ann. Lin Yi tightened his grip on his resolve. And Cheng Dao was a butcher. He knew how to survive. He had been warned about Brother Lei. That had to be enough for now. The future wasn't set in stone. Every choice, every warning was a ripple in the pond of time. Perhaps his warning had already shifted the path of that bullet. And if the worst came to pass, if Cheng Dao fell, Lin Yi knew he could always cast himself back. He could die and reset the clock and try again. He turned his eyes toward the skeletal structure looming in the distance, the house that lacked a roof, standing like a broken tooth against the sky.
Let's go. We need to see what's inside that place.
Information was the only currency that mattered. He needed to know what this village was, what its people were, and what secrets were hidden in that ruined shelter. Every scrap of data collected now would be a weapon in the next loop. They had to turn their disadvantage into an edge. With weapons held ready and their senses strained to the breaking point, they moved cautiously toward the distant, haunted structure. The narrow trail was a minefield of jagged iron and rusted teeth. Animal traps lay buried beneath the loose soil, their positions erratic and cruel. Even with their torches held high, the flickering light failed to reveal the buried danger. The jagged jaws of the traps remained perfectly concealed, waiting for a careless step. Lin Yi's eyes shimmered. From the darkness, glowing filaments of light began to rise, snaking across the dirt like spectral cobwebs. Every time he went to plant his foot, a thread would bridge the gap between the ground and his ankle, a silent warning of the trap below. They moved with agonizing slowness, following the map of light visible only to Lin Yi. It was a painstaking crawl, but one by one, they navigated the deadly path. As the ruined structure loomed larger, a new horror assaulted them. A thick, cloying stench began to waft from the house, reaching even Lin Yi's unenhanced senses. It was a smell that transcended mere filth. It was the heavy, sweet rot of decay, a physical weight in the cold air. It wasn't just the iron tang of fresh blood. It was a suffocating cocktail of biological waste and the syrupy rot of neglected gangrene.
This is no infirmary.
Lin Yi's voice was flat, his expression hardening as he looked at Chu Kai. The reality of the place was setting in, colder and more clinical than any monster they'd faced.
Supplies are rare out here. Healing would be a slow process, but this...
Chu Kai nodded slowly, his eyes wide with a growing, horrific realization.
If this is where they send the injured, then recovery is just a polite word for waiting to die.
Chu Kai's face paled. The overwhelming stench was a physical assault on his heightened senses, sending waves of nausea through his system. His stomach lurched violently. Even through the cloth he pressed against his face, the foul air felt thick enough to taste.
I'm sorry. I can't keep it up. The senses. It's too much. I have to drop the enhancement.
He let out a gasping breath as he deactivated his ability, the supernatural clarity of the world fading into a mercifully duller reality.
Let's see what we came for and get out. Being blind out here makes my skin crawl.
The house was a hollowed-out shell. As they stepped closer, they saw it had no doors to bar the way, no windows to keep out the night. It was an open wound in the earth. The structure offered no sanctuary. It was completely exposed, a standing invitation to the giant rats and the tattered pale birds that hunted the forest. A ring of torches flickered nearby, but the gaps between them were vast. They were less of a defensive line and more of a beacon, marking the location of the feast. A low, rattling groan echoed from the shadows. Lin Yi peered inside, and the sight that met his eyes made his breath hitch in his throat. The floor was a charnel house, carpeted in bleached human bones. He could see the jagged, splintered marks where teeth had gnawed through the calcium, seeking every scrap of marrow. A slick, viscous film covered the earth, a disgusting slurry of old blood and biological waste that made every step a slippery, treacherous ordeal. Even after the horrors of the city, after the slaughterhouses and the skin wearers, this primitive cruelty struck a deeper chord of terror in Lin Yi. He remembered Chengdao's grim warning. The monsters in the city were predators. They were honest in their hunger. But these villagers, they were something else entirely. The city creatures gave their prey the mercy of a quick death. These humans left their own kind to rot in the dark, to be eaten alive by vermin and despair.
Were these villagers our own kind?
Chu Kai's voice trembled, his brow furrowed as he stared at the piles of remains. The cruelty of it was beyond his comprehension.
How can anyone be this heartless?
It explains why the population is so small.
The pieces were finally falling into place in Lin Yi's mind, a grim puzzle of survival at any cost.
Uncle Dean said they'd been bringing people back from the city for years. The village should be teeming with life, but it's not. Now I understand. To this village, people aren't neighbors. They're just consumables.
Lin Yi let out a long, heavy sigh, the weight of the discovery pressing down on his shoulders.
They dump the wounded here so their cries and the scent of their blood don't draw the monsters to the village center. They use the dying as a sacrificial shield. As long as the rats and birds are busy here, the village stays safe. This house, it's just a cafeteria for the forest predators.
Let's just go. We need to find Chu Yun and get her away from these people.
The realization that they were surrounded by monsters wearing human faces made Chu Kai's desperation reach a breaking point.
Chu Kai, look!
As they turned to leave, Lin Yi's torch caught a movement in the far corner. Someone was still alive, huddled amongst the bones. The low, animalistic groans they had heard were coming from a figure lying face down in the filth. The body was so emaciated it looked like a skeleton draped in a translucent parchment-like skin. There was almost no meat left on the bones.
What happened to their back? Why is there a hole?
Following Chu Kai's gaze, Lin Yi saw it. Between the shoulder blades, where the spine met the shoulders, there was a jagged, irregular cavity. It looked as if something large and parasitic had been violently ripped out from within the body, taking chunks of skin and muscle with it.
The villagers, they're hiding something on their backs.
He recalled the permanent hunched posture of every person he'd seen in the village. It wasn't just age or labor, it was a physical burden. He didn't know what the parasite was, or what it did, but the sight of that empty, tattered hole told him enough. There was no humanity left in this place. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the heavy silence of the clearing, coming from just outside the torchlight.
Lin Yi, what are you two doing all the way out here?
The dark woods press in, gnarled branches reaching like skeletal hands. A sudden voice slices through the oppressive silence.
Lin Yi, you told me you were just taking a short stroll? What brought you all the way out here?
A dry rustle echoes from the depths of the forest. Something is shifting in the gloom, a spectral shape flickering between the trunks. Lin Yi spins around. Emerging from the shadows, Dean Van Looy approaches with a slow, deliberate stride. Beside him, Chu Kai remains tense. The horrifying sights they just witnessed in the shack are still fresh, and the sudden interruption caught them completely off guard.
It is dangerous to be out here, Lin Yi, especially when the sun goes down.
The flickering orange glow of a torch illuminates Dian Van Looy's face, but it brings no comfort. He wears a grin that is both wide and horribly wrong. In that single expression, Lin Yi recognizes a look he has seen too many times before. It's the raw, predatory hunger of a freak sizing up its next meal. The realization hits him with the force of a physical blow. The man standing there is not human. None of them are. Every single person in this village is a monster wearing a stolen face.
Uncle Dean, what are you doing out here?
Lin Yi forces his voice to remain steady. He has to play it cool, to feign ignorance while his heart hammers against his ribs. This is their territory. These creatures have spent years mastering this terrain. If he panics now, they're dead. He scans the perimeter, dreading the possibility that Dean Van Looy isn't the only one watching from the dark.
I was worried when you didn't come back. I decided to come looking for you.
Worried. The word feels like a sick joke. There is no worry in those eyes, only the cold calculation of a hunter.
Uncle Dean, is this the place where the village handles its dead? We were just looking for some fresh air and saw the light. We came to investigate. But this, it is terrifying.
Lin Yi steps forward, subtly positioning himself in front of Chu Kai. Behind his back, his fingers signal a silent command. Check the perimeter.
I'm glad you found us. My legs are like jelly. I was so spooked, I actually forgot which way lead back to the village. Without you, I don't think I could have found my way home.
Chu Kai remains silent, his body practically vibrating with the data flooding his mind. He has reactivated his senses, and the world is now a cacophony of horror. The stench is the first thing that hits him. A thick, cloying odor of putrefaction that feels like it's coating the inside of his lungs. It mixes with the chaotic sounds of the forest, the scrape of scales on bark, the skittering of multiple legs, the wet slap of flesh. He feels like he's drowning in a stagnant pit of methane. Every sound is magnified 100-fold, a jagged roar that threatens to shatter his mind. He gasps for air, the sensory input almost physical in its weight. It's like standing in the middle of a construction site where the noise is the only thing keeping you from falling.
Uncle Dean, I'm sorry to have made you come all this way to find us alone. I should have known better.
Chu Kai's voice is low, barely audible over his own rapid heartbeat. He's struggling to maintain his composure. As he speaks, his eyes dart around, searching for any sign of movement. He holds up a single finger where only Lin Yi can see it. 1. Lin Yi understands the code instantly. Only one signature is nearby, only Dean Van Looy. Relief flashes through him. If it's just this one freak, they have a chance. He knows what they're capable of together. But that confidence is shallow, easily broken by the cold reality of the monster before them.
Lin Yi, you gave me your word. You were supposed to stay near the village. Why did you disobey?
The tone of his voice has changed. The superficial warmth is gone, replaced by a low, vibrating growl that vibrates in the chest.
You saw what you weren't supposed to see, didn't you?
Saw what? I don't know what you mean.
Lin Yi clutches his backpack to his chest, pitching his voice high and thin. He plays the part of the terrified child perfectly.
Uncle Dean, are you talking about these bodies? It is just a misunderstanding, right?
You know the secret now. There is no going back.
Dean Van Looy tosses his torch aside. The flames hiss as they hit the damp ground, casting long, erratic shadows that dance against the trees.
Secret? What are you talking about? Uncle Dean, you're scaring me.
Lin Yi's hand is already on the zipper. He doesn't look away from the monster's eyes.
Lin Yi, back then, you weren't like this. You were such a good boy. You never tried to do things on your own.
Dean Van Looy's voice is thick with a twisted nostalgia. He steps closer, the shadows stretching and warping around him.
You could have stayed here forever. You could have been happy like me. Why did you have to complicate things?
Happy? Peaceful? Lin Yi stares at the monster before him. The creature's idea of peace is a graveyard.
But it is fine. I have thought it over. You can still stay after all. Fresh young bodies are always the choice cuts.
The air crackles with sudden violence. Before the last syllable even lands, Dean Van Looy explodes into motion. He launches himself forward, a blur of shadow and raw power. He is faster than anything Lin Yi has ever faced. Lin Yi lunges backward, his instinct screaming, but the monster is already there. His face is inches away, and the human mask is finally slipping. Dien Van Looy's pupils begin to rotate in independent, sickening circles. Then, with a wet, squelching sound, they bulge outward. Two gelatinous stalks of flesh erupt from his eye sockets, writhing like parasitic worms inside a snail. They are mottled with hideous, bruised colors.
Lin Yi, don't be scared. It will be over in a heartbeat.
His hands, cold and iron-hard, clamp down on Lin Yi's arms. The grip is absolute. Lin Yi is pinned, his arms held with bone-crushing strength.
Once we are done, you'll feel a joy you never imagined. You'll stay here with me, forever.
Get the hell off me!
Lin Yi strikes out with everything he has, driving his knee into the creature's groin with all his weight. But there is no reaction. Dean Van Looy doesn't even flinch. Instead, a dry, mocking laugh rattles in his throat.
You should listen to your Uncle Dean, Lin Yi, just like you used to. I love you too much to let you go. I'm doing this for your own good.
Lin Yi manages to reach into his bag, his fingers closing around the cold handle of a blade. He pulls it free and stabs desperately toward the monster's chest. Behind Dien Van Looy, Chu Kai sees his opening. He circles around the creature's blind spot, his own knife drawn and ready. He aims for the space between the shoulder blades. He remembers the hunched, distorted backs of the villagers. That has to be where the creature's core is hidden. But it's as if Dean Van Looy has eyes in the back of his head. He reacts with impossible speed, letting go of Lin Yi and twisting his torso mid-strike. In a single, fluid motion, he catches both of their wrists. He holds them both at bay, his strength far exceeding anything a human should possess. Chu Kai's senses had predicted the movement, but his body was too slow to respond. He's trapped in the monster's iron grip.
I only need one of you. The other I have to take back to the village.
Dien Van Looy's stalks of eyes swivel independently, one fixed on Lin Yi, the other on Chu Kai. It's a grotesque panoramic gaze.
But don't you worry, you'll both end up back home eventually.
Chu Kai thrashes in the monster's grip, but his muscles are useless against that unnatural strength. He lets go of his knife. As the blade falls, his other hand snaps out, catching the hilt in midair and slashing at Dean Van Looy's forearm. The monster releases his grip to dodge, his reflexes as sharp as ever. Before Chu Kai can even finish his swing, a heavy boot slams into his stomach. The impact sends Chu Kai reeling. He hits the ground, gasping for air as the world spins. Everything is against him. The stench is a suffocating weight. The forest noise is a jagged blade against his brain. He had trained under in Chengdao, but this is a level of sensory hell he never imagined. He feels his mind slipping into a fog of pain and disorientation. If he keeps boosting everything, his psyche will shatter before the freak even finishes him. Through the ringing in his ears, he hears Lin Yi. His friend is still fighting, still struggling. He can't quit. But he's no match for the creature like this. He needs an edge, a different kind of edge. Chu Kai grits his teeth, tasting blood. He makes a choice. If hearing and smell are killing me, then I'll pour everything into sight. It's a gamble. The strain on his optic nerves will be immense, but it's better than certain death. He shuts down his other senses, withdrawing the energy and focusing it all into his eyes. A white-hot needle of pain stabs through his skull. He blinks rapidly, tears of blood welling in the corners of his eyes. When he finally forces them open, the forest is no longer just dark and gnarled. The world has sharpened into a hyper-vivid spectrum of detail, and there, weaving through the trees, he sees it. What is that shimmering flow? It looks like the wind. But it's solid, a tangible, glowing current of air that he can almost reach out and touch. A swarm of microscopic, shimmering particles erupted into Chukai's field of vision. These specks were so infinitesimally small that they would have been invisible without his sight pushed to its absolute limit. The tiny motes drifted through the space around him, lingering like the wandering spirits of a forgotten world. The realization struck him instantly. Wind had always been an invisible force, but he wasn't witnessing the air itself. Instead, he saw the microscopic dust suspended within it, scales of reality too fine for human perception. The dust swirled on the currents, its trails carving the hidden geometry of the wind directly into his retinas. Chukai severed his connection to sound and taste, dampening his other senses until only a base level of smell and touch remained. He focused every fragment of his will into his vision. A jagged, searing pain tore through his pupils, growing sharper every second. As his world fell silent, a heavy, oppressive stillness descended. In that frozen instant, his heightened sight caught a ripple. The dust particles surrounding Lin Yi and Den Van Loi had begun to swirl. The motion of the dust mirrored the path of the wind, and the path of the wind was the precursor to physical action. Within this silent void, Chukai's mind became as calm as a mirror-like pond. As he tracked the shimmering trails, his brain instinctively projected the coming movements of the combatants. In his mind's eye, he saw Lin Yi reach for a second blade, preparing a desperate strike against the monster. But the attack was clearly doomed. Dien Van Loi's reaction time was biologically superior. A freak's evolution surpassed anything a human could achieve. The monster would easily pin Lin Yi's arm, crushing his momentum before it could even begin. Then, it would lunge, pressing its hideous, distorted face against its prey. The reality mirrored the premonition perfectly. As they moved, the air displaced in their wake followed the exact contours of their bodies. Every twitch dragged the atmosphere with it, creating the localized wind that Chukai now tracked with the cold precision of a predator. Dien Van Loi's hands clamped around Lin Yi's wrists like iron bands, squeezing with lethal intent. Vicious pain surged through Lin Yi's arms. He could feel the pressure grinding his bones, threatening to snap them like dry twigs. His fingers lost their feeling, but even as his grip on the knife faltered, he refused to let the blade slip.
There is nothing like a young, robust body, so full of life, so overflowing with energy.
His voice was a wet rattle as his face pressed close. From his empty sockets, those bulbous eyes snaked out, twitching as they made contact with Lin Yi's skin. The sensation was sickening, the cold, slimy texture of the eye stalks tasting his flesh with every wriggle.
Even the skin is remarkably smooth.
The creature's bulging eyes were consumed with gluttony. He unhinged his jaw, and something deep within his gullet churned, eager to emerge. The proximity of those mucus-coated eyes made Lin Yi's stomach crawl with nausea, but he shoved the disgust aside, his mind racing for any opening. In a moment of desperate calculation, Lin Yi unhinged his own jaw. He lunged forward, snapping his teeth toward the monster's exposed eye stalks. If he could tear them away, he might have a chance. But the freak's reflexes were too sharp. Before his teeth could connect, the eyes retracted into the safety of the skull. Lin Yi's mouth slammed shut on nothing but cold, stagnant air. Chukai steadied his breathing. With a fluid, practiced motion, he unslung the crossbow from his pack.
You really believe that pathetic toy can do anything to me?
Dien Van Loi's back was turned, yet his multi-directional vision allowed his left eye to snake backward, leering at Chukai's every move. The world was a vacuum of silence for Chukai. His ears were dead, his hearing intentionally severed. He couldn't hear the monster's mockery, but by tracking the creature's lip movements, he deciphered the arrogant intent.
If you're so sure of yourself, why don't you stick around and find out?
A white-hot agony flared within his pupils, pushing him to move with frantic, desperate speed. Chu Kai dropped to a single knee, his body forming a solid triangular anchor against the earth. He braced his elbow on his knee, carving out a stable platform for the weapon. His finger found the trigger, the bolt's tip locked onto Dien Van Looy's silhouette.
Heh! Ambitious! Now rot, you miserable stray!
Dien Van Looy's lips curled into a smirk. He began to shift his weight, confident in his ability to evade the projectile. But at the moment of his movement, the bolt's path distorted mid-air, deflecting as if nudged by an invisible current. The sudden correction was flawless. The bolt tore into Dien Van Looy's chest at an angle, burying its head deep within the muscle of his heart.
Fascinating! How did you manage that?
Dien Van Looy didn't collapse. He stood rigid, seemingly unaffected by the bolt buried in his heart. One of his eyes snaked out on a pulsing stalk, bending downward to peer at the projectile embedded in his chest.
By all laws of logic, I should have dodged that with ease.
Wind.
Chu Kai uttered the single word like a final judgment. He squeezed his eyes shut for a fleeting moment, allowing the burning, strained organs a second of desperate relief.
For the next one, I'm aiming for your temple.
He slotted a fresh bolt into the groove and hauled the string back into position. Chu Kai snapped his eyes open and loosed the trigger once more. Dien Van Looy watched the bolt's approach, twisting his torso and jerking his head aside to clear its path. But the location he dodged into was precisely where the bolt was destined to land. Dien Van Looy's brow furrowed. Sensing the trap, he tried to correct his movement, but it was too late. His temple slammed directly into the incoming bolt. It wasn't a matter of perfect aim. It was as if Dien Van Looy had actively guided himself into the strike.
What is this? What did you do to me?
The freak's voice hissed with realization. Something was fundamentally broken in his understanding of the encounter. By his calculations, his reflexes should have left the boys in the dust. Yet Chu Kai had tagged him twice. The second time, he had even broadcasted his intent. A dark curiosity began to coil in the monster's mind.
Was it the wind again? Tell me.
No. This time, you were just too stupid to stay out of the way.
Chu Kai's voice was soft, devoid of warmth, like the winter wind itself. 2 iron bolts were now lodged in the monster's flesh, one in the chest, one in the head. By all human standards, these were fatal injuries, yet Dien Van Looy remained upright, seemingly immune to the agony. As Chu Kai reset his weapon, the monster abruptly released his hold on Lin Yi. He hammered his foot into the soil, his silhouette blurring as he lunged with desperate speed to the left. But Chu Kai's reaction was faster. He was already tracking the empty space where the creature was destined to land. The third bolt struck with clinical precision, tearing straight through the monster's knee joint. 3 shots fired, 3 strikes delivered. The monster staggered, his confidence shattered. Lin Yi watched from the sidelines, immobilized by shock. Dien Van Looy was a different class of predator compared to the mantis wolves they had slaughtered before. While those beasts relied on thick armor and raw size, the village chief possessed a human-like form merged with supernatural reflexes. Yet, even with his evolutionary advantage, he had been unable to evade Chu Kai's bolts. Lin Yi's focus shifted to Chu Kai. The boy's eyes were now a deep, raw crimson, the capillaries having burst under the immense internal strain. The cost of such perfection was being paid in blood. If Chu Kai didn't stop soon, he would be blinded permanently.
What is the secret? How are you tracking me?
The playful Uncle Dien mask had finally disintegrated, replaced by a hollow, predatory rattle.
My speed is beyond your biological limits. You shouldn't even be able to see me, let alone hit me.
A flicker of understanding ignited within the creature's protruding eyes. A hideous, distorted grin stretched across his features.
I understand now. You aren't just a stray, you're a god chosen. Remarkable. To think I would encounter one of your kind so early in the cycle. The flesh of a god chosen is a delicacy beyond compare, refined, potent, and pure.
A jarring, multi-layered laugh erupted from Dean Van Looy's throat, two distinct voices emerging from a single body.
When I consume your shell, that divine gifted power will belong to me.
The monster lunged, a sudden explosion of predatory intent aimed directly at Chu Kai. His fingers, hooked like talons, reached for the boy's exposed throat. But as the monster closed the distance, Chu Kai rose to his feet in a single fluid motion. He dove to the left, evading the grasping hand with an unnatural, chilling precision. A heartbeat later, Dean Van Looy was exactly where the bolt was heading. The projectile hissed through the darkness, burying itself deep in the monster's neck. Despite the catastrophic injury, the freak refused to fall. Lin Yi tightened his grip on his blade. He began to sprint forward, desperate to close the distance and shield his partner. But as he ran, a strange shimmer caught his attention, a visual anomaly that shouldn't exist. A thin, ethereal thread of light trailed from Dean Van Looy's back, a glowing umbilical of energy. The translucent strand stretched through the air, connecting the monster's body directly to Chu Kai's open mouth.
Chu Kai, look out!
Lin Yi bellows a warning as he heart pounds across the debris-strewn floor, but the boy remains oblivious, his senses locked onto a different frequency. Chu Kai's gaze is a cold laser, fixed on the monstrosity that was once a friend. Every neuron in his brain is firing, mapping out a lethal trajectory in the dim light. Steel bolts are already peppered across the monster, one in the chest, another in the skull, one more in the throat. But this freak is resilient, far tougher than the mantis wolves they faced in the city. There is only one path to victory, a precise killing strike right between the shoulder blades where the core resides. He managed to snag only 3 bolts during the initial scramble. One is already buried deep in the thing's neck. That leaves him with 2 final shots. He slides the bolt into the rail, his hands preternaturally steady despite the carnage unfolding before him.
I'm aiming for your heart this time.
Even as the first projectile flies, Chu Kai is already chambering his final hope, working the mechanism with blurred speed. The hammer strike tactic is simple. The first bolt aims for the one already protruding from the creature's chest, intended to drive the steel tip all the way through the body. He reads the room, sensing the subtle shift in the air currents before the monster even moves. Dean Van Looy is going to move. A desperate tilt of the body to avoid the chest shot, exactly as predicted. By dodging, the freak opens the very window Chu Kai was waiting for. The second bolt strikes from the side, angling toward the vulnerable spine. The monster had been too careful, always keeping its front toward its prey. This was the only way to force it to expose its back. It was checkmate. Whether it moved or stood still, one of the bolts was guaranteed to bite. A stray gust of wind from a hole in the shack wall nudges the final bolt just a hair's breadth, driving it straight into the nexus between the shoulder blades. The skin on the creature's back ripples and heaves, a sickening rhythmic spasm that tears at its stolen frame. Dean Van Looy's hands fly back, his fingers digging into his own flesh as if trying to trap the nightmare pulsating within his spine. The horrific eye stalks sink back into his skull, leaving behind empty, dark pits that stare into the void as his vitality begins to evaporate.
Please, stop! Don't let it!
His body shudders as if his very muscles are being consumed from the inside, leaving only a gaunt, skeletal frame wrapped in a stolen skin. Finally, his knees give way, hitting the dirt floor with a hollow, terminal thud. He rolls in the dust, his hands still desperately clamped over the wound on his back, his movements reduced to pathetic, feverish tremors.
Did we get him?
Chu Kai lets his eyes fall shut, his mental fortress finally crumbling under the weight of his own godlike focus. Lin Yi lunges forward, catching the boy before he can collapse into the dirt alongside the monster. Lin Yi's victory is short-lived. He stares at the air around Chu Kai's face, where the spectral threads of a dark destiny still linger, refusing to fade. He reaches out, his fingers brushing against the invisible strands. He snaps them with a sudden, sharp motion.
Lin Yi? What's happening?
Chu Kai rubs his eyes, the residual heat of his supernatural vision searing the back of his lids like hot coals.
Those threads, I tried to break them. I wanted to see what happened next.
A violent tremor racks Lin Yi's body as the memory of the sensation returns, a biological intrusion that defied logic.
But something slithered into my mouth. It was cold, and it smelled like rotting meat.
He can't scrub the feeling from his mind, the viscous, oily weight of it sliding down his throat like a living thing invading his lungs.
The monster? Is it dead?
Lin Yi looks back at the shivering heap that was once a man, a grim realization settling deep in his chest.
Not dead yet, but he's barely hanging on. He looks half dead already.
Dean Van Looy is a shivering heap on the dirt floor. His features are sunken, his vitality drained. The predatory hunter from moments ago has vanished into this pitiful shell. He looks exactly like the husk they found in the corner, rotting amidst a pile of human remains, barely clinging to a life that isn't truly his anymore.
I need to be sure. I'm finishing this now. Stay where you are.
Lin Yi gestures for Chu Kai to keep his distance. The boy is already balanced on the razor's edge of collapse, and the risk of another psychic backfire is too high.
I'm not losing you here.
Chu Kai nods, his form swaying like a reed in a storm. The mental toll of his ability has left him hollowed out, his grip on reality slipping.
Give me a moment. I'll handle him.
Lin Yi tightens his grip on the survival knife, the handle slick with cold sweat. He strides toward the shriveled thing twitching on the ground. A sharp pang of grief cuts through his icy resolve. He remembers a different Din Van Looy, a kind man who once shared his games and his time, long before the world went to hell. The bitterness wells up in his throat. These monsters had taken everything, even the memories of the people he once called friends.
Forgive me, Uncle Dean. Goodbye.
He grits his teeth and rolls the shell of the man over onto his stomach with a forceful shove. The body feels impossibly light, a weightless container of skin and bone that offers no resistance to his touch. He raises the blade high, his eyes fixed on the nexus between the shoulder blades, the very spot Chu Kai had compromised. But as the metal sinks in, Lin Yi's stomach drops. There is no resistance. No impact of steel against bone or flesh. Just a terrible, empty gap. The shirt ripples and collapses into the wound, revealing a terrifying hollowness beneath the cloth that shouldn't exist.
What the?
He rips the fabric away, his pulse hammering against his ribs as the true horror comes into view. A horrific gaping void stares back at him from between the shoulder blades. The interior of the body is a hollow shell.
This isn't possible. It's gone.
The realization hits him like a bucket of ice water, draining the warmth from his blood. The core, the monster, it isn't here. Dean Van Looy's head slumps to the side, a hollow, lifeless weight. Lin Yi roughly pulls back his eyelid, expecting to find the horrific eye stalks. But there is nothing but dark, empty orbits where eyes should be. The parasite has vacated its human shell.
Oh God, Chu-Kai.
Lin Yi spins on his heel, his heart hammering against his ribs as he looks back at the exhausted boy. On the dusty floor, barely inches from Chu-Kai's feet, a mass of viscous gray-brown sludge is slithering through the shadows. It is perfectly camouflaged, its color identical to the damp earth. In the dim flicker of the lamp, it is almost entirely invisible until it moves. The trap is sprung. The freak was never near death. It was merely biding its time, waiting for them both to drop their guard. It knew Chu-Kai was too fast, too perceptive while his ability was active. It had to wait for the exhaustion to set in before it could strike. It had detached itself from its previous host, using the distraction of Lin Yi's mercy kill to crawl toward its true prize. The realization hits Lin Yi with sickening clarity. Dian Van Looy's screams hadn't been from the pain of the bolts. He had been screaming in a final, desperate effort to keep the monster inside him.
Chu-Kai, get away, now!
Lin Yi lunges toward the boy, his hands clawing at the air, but he is too far away. The distance feels like miles. The mass of gray-brown slime coils like a spring and then leaps, a blurring shadow of biological horror aimed straight for Chu-Kai's face.